Hey y'all. Happy Friday. I hope you guys are all having a wonderful day so far. Sorry, I'm a couple minutes late. I set it up and then I forgot I set it up, and then it's just been one of those days. But I want to show you guys my shirt I'm wearing today because this is kind of a. Let me see if I can set it up. Let's just set it up on the pan. You guys might fall, but let me show you my shirt. If you can't handle the truth, I have thicker skin in my basement. I don't technically have a basement, but and let me show you guys. They're a little wild for me, but he freehanded all of them. I just said, do whatever you want. So some of them are airbrushed. Some of them he did this like watercolor washout with, and then he did the zebra. All the wonderful things. All the wonderful things. They're really fancy this time. They're really fancy. They're a little much for my typical taste, but they will be fine. Are you guys ready to get into it and finish what we started yesterday? Get your bucket and your mop for this dry ass mess, because it's definitely nothing else. I can't sing the rest of the song because it's get a bucket and a mop for this dry ass mess. That's all I got. I can't sing the actual lyrics to the song because there's nothing about this. It puts the lotion on its skin. It does. I even have the button for that. Anybody have any cool plans on this Friday? Anybody doing anything good? I'm going to play this intro and then we're just going to kick it off and kick into it. I am going to do a little drama in this stream because I didn't even realize some of the crap that's been spewed lately. I've been in these few little rabbit holes, and wow, 4 or 5 days ago, she actually tried to twist this whole thing once again. And I'm just so sick of this being brought up. So I want to address it once and for all and say my piece on it, because it is so weird to see people like twist and turn the whole situation surrounding Nana. It is so fucking weird that is even still being talked about or used. It's crazy. Please, again, if you are the praying type, keep her and her husband in your thoughts and prayers. Like, she could use all the support. But I'll be damned if I continue to take fucking blows and bullshit over that when that's not even the remote. Like, I haven't even been talking about it. In fact, I've been intentionally ignoring that shit because I don't want to do that. But let's get going. Happy Friday, friends. Hold on. Gotta message Ann back right quick. She's not feeling well, so okay. All right. Let me go up and say hello really quick to everybody. It's Friday, so who knows how long this stream's going to be, where we're going to end up, what we're going to do. I did all my adulting earlier. I worked. I went and ran errands. My house is cleaned. The laundry's done. The floors are vacuumed. Kids are at school. They have stuff going on when they get home. So I have plenty of time to play. So who knows what we're going to end up getting into. Hey, Electro. Hey, Duchess. Hey, Cheryl. Just Debbie. Miss Britt, Cranky, Petunia, Steph, Sassy Hound, Jen, Trex, Bo, screenshot this. It's actually Kyle's shirt. I stole it from him. Hey, AV. Hey, Terry Dean, Wendy Blank, Thor, Liberty Farmer, Pika. You're good, Pika. Pika, you too. You do whatever you need to. Janice in accounting. Hello, Michigan wifey. Dazed and Amazed. Hetty, Bex, mother of two boys. Roro, Alma. I always pronounce it freaking wrong. Adrian, Dave. Doctor's office. That's not fun, Bo. But I mean, it's a necessary evil, so I hope everything went well. Did you see the video from WMV4 from Stephen Fisher? We could have evidence that Sebastian left. Mary, I did not. I did not. Watching a tow. Wait, a tow truck driver in a high-speed chase? Michigan wifey. Is that what we're doing? You're just happy. Oh, I won't. Mother of two boys. I've heard it's been really cold across the country. We are in the high 70s, mid to high 70s, and next week we'll be in the upper 80s here. So I will keep my warmth. You guys know I tapped out of the cold. I can't do it no more. This body just does not work in the cold anymore. Alma, thank you so much for the gifted memberships. I will be calling you today too. I will be calling you. Hey, Lurker. Hey, PJ, Second Chance. Hazel Eyes. Carrie. For anybody that's wondering what the fuck I'm doing, I do what I want. Jamie. Cat's Eye. Forever Army. Coffee Addict. Damaris. Kimberly. Hope for Snoopy. Ooh, Hope. Good way to start the weekend. Hey, Gary. Hey, Crafty Girl, the real one. Hey, Sheila, Music City Mom. I do want to talk about something else too. Laura, hello. Hey, Bubbles. Hey, Lynn, Love and Light. No, you're good, Lynn. I'm rambling today. Hey, Sophia. WSMV. Hey, Allison. I can look at it. Pika, you're good. You were just finishing last night's. Hey, Marley. We'll be Chico. That's what I was singing all day today, Chico. So I was like, get a bucket and a mop. But it's definitely not the rest of the song. It's some dry ass nonsense. Really? He's hanging out the window yelling at the police? Oh my gosh. Hey, just lurking. It's been 14 degrees. Yeah, no, I can't do that no more. Hey, Tonka girl. Ew, 28. Nope. Hey, Wise Mom. That Ellen. Evie, Hope, Jennifer, Kimberly. Hey, Cash. You have homework to do. Hey, that sounds good though. Is it good homework, like, or is it emotionally like charged? Triggerment Mocha, Candace. How are you feeling, by the way, Cash? I keep meaning to tell Kenzie to ask you. And hey, Barking at the Moon. Oh, I'm glad you're feeling better. This shit that's been going around is a lot. Ooh, yeah, you guys in the cold. No, thank you. Bowling tomorrow. I love to bowl. Hey, Shop. It's good to see you. I'm just going to survive the rest of the week until Kyle gets home. Oh, Sheila, yeah. WKRN, thank you, Thor. I'll go look. I'll go find it. Hey, Kim. Let me say hi to everybody. Hey, Reed, we almost made it to the bottom. We almost made it to the bottom. Ooh, yeah. Arc, I'm in Arizona, so we don't get much fluctuation in weather at all. I mean, it gets a little chilly here in the winter months. It calms down a little bit, but what we get for chilly is like our nice time of year. So that's when everybody is pretty much outdoors and doing stuff. You're going bowling tomorrow too? See? I love Texas Roadhouse rolls. Kim, are you talking about the news segment. Let me go see what I can find really quick. Hey, Amy. Let me go see what I can find really quick. Oh, you're not far from me, Arc. Hey, healing time. It's Saturday morning for you. Hey, Steph. A balmy 40 degrees. Yeah, no thanks. Nope. Growing up in North Dakota and Montana, Washington, Utah, Idaho, hell nah. You guys can keep that cold ass weather. Let me see. Let me see what we can find really quick. Hold on. Okay, so we've got an advertisement. It says private investigator says new video could be a break in the search for Sebastian Rogers. Let's see. Do I have volume? No audio? Why is there no audio? Is there just not any audio to this? You guys seeing what I'm seeing? Huh. Let me see if there's another one. That doesn't have any audio. Yeah, no audio. That's a little weird that it doesn't have any audio. Let me look. Let me see if there's anything else. No, there's nothing else. I mean, it says private investigator hired by Katie and Chris Proudfoot says that a new video could break the case in the continued search for Sebastian Rogers. Oh, let me show you what I'm looking at. The teen with autism went missing from his mother's Hendersonville home on February 26, 2020.
Mood, behavior, thoughts, or feelings, or if you develop suicidal thoughts.
Of course, this one has audio. Hasn't been seen since. He was last seen on Stafford Court in Hendersonville. Now Steve Fisher says he's focusing on a new video that could be a break in the search for the missing teen. Fisher said that in the video, if you look closely, there's a person in dark clothing walking in Sebastian's neighborhood at 12:17 a.m. on the night he disappeared. He says that person appears to hide behind a car when someone walks a dog nearby, and then the person takes off in the opposite direction. Fisher talked about the significance of this video that the public hasn't seen until now. So what we found, what we went through over 100 hours of surveillance. It wasn't until the third pass through the surveillance that we even spotted this person said. And there's a person at 12:17 a.m. in the same neighborhood. It appears that they are trying to stay out of sight of another person that's walking their dog, and then doubles back after it's clear and goes back toward the construction zone where it is believed that he may have been. It's very hard to see because of the person's wearing all dark clothing, which is believed Sebastian was wearing, he said. Fisher said that the person in the video appears to be a thinner person, making it hard to see them. What we would like to know is if the person is accounted for. Fisher added, does law enforcement know who this individual is? Do they even know about this person in the video? And if they do, have they accounted for who that is? He told WSMV4 that the TBI has a copy of this video after requesting comment. The TBI referred WSMV4 to Sumner County, which is leading the investigation. WSMV4 has contacted Sumner County for comment. Presently, there's still an active Amber Alert for Sebastian. Hundreds of hours have been poured into finding him, including ground searches, drone mapping, use of scent dogs, and scouring surveillance video. Also note under the picture right here of Sebastian, it says a $50,000 reward is being offered for information leading to Sebastian Rogers, parentheses TBI. So they must not be considering the rest of the shit with the reward accurate either, which isn't shocking. So what's next? Fisher tells WSMV4 that waterways will be searched using underwater remotely operated vehicles with high definition cameras. So let me play this once again on your screen. So
My father started the business in 1978. Today, we have roughly 50 trucks on the road.
this is the video. It's got no audio to it. Let me make it full screen for you. Here you go. I can kind of see what they're talking about. I can see like somebody moving. I would have to scour in or like scroll in further and stuff. But hey, if there's any type of information that could be useful and there's of any sort of help, I'm all for it. Whatever they can find, I hope it's of some sort of use and there's some sort of lead. Wise mom freak out and they'll say, see, he's not working with law enforcement because he doesn't even know if law enforcement has this video and look at this, you know, the whole things. Hey, I'm all for whatever they can find, whatever evidence, like wherever Sebastian is, I hope he's okay. I worry we're coming up on a year, but yeah, Nicole, yeah, you can definitely make somebody out in that. So yeah, you can see it. You can scroll in. It's probably easier if you guys go pull it up on your own at the WSMV4. It's probably easier for you guys to check it that way and be able to zoom in and stuff, but it's pretty clear. It's just probably hard because I'm restreaming and it's probably not very good quality. Yeah. All we can do is continue to hope that something will break this case and there will be some sort of answers. And with that said, let me just go over here because I don't care who gets mad at me for doing this and drama at the same time. This is Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. This is the missing child that has caused, well, he has not caused the controversy around his disappearance. The internet has. So Sebastian is now 16 years old. He's been missing since February 26th, potentially February 25th was last seen by his mother, Katie Proudfoot, in Hendersonville, Tennessee. He could be anywhere. Again, it's been almost 1 year. If you have any information or have seen Sebastian, please call 1-800-TBI-FIND, Sumner County Sheriff's Department, your local police department, the FBI. Please just contact law enforcement. There is, like I said, up to a $50,000 reward for any information or the whereabouts of Sebastian offered by the FBI. All right. Let's roll. Okay. So we're going to pick up where we left off yesterday with the cleanup crew from the 17th. But, oh gosh, Thor, I am so over it. Like, I had to stop watching some of these people because it's just nonstop every freaking day. There's new rumors, new speculation, and all they're doing is regurgitating and recircling and recycling the same freaking rumors that they've been doing all along. It's just so frustrating. Adrian, I worry that too. I worry that too, but I'm continuing to have hope because there's been zero evidence, like no clothing, no shoes, no glasses, nothing has been found. So I'm continuing to have and hold out hope. And I will continue to because we just never know. We have no idea. And I'm going to continue to hope for a good outcome sooner or later. All right, let's roll. So do you guys want to go? You want to do drama first? You want me to address the Nana stuff first, what BJ said, or do you want me to do that at the end? You guys pick. Do you want me to do the Nana? That's not going to be very long. You want me to tack that onto the end and do the opening, or do you guys want me just to get that out of the way really quick? Yes, sure. Yeah, which Nana? Let's do that. Okay. All right. And this is, again, nothing against Nana at all. I have no issues there. I don't know why this continues to be regurgitated, but I'll be damned. I'll be damned if we're going to do this. This was like 4 or 5 days. Yeah, just torture. Well, it's pretty much all torture. So there's that. This is from February 16th. I've only been interested in a few things that they've been talking about, but this caught me. Let's go.
Awaits you.
Look at that. You hear what they're saying? The quote unquote dark side waits on you, Nana. Look at that.
I got you guys.
Why y'all think she ain't on my panel tonight? Assuming she switched sides. Well,
I love how every one of us is like, just pull the Band-Aid off. Just do it. Yeah, it is exactly. Oh my, get out of my head. That's a scary thing. It's like, just rip the Band-Aid off and just get it over with, though. Just torture us now. It's all torture, though. That's all I ever provide you guys with. This week's been hell of torture.
maybe she did. And if she did, welcome, Nana. The quote unquote dark
What?
side awaits you. That's
I
anything
swear,
but.
if nonsense goes,
She's mocking me saying, why do y'all think she's on my panel tonight? That ain't what I said. That is not what I said. I said, Nana's not on my panel tonight, so y'all got what you wanted. You wanted to make her not show up, not come on.
That is not even remotely the case, BJ. That right there is why you're going to get your ass ripped. I pointed out that you blatantly ignored her. That was it. That was all. I didn't drag you for filth. I didn't make this big, huge stink out of it. But I pointed out how disregarded or how much you disregarded her in that moment. That's it. That was all. And you have made this into such a shit show of somebody that you claimed is your friend. You claim is your friend. You have fucking continued to make this. And now every time she's on your panel, if something goes on, it's being brought up. Oh, this, that. Oh, they just want us to fight. Do you think I actually give a fuck who you're friends with? Nope. Sure as hell don't. Sure as hell don't care who goes on your panel. Half the time they're really entertaining. Like reality, she's got so many fucking stories. Man, that girl could write a book. It would be thicker than all of the Webster's dictionaries combined, every version of them, with all the things that she's done. And I'm just waiting for her to call up her buddies to call Trump and tattle. Like I'm at that point. But sometimes it's actually enjoyment.
I'm on panel anymore, and you did exactly what you set out to do. That's what I said. I'm telling y'all, if this don't prove to y'all, why are these people so obsessed? Once again, more proof of what I've been telling you guys. I'm the obsessed one. Here she goes, fawning over one of the people that's on my panel all the time, telling them to come over to her side.
Fawning over. Mm.
Do you see me trying to take people away from Granny's channel? But I'm the obsessed one. Are you kidding me?
Mm.
Why y'all think she ain't on my panel tonight? Assuming she switched sides. Well, maybe she did. And if she did, welcome, Nana. The quote unquote dark side awaits you. That's
I
anything
swear,
but.
if nonsense goes live with a panel with Nana, we'll all be just sitting dumbfounded, like, what is happening?
I mean, I hear there might be a panel in the works.
I mean,
Are
I
you
wouldn't see why
fucking
not.
kidding me? Listen to that. Did you hear that?
With a panel with Nana, we'll all.
First and foremost, they're getting a reaction out of you. Never has it ever been spoken that Nana would be present for any panel that I do. No discussion around Nana being on any panel. No invite of Nana coming on my panel. Nothing. Not a single thing. Not even remotely close. Yes, there are people that will be coming on my channel at some point in time, but Nana is not, to my understanding, even remotely in that group of people.
All be just sitting.
Wait a minute. Listen to
Quote
that.
unquote dark side awaits you. That's
I
anything
swear,
but.
if nonsense goes live with a panel with Nana, we'll all be just sitting dumbfounded, like, what is happening?
Do you feel good about yourself, Frosty? Does that make you feel so good? Are you finding joy out of other people's pain? Or what about the fact that y'all manipulated that poor woman? Y'all don't care about that. Listen to them. And then are you going to sit here and tell me that I'm the one that's in the wrong? for warning Nana that these people didn't really care.
Yeah, and did you hear what GW said?
There's going to be a panel. Oh,
Manipulated her. We manipulated her. Again, I'm the one that started all of this because I pointed out with BJ's own words a very obvious situation that happens. How it's blown up into all this is beyond me. Yes, there will be a panel over here at some point in time. Yes, but Nana isn't even remotely involved in that. But carry on.
oh yeah. I don't know about Nana being on a panel, but I do know that the ex mods are planning a panel with Nonsense.
Ooh.
Once again, I didn't want to say her name, but the obsessed one that I don't talk about.
Meanwhile, you talk about me all the time. And baby, let me explain something to you, baby girl. Because for some reason I keep thinking you're so much younger than me. Like the immaturity out of you makes me feel like you're Mackenzie's age. Like it's so hard for me to rationalize your actual age because the fact of it is you are so immature. There is not one thing about you or your life that is worth obsessing over. BJ, when I close this computer, we might crack some jokes on the phone. Me and my friends, Kyle might say, "Oh my God, how the fuck did you listen to that shit?" But beyond that, you don't take up there's no obsession here. Do you know how easy it is to go back through and timestamp your fuck ups? Super easy. I don't even have to watch 5-hour panels. I don't have to sit there and watch it. It's called you type in keywords. It's called a transcript. It's not that hard. You fuck up all the time. So it's pretty much any stream I pull, I can find the same fuck ups. That's not obsession. It's just knowing how to serve your ass on a platter by your own words. But again, please enlighten me. What exactly do you have that anybody would be obsessed with? Well, maybe the ability to fall asleep in the mid-sentence. I don't know. I deal with insomnia, so maybe it's jealousy. It's not obsession, it's jealousy because you can fall asleep sitting straight up and I still struggle laying down.
You know, that continues to do lives and then now here she goes obsessed with my ex mods. You know, this will be the second panel she's doing with people that have left my channel. You're fucking weird, Nonsense. You're weird. And oh yeah, she's done that. They're gonna do it again, but that's okay because I'm waiting on that one. I can't wait. I cannot wait. Sarah says, Sarah didn't say anything. Thank you, Sarah, for becoming a member. I saw it. Hold on 1 minute, guys. I'm sorry.
You know what the funny thing is? You know more about what's going on over here than I do, obviously. I don't even know who all your ex-mods are. Enlighten me. Tell me. I guess they can do that too. But what's funny is you said that I'm obsessed with your ex-mods. Ma'am, I don't even fucking know who most of your ex-mods are. I didn't go over there and hunt them down and pull them away from you. Not even remotely. They found their way over here. They hang out with us. I haven't even talked to most of them. Probably 99.9% of them. I don't even know they exist or who they are. Nor do I care. But to say I'm obsessed with your mods, your ex-mods, you're fucking weird. You're weird. Every time somebody has came on my panel to talk about you and what you have done to them has been somebody reaching out to me, asking me if I would host them. That's it. By the way, I'd rather be a weird bitch than a dumb bitch any day. She's playing.
This is out of. I just like I'm in a different reality.
A different.
It does feel like we're in like some kind of video game or trapped in Jumanji or something.
Something.
This stuff's crazy. I mean, good.
You guys realize she shit talked these people. She shit talked and blamed her ex mods for a bunch of shit after Angela left her. She pulled in and threw shit on other mods that had left her, that have not talked shit about her, have not ran to me and spilled all the dirt. In fact, not even remotely the case. But she shit talked these people, brought them into a mess that they had left before, to my understanding. They had left months before. But then when the shit happened with Angela, she brought them in and threw dirt on their names. But let me get it straight once again. Nana has nothing to do with anything going on. You continue to try and poor me. They're trying to take my friends. If you knew how to be a good friend to anybody, you wouldn't be worried about people being able to take your friends.
Grief. How can these people be this miserable?
I don't know.
Like Truman Show. Yeah,
It-
Kelsey.
It is the Truman
absolutely.
Show, I swear.
Yep.
Mm. Mm-mm-mm. They don't take no days off, apparently. Like, it's just back to back to back to back to back.
No, 24
Constant
hours a day.
bullying. Yeah. You know, some of these people are parents. How would they feel if somebody done
So gross.
their kids the way they do Brittany?
Yep.
You know what I mean? For those of them that are parents, I'm not,
You
bring
want,
anything like that up, but
you want me to answer that, hot mess? You want me to tell you what I would do if my child was like Brittany? I would seek help for my child in every way, shape, or form, because habitual liars, yeah, I mean, I would seek help for them. If they were on the internet creating and concocting lies to this degree, I would seek help for my child. If somebody was coming at my child because they were a habitual liar, I would say, well, you kind of put yourself there, didn't you? Maybe you should stop being a habitual liar, and maybe we should go get you help. I wouldn't sugarcoat it and condone their shit, co-sign that shit. Nope, sorry. I don't do it with teenagers. I'm sure as fuck not going to do it with what are you, 37 years old? God. Ugh.
I mean, would they? Never mind.
Let's talk. I can see you.
It's gross.
Sorry, I'm just on another page hitting the pause button a bunch.
Yep. Megan.
Hey, everybody coming in.
Drama.
Drama. Drama. And this is how, like, I think I've said one thing that I was getting ready to do a panel or have some people on. Did you know one of your ex-mods that she's in here? Alma's in here. I can talk about it. She came on and joined me during my breast cancer fundraiser. That you are breast cancer fundraiser. Let me be truthful about that. She came on and joined me on panel, and you didn't even come up in a topic of conversation. That was one of the most enjoyable conversations too. I could sit there and talk to her about traveling and hearing all of her stories all day long. Again, I didn't go drag her over by the pigtails and say, come sit over here just to piss her off. I didn't do that. It was a really enjoyable time. You not having these people around you is not my fault. I didn't do that. You did that. Wait, Let's Talk. Are you the Let's Talk from hers? It can't be. Are you coming back?
and drama.
I swear it's mental health problems.
Right here.
C-Star, yep. Gossip, lies, and drama.
I swear it's mental health problems.
Hey,
It's
Natalie.
got to be.
Mental health problems.
Yeah, I agree with you.
It's mental health problems because she just concocted and fabricated an entire fucking story off of shit that isn't even going on over here. Okay. Oh, that's right. Let's get the story correct. I paid her to come up on panel. I did. Oh, let's talk. Okay, there's somebody else that has the same name as you. So just so I wanted to ask that because I was like, I don't want that shit starting. He's got a sub over there that clips me for her occasionally and says like I'm threatening her by the name of Let's Talk. So just in case you know.
That'd be something for sure, because I can't fathom how it's just every single day.
I can't
Especially
understand
when there's
the
a court
hate you
case.
have for somebody.
Especially when there's a court case. Ma'am, hot mess, are you okay? Are you okay? I'm not involved in any court case. I am free to show her public content and commentate on it. I'm not involved in any court case. I'm not doing this on anybody's behalf. Besides, it is so easy to do. It's so easy to point out the constant lies of her and so many others. But instead of worrying about us calling her out daily, maybe you should tell your friend to stop lying daily.
Yeah. And especially since we're not we, because I have nothing to do with that. But I mean, I don't know.
They all speak with such, like, as far as their tone and everything like that, like they all speak with such aggression, you know, like hostile.
So fucking angry. Oh my God, I'm just an angry, miserable wench.
And like, I mean, you don't even know, you know what I mean? Like, you don't even know her to be this way to her.
Yep, it's true.
Cash, speaking of my name, Kyle found an RV that had Contessa on the back of it, took a picture of it and sent it to me.
They don't care. They do not care. It's all about you know, it's all about, it's entertainment. It's entertainment. Like, let's just call it what it is.
Yep.
These people, I think that they forget that we are, I think they forget that we are human, and you know what I mean? Like,
and you have feelings, you know?
Yep. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's just, it's just so gross. It's all so gross. It really is. Let me see.
That's all I wanted to say about that one. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get into the fucking fun shit. So just a reminder really quick of where we're at. We're going to bump back to our hour in. But for anybody that's new here, Enid, thank you so much for the super sticker. I appreciate the support. Holy shit, there's actually more. Going back really quick because I'm terrible about this. Alma, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Sophia, thank you for the gifted membership. Lucia, thank you for being a member for 2 months. Sophia, thank you for being a member for 4 months. Bree, thank you for being a member for 23 months. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. All of this is a lot. Okay. Just to set the tone, because we got some interesting things from last night we're going to throw in here too. Because somehow in this weird, twisted universe, she was reviewing Allegedly Innocent's live stream last night. She starts reviewing Allegedly Innocent, which Allegedly Innocent is now somehow taking up for Tony. But back here on August 17th, she claimed that Tony... let me just roll the tape. Let's just go. Again, this is August 17th. This is one of her deleted streams, many of them. We're looking at Tony, the cleanup crew, and how BJ became part of the green team and was like solidified in like, I don't know if this is considered their hazing. How stupid can you be to create stories and align with these people? I don't know, especially after this. But here you go. We're going to listen to this little portion and then we'll bump back to our normal spot.
To life, it looks like we support this stuff. And I don't. I've sat silent for a while. Tony is a manipulative asshole. And I'm sorry, I cannot support Tony Mathis. If that makes me a bad person, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It breaks my heart that Seth is so trusting of this man.
Look at the screen on the bottom of the screen. You're going to see it pop up.
Jules says, no, you should not. Seth is very confused. He is asking like the supporters are his employees and he is being abused. Yeah, I can't do it, Jules. And if
He is being an abusive employer. Tony is gross. Allegedly innocent. Did you take down all those videos where you talk shit on Tony before you decided to play ignorant at some point? Like, what kind of altered, twisted universe are we in?
that means I lose people, that breaks my heart. But I got to stand on what I believe in. I'm going to drop the link if anybody wants to come up. Please, if y'all want to come up. We can go through this. Okay. What, Sherry, you saying you texted me? Here's the thing, too. I don't have a contact for Seth. I don't.
Okay. So another weird reality that we're going to see is, as of last night, Cher went in another chat. I guess she stopped in Jay's, and all hell broke loose on that, too. And Cher's actually on this August 17th panel, too, which was the craziest thing to see, that Cher was the kind of the voice of reason on this panel. It's all a fucking twisted universe. Every bit of it is. Like, I don't know. We're just living through it. So let's go back to last night just for a quick little bump. This was last night, 13 hours ago. We're going to start at the 46-minute mark. I won't listen to much of this. I promise you, it's not worthwhile. But some of these catches are really interesting. So it's Brittany reviewing. It's the stream inception. It's Brittany and her panel reviewing Allegedly Innocent, who was reviewing Queen Bee, B Tim, Clue, and I'm not sure whose avatar that is on the very bottom.
That he legitimately is just destroyed.
I do
that
too.
He doesn't know where his child is. And I think he is angry and
Here,
bitter
we'll go through this
at
one.
Katie and Chris.
Hold on a second.
Brain relationships online believe what they're saying. They truly believe what they're saying. And I thought, I got to show this because this is such a perfect example of what I'm talking about, that you have in your mind a reality that you believe is accurate.
Yep.
And it's based on
Let me share her
your
link.
worldview and the way you have conceptualized other people.
You
might be wrong. You might be wrong.
Yep.
And yet you guys are willing to lose thousands of dollars to go to court?
Willing to lose thousands of dollars to go to court. Ma'am, do you understand that they didn't ask to go to court? That they were taken to court? Do you get that? Do you understand that? You have to, you're an educated woman. You're supposedly a licensed mental health professional. How can you be this ignorant? Alma, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. And Kay Miller, thank you so much for the 20 gifted memberships. Welcome to the cabana. Welcome to the Enterprise. Whatever. Welcome to Mattress.
You guys are reacting to things that are not real.
Yep.
You're doing things.
What's not real? What's not real? What is not real here? Oh, is it not real that you called them abusive? That's not real?
They're not real.
That's y'all. Is that not true? I said that's why I have been saying this from day one, you guys. It's clown world.
Bitch, you are a clown. You're the one that you're one of the plaintiffs in. Okay.
It's absolute clown world, because things that they are saying are happening are not indeed reality whatsoever.
Oh, kind of like you're a part of claiming that these people are a part of Rico and racketeering. That's not your part though, right? Cash, this is where this comes in. I think we got that memo again. You're not a part of any of that, right? You're just claiming your Fifi's got hurt and you want the judge to silence her. I forget. Sorry. Even though you actually are a part of a Rico and racketeering filing. Hey, babe.
At all. I'm like, it's like we're watching the same movie, but they're seeing something that's completely opposite from what we're seeing.
Can anybody fucking help me out here? Because what are you talking about?
You know, like I'll give you an example. The other day,
Please give us an example.
all these people were celebrating, and I'm like, what in the hell? You know, like I don't. Is there something I'm missing that I don't? Did I not?
Of course they're celebrating because there's movement in a case. You are one of 10 plaintiffs who filed a suit against 2 defendants. And then after the suit was filed, you guys said, time out, take a break. We just want to fuck with people, basically. And then they got legal representation to force the matter. So people are absolutely excited because there's movement and hopefully it will come to an end. You know, kind of the process of how legal things work. There's actual movement on it. So people are excited to see that something is moving here and the judges got the information and will be making a decision.
You know what I mean? And
I'm still cautiously optimistic. That's just where I live.
I can't go deep into details about that, but
of course, ma'am, you don't even know what the fuck you're talking about when you do talk about it. So of course you can't go deep into it because you don't even know what you're talking about. Have you read the filing yet?
There was no decision.
No shit.
What are we celebrating?
Oh,
you know,
my.
It's really like the Twilight Zone. And I feel so vindicated when I hear somebody else say that.
Oh, vindicated. Okay, yeah. I mean, please ride these waves. Please.
Because even though I do consider Jules my friend, and I absolutely do, she's amazing. I love her.
You love her because she spews your bullshit and writes fucking horrific songs in your defense, acting like you're some sort of ugh.
I don't speak with her every day. I don't even speak with her privately behind the scenes. So to have somebody that I don't talk to on a day-to-day basis say these things, it makes me, you know what I mean? Sometimes you need.
Just wait until you hear what she actually says, though, which you don't pay attention
to that.
Oh, and by the way, I guess I'm supposed to have some sort of opinion or thought on photos being taken in court the other day. Y'all know I'm like a teacher's pet over here. Courts scare me. So I would have been up there like the little teacher's pet I am, taking notes, having my phone tucked away. These are grown-ass women who have legal representation. I didn't know anything that was going on, nor do I know anything that's going on. If my whole thing on that is if the judge, in my opinion, if the judge would have found something problematic or the bailiff would have found something problematic, they would have handled it right then and there. And if something changes, they will handle it, and that will be that. So you guys are concerned about people taking photos in a courtroom, but not why people were in the courtroom to begin with? Is that what we want me to have an opinion on? So we're supposed to be concerned about people taking pictures and in courtrooms, but not the reason why we're there in the courtroom to begin with? Is that? I would revival. I'm just like the little, like, I get so nervous in courtrooms, period. Like, that's just me. But what? If there would have been something that was problematic, I think the judge would have handled it right then and there. That's my assumption. Maybe I'm wrong, but
and you're going to end up costing. I can't limit.
And now all of them are like, Betty's talking about that all day this morning. She was like, and looky here. Okay, why are you deflecting upon that? Like, that's one small thing. If the judge chooses to do, they will do something. It's kind of out of everybody's hands.
Let me say this, okay? I
So
am
weird to me.
mystified that people are giving thousands of dollars. I'm talking about subscribers are giving creators thousands of dollars for these sham lawsuits.
Did you hear what she just said, Brittany? She just said for this sham lawsuit. She flat out said, this is a sham lawsuit. Yeah, Revival, I've been hearing that people are having complete come aparts over the photos, but not the reason for the filing to begin. It's just weird to me. I don't know. I wasn't a part of any of that. I have no idea what was going on. No clue. But again, I go back to judges handle shit like right then and there. So do bailiffs. So if there was a problem, they would have handled it. But let me rewind that right there really quick because, listen, Brittany, did you hear what she called this?
They end up costing. I can't. Let me say this, okay? I am mystified that people are giving thousands of dollars. I'm talking about subscribers are giving creators thousands of dollars for these sham lawsuits. I heard Mommy Rambling, she has got a GoFundMe with more than $10,000 that her subscribers have given her. More than $10,000. You want to know why?
Granny, yeah, I stay in the spot of if there was something problematic, the judge would have handled it. And that would have been that. Like, ugh. Anyway, I'm just, ugh. Do you hear her calling it a sham lawsuit, BJ? You hear your friend over here calling your filing a sham lawsuit. Remember, you are one of 10 plaintiffs who initiated this suit. I don't know this Mommy Ramblings person, so.
Because people are replaying her lives and reacting to them.
Your other friend says her fifis were hurt.
You're going to ask your hand.
And instead of handling it with like a defamation or trying to get a RO or something like that, she chose to claim that these people are Rico and racketeering. That's what she did. Okay.
Handful of subscribers to give $10,000 of their money because someone is just engaging in fair use? Why? Why
are you so quiet, Brittany?
Why, as a subscriber, would you do that? Why?
Is it because she called your lawsuit a sham?
And that's not the only one. There's Granny's watching. There's
Granny's watching is being taken to court by your buddy, who's the plaintiff. Your buddy BJ initiated alongside 9 other plaintiffs this lawsuit. Granny is defending herself. She is a defendant, Jules.
There's the whole thing with Brittany J. Queen Bee's got multiple lawsuits. Bullhorn Betty.
Since when? When did Queen Bee get multiple? All I know about is the Bullhorn Betty one, where Betty sued Queen for defamation.
He's got multiple lawsuits. None of this is real.
Betty is a plaintiff in multiple lawsuits and has, she's out on bond. I mean, facing 6 criminal charges for violations of the protection orders. So there's that.
Real, y'all. You guys are in a semi-delusional state.
Oh.
You're not reacting to reality.
What the fuck is this then? Let me guess. This wasn't reality either. This part right here isn't reality either. Let's go back to August 17th because this is really funny. That was last night. So BJ is listening to allegedly innocent Jules call her lawsuit a sham. She's like, yes, get it, girl. Goes on to say it's a sham. I mean, okay. I guess we need ShamWows in our cleaning products. But then you go back to August 17th. Allegedly innocent comes on panel with BJ. But let's hear this part again.
Very. If you, and I'm not even given the opportunity.
Let's see the switch actually.
Right. Listen, that's what I have gone to bat and taken a lot of shit. And I believe in standing up for what's right when it comes to the parents and stuff like that. And hold on a minute. Wait a minute. I haven't even had wait a minute, y'all. I haven't even been given the opportunity to go through.
Feisty Nana says, nonsense. No one wants your opinion on the photos. They want your opinion on the obvious lies happening, like saying it was the green team in Jay's chat giving live updates. You know that's lies. First of all, who was saying that it's the green team in Jay's live giving? Tell me where that's coming from, Feisty Nana. Enlighten me, please. Who's saying it's the green team? I frankly don't give a shit about any of it. To be honest, I wouldn't have. I'm a chicken shit when it comes to stuff like that in court. So, but the lies, Feisty Nana, please again, tell me what lies. Where were these lies spewed? Can you give me a spot, a timestamp, the video you want me to go watch? That would be great. That would be great. Until then, I'm going to carry on here because I frankly, that's so stupid in the whole scheme of things. So you guys want me to focus on who took a photo. The photo was obviously checked by the bailiff. Betty acknowledges their entire team were watching those live streams. She acknowledged it this morning. I don't know whose accounts who.
Through these things and discuss it. I haven't even started my live stream out. So if there's anybody that's saying that I'm accusing anybody of doing anything, how
they're not going to derail me, because again, at the end of the day, I don't give two fucks. If these, let me just say this very clearly. If these stand for nothing fucking twits can't fucking talk about the reason why people are in court to begin with and are fixated on a fucking photo, I'm sorry. I have no time for that shit, period. None. If you, what? Like, you want to talk about a photo that the judge and the bailiff, honestly, that's up to them to handle. I have no control over any of that. I think it's fucking weird that grown-ass adults are calling the courtroom and being like, oh my God, somebody took a photo and they're live streaming this shit and I'm going to get them in trouble. Like, that's fucking weird shit. Anywho, but it's even weirder that you guys want me to have an opinion claiming that somebody's lying. Don't give me a timestamp of where you want me to go check out these lies at. And you're more fixated and worried about the fact that somebody might have snapped a photo in court than why people are in court to begin with. Is that what we're doing here? Is that what we're doing? You're not derailing me. The green team acknowledged that they were in those chats. Do you need to go pull Betty's live stream from today? I have no idea who's on what accounts doing what. Again, catch up or go on. I don't fucking care. See, do I really want to go here? It's so weird to me that people are so obsessed with who likes who and who doesn't like who. Court systems are not used for false allegations. This is claiming that these people are involved and engaged in Rico and racketeering. That's the problem that I see with all of this. I don't give a fuck your personal feelings on any of these people that are involved in this. This is wrong across the board. Period, point blank, end of story. Oh, I'll pull it. I got it right now. Hold on. I was watching Betty this morning. Let me go grab it. I got you. Let me do it. We can do that. Okay. Here you go. Here's Betty's breakdown from this morning.
Us and hate channels is we don't come here and tell you guys they broke the law, right? We ask you guys to question whether they did. We present you the receipts, okay? I would think the statute is a receipt, right? It tells everybody exactly what the law is. Now we're going to show another receipt.
Okay. Sure.
And this receipt is whether or not they violated the law. Let's look and see if we see anything.
Again, I defer back to the bailiff and the judge who runs that courtroom. If they found that the law was broken, it would have likely been handled right there on the spot. Could something eventually, if they choose to, yes, but we will have to wait and see if there's anything to come of it. People are really trying to make sure something comes of it, but as of right now, it's a deflection point that is really fucking weird for me to hear people want to talk about this instead of like what the filing is about.
That appears to violate the law based upon the statute that we read directly from Pennsylvania statutes and rules. Let's see. Oh, so the first thing we've got is you can see an angle. Let's see if we can blow this up. By the way, this is from 5D. Thank you again, 5D. So there's different sides. You guys understand that there's two sides to the courtroom, right? If you guys know that there's two sides to the courtroom, put a 1 in the chat. If you don't know there's two sides to a courtroom, put a 2 in the chat. One side is for the plaintiffs and one side is for the defendants. So the plaintiffs typically sit on one side where the table that goes up there. Now, not all the time do people that sit in the gallery sit on the right side if they need to, especially when the courtroom's filled. You just got to find a seat and sit your butt down, right? But typically when you have a scheduled hearing, one side is for the plaintiff and one side is for the defense. And the people sit on their respective sides, depending on, especially if they're there with their attorneys are going to guide them over to the side of the courtroom that they're going to be presenting on. And they're going to usually sit right behind the table. So when they're called up, they go around the little wall. And
no shit, Sherlock. Like, can you just land the plane? Like, nobody needs a dissertation on how a courtroom is.
Into the bullpen where the judge's bench is in front of them, right? So you have the gallery and the audience seating, and then you have the two tables for the cases that are being presented from the plaintiff and the defendant, or the petitioner and the respondent, depending on what kind of case you're dealing with, right? So you can clearly see that this is coming from the opposite side of the courtroom, first and foremost. Then when you hear the commentary on these channels, these are coming directly from both the defendants that were in the courtroom at the time, according to the content creators that were running the stories and getting the play-by-play by the defendants while they were in court. And they were so brazen that while I was watching this, personally watching this, not watching it after the fact, watching it while it was live, our whole team was.
Did you hear what she just said? Just wait, it gets better. It gets better. Our whole team was watching this as it was live.
We had obviously Gaping Lake and Fat Lips running their shows, and one of them had a direct contact with one of the Gaping Lake had direct contact with GW, while Fat Lips had direct contact with Shamu.
So what?
Okay, so we have the direct contacts and the linkage there, but you can see, so we were all watching. I'm just giving you guys what we were doing because we were, we knew that the case was going on. We were also trying to find out what was going on in the courtroom, but we weren't being fed any information by the people in the courtroom. We were actually on these hate channels trying to get, see what was going on and why in the hell they had access to it, but we did not, right? And it was because
I mean, okay. You also see that they both, Julia has her phone out, Nick has his phone out. This is obviously previous to the session.
Our people in my
opinion,
courtroom were following the law while theirs were breaking it.
Either way.
So let's see if, according to the law, which clearly prohibits any type of transmission, still images, motion pictures, videos, audios of any person within the judicial facility, and that includes the immediate surroundings of that judicial facility.
She's basically trying to say you can't even take pictures outside the courthouse. Betty, slow down.
So that would encompass the hallway and inside the courtroom. Yet here we see photos of the defendant or the plaintiffs being shared with other defendants of the case. And they are publicly broadcasting the play-by-plays. And we even saw while we were
Jay and Queen, not Granny and Barbecue, correct? They weren't live streaming. Check your
watching both of the defendants engaging in text messaging with the content creators in real time.
Oh, I'd want to go. If I was Granny and I was sitting there, I would totally want to go over there and smack Nick's face. And
okay, this part is actually comical. This is such a good clip of Betty right here. Bree, thank you for the support. This right here, listen to this shit she's about to spew.
Smack.
Oh, I thought we were the true crime community that realizes violence is why we cover most of the cases. We denounce any type of violence on this channel. Absolutely denounce it. We don't incite our audience to think or to even approach the topic of any.
Ma'am, you jumped out in the middle of fucking traffic going after someone. You denounce violence, but you jumped out in the middle of traffic going after someone. And do you remember this little clip right here?
It's the bleeding hearts wanting to save children. Some children are not worth saving, and I'm sorry. That's just how I feel. Just like some dogs. Some dogs are too vicious that they have to be euthanized.
Oh.
System. It's our judicial process.
Oh, but you don't. Oh, 6 violations on 4 active ROs. Okay. All right.
Anybody with violence, smacking them or otherwise. If we were to say stuff like this on our channel, it would be hitting across every channel saying that we advocate for violence. So clearly,
ma'am, you do.
These criminals.
I guess me saying I need to punch a hoe button is advocating for violence too. Woo!
Criminals are advocating for violence of people that are suing them. And Gaping Lake is part of the lawsuit, and so is Fat Lips.
Okay, so she's talking about Jay when she says Gaping Lake, because that's what she's been calling Jay. But when did Jay become a defendant? Because she's not. She's not a defendant. Neither is Queen Bee. They're not defendants in this. The only defendants are Barbecue and Granny.
So.
Back Hong's face. Like literally. And then grab Julia by her bun.
She's got some grace with her. Let me tell you what, because you know Jay, I couldn't do it.
Wow. All right. We got another picture coming in. Granny, thank you so much for sending these.
Oh!
I mean, and all the...
Oh! So acknowledgement of who are sending them. So the law states that there is...
Do you see your co-plaintiffs on their phones? Because I sure do. Julia's got hers right in her hands. Like, obviously, this is before proceedings started. And again, the judge would have handled it if they found appropriate. Why are people stuck here?
Let's just read this.
So fucking weird.
It is unlawful and a criminal offense to use or operate a device to capture, record, transmit, or broadcast a photograph, video, motion picture, or audio of proceedings or persons within a judicial facility. So even the hallways off limits. Or an area adjacent to or immediately surrounding a judicial facility without court approval.
All the things that are going on right now, she's sending us updates, guys.
You can hear
Thank
it.
you so much.
Listen to how excited she gets over here and Jay airdrops something to herself.
For your super chat.
That was an update. That was something being sent to her.
No, bitch. It was Jay airdropping something to herself.
Granny, listen.
You idiot.
I mean, and all the things that are going on right now, she's sending us updates, guys. Thank you so much for your super chat.
Oh my God, not a picture of them walking down the fucking sidewalk. Not a picture of the plaintiffs walking down the sidewalk outside the courthouse. Oh, I'm sure they're going to be on America's Most Top Wanted.
Thank you. Thank you. She said, thank you for doing this today. Thank you for being here. Thank you. I don't think she's going to get in trouble. She's got her lawyer with her.
Feisty Nana, you and your crew, I don't even know who you are, but I know where you belong. You and your crew go find something to fucking stand for and actually talk about the fucking filing and how fucking wasteful and frivolous it is to claim that somebody is Rico and racketeering. Until you guys stand for shit, don't ever come in my chat and tell me to stand for shit, because you bitches lay on your fucking backs. trying to find a backbone to stand on something, while all you do is have opinions on everybody else that is doing this or doing that. Fucking get a grip or get the fuck lost. Seriously. If you don't want to talk about why they were in this courtroom to begin with, miss me with your fucking bullshit. Because if you think it's okay to waste court time with Rico and racketeering, I don't really give a fuck about some pictures at all. Period. Did you hear me? I don't give a fuck about no pictures in a courtroom, outside the courtroom. I'm not the judge. The judge made her decision. They stopped and interrupted court twice. That's sufficient for me. It is what it is. If people learned and they don't do it again, that's up to them. I don't behave that way, but I'm sure as fuck not going to be out here telling grown adults and worrying about fucking photos in a goddamn courtroom when we should be worried about the fact that they are being lied on and claim that they're Rico and racketeering. So run tell that. Go back to your fucking Discord and run tell that. Nonsense is on one today. Sure as fuck am. Sure as fuck am. And I'm going to stand here. Continually to stand here. We do not weaponize the court system for false allegations of Rico and racketeering, especially those bitches that claim that they dabble in true crime. You should be standing against wasting court time and money with Rico and racketeering, as all of you fucking know. This is not Rico and racketeering. If this was a defamation suit, an RO, the whole thing would be different. But that's not what we're doing. So go tell those plaintiffs that are bitching about photos being taken, maybe they shouldn't have filed a frivolous fucking junk lawsuit to begin with, making false allegations if they didn't want their pictures taken. Any other questions? Anything else? Fucking weird shit.
She's not going to do anything that's going to get her in trouble.
I heard that the lawyer, I don't know if I can, never mind.
Shorts cash.
Granny ain't dumb. There's one thing she's not.
She looks pretty dumb. Look at that. You can see what side of the freaking courtroom they are on, and they're taking a picture of opposing counsel, his table, his paperwork. Trust me, this is
these people are fucking flipping over themselves, doing fucking back handsprings to fucking twist something about a goddamn photo in a courtroom that the judge would have handled. The judge would have handled it if there was a problem. And then they would have had to deal with the consequences. And if something comes from it, it comes from it. What the fuck do you people think? Oh my God. Somebody might have lied. They might have been in a chat. Oh, they might have taken a photo 2 minutes in. But yet you can't fucking stand against false allegations in a courtroom. Ooh, yikes. Fucking yikes.
Is problematic, to say the least. Problematic, to say the least. And not only that, but there's police reports from what I hear, or, you know, from what Nick the Hat, or not Nick, the At Night Private Intelligence has posted.
Oh yeah, everything that At Night posts is so fucking intellectual and pans out, right? Oh my.
Is that law enforcement is involved because there have been death threats.
Where was the police report of the guy? Where was that police report attached in the exhibits with the guy peeping in Hong's windows? You make a police report on a photo in a courtroom, but don't make a police report on a peeping Tom that Hong says he was in fear for his life because the guy was outside of his house. Are you all okay?
To Joe Lesniak, death threats. And you're taking pictures of him in a courtroom?
And once again, we're just supposed to take At Night Media's word on that. Yeah, I think I'll pass. I think I'll pass, considering that At Night is composed of Nick the Hat and others. And Nick the Hat is currently on felony probation parole for falsifying things. Like, yeah, no. I'll wait to see the police reports.
And these people think that a judge is just going to be, oh, no problem.
Well, obviously the judge was like, oh, no problem.
Okay. Well, we're not talking about that. We're just talking about whether they broke the law or not.
Ma'am, you made a veiled threat to a judge's grandchildren. Do I need to remind you? And you're fucking stuck on a photo when you make a veiled threat to the judge's grandchildren? Allegedly innocent, I take it back. You might be fucking right. You might be right that these people aren't living in reality. You might be onto something with that, actually, because this can't be reality. That this is the woman who made a veiled threat to a judge's grandchildren who is stuck on a fucking photo. That court was interrupted, I think, twice over. Not. Would I have done it?
That's
No.
a fact, right?
No. Would I have done this? No. I would have been scared shitless. I go in, I sit down, I act like I'm there, studious, because I'm a chicken shit when it comes to that kind of stuff. I don't have a traffic ticket. I don't like courtrooms. It is just how I behave. But I sure as fuck am not going to tell other grown adults who are defendants in a case how to behave or what to do or what to say or how to. Okay, not going to happen. It's fucking weird. You people are weird.
Granny's one smart cookie.
And this isn't in the courtroom anyway. This one here is, outside the courtroom.
Those
Yeah, it's a little waiting area.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. Those look like places to sit, and it doesn't really matter because let's face it. What does it say? It says right here. It doesn't matter. They're like they're admitting to everything over and over and over again because it clearly says a person within a judicial facility, or an area adjacent to or immediately surrounding the judicial facility. Oh, it doesn't matter. That's just the hallway. Well, according to the law, that's a violation of law too. Just saying.
Oh my God. This is fucking
Apparently there was a
insane.
conversation had out here that she's going to fill us in.
I cannot believe people are stuck on this. I cannot believe people are fucking, I can't. Well, actually I can. It's the internet. What do I expect?
And on afterwards.
Whatever.
Nonsense says, I'm betting it's one of the at night guys, Clark Swan.
I love this part. This was me in the chat. By the way, Betty, the guy I'm talking about is a part of the team on At Night in the exhibits. The exhibits that you guys drew up. The name I am giving is the guy that helped come to the decision to give Seth this contract with At Night Media on a pro bono basis. That was the only other person I could think that would possibly be there with him. That's why I said that name.
Johnson is my guess. Clark.
So now they're trying to identify the people.
Oh.
Okay, I want you guys to understand this. We have people being threatened with their life, telling them they have a hit out on them, $100,000 hit, which is
Really? What the fuck? What are they doing? What is happening? Callie Cat says she knows who called the cops but denies it was her. Myself, I've always thought Callie is Sonia's alt and Ghetto Chick is BHB. X accounts? Are those the X accounts? Is that right, Bree? I think I've heard about them on X, but I have no fucking clue. Like, this is wild.
Insane, right? For trying to cover a
This
missing
is
child
wild.
case.
Thank you for the support. Bree.
And now you've got people in this courtroom taking pictures of the attorney, of the court clerk, and of people sitting with the plaintiffs and trying to identify those people.
No, it was just a simple, I threw out a name because he's on the pro bono contract. That's all that was. That was it. And I was like, you know what? Doesn't look like any of the other guys. I wonder if it would have to be one of At Night's guys, I assumed.
That to me is very scary.
Oh,
this is not a joke.
Oh,
these people are putting people's lives in danger.
Oh, are you? Oh.
How do we know that? Because there's according to private At Night or At Night private intelligence, they have the FBI as well as local police that they've contacted about these death threats.
Okay.
So we have a criminal investigation most likely underway based upon those affidavits.
Oh. Jeez, let's take the wheel.
And these people are taking photos of people in the court, including their attorney that has had his life threatened, and post them on here and tries to identify more people.
Man.
For what purpose? For more death threats?
The attorney in his toupee, this guy, this mofo made his own appearance on a public social media platform. And also, I think it was Court TV. Him and his toupee showed up publicly. One came late to the party.
For people to show up to their house? What is the purpose of it? Especially from all these people that say that they were doxxed and love their anonymity. It seems like they're the only ones that are uncovering other people's anonymity. I've always said, if you want to keep your anonymity, quit attacking other people.
What the fuck is going on? Sorry, Revival, too late. Bob, thank you for the support, right? This is fucking insane to me.
Quick going real.
I don't give a shit if people like the plaintiffs or the defendants. I don't care. I don't care. But to get caught up into this bullshit about pictures and make this big deal out of it with Nick and Hong, and like even like trying to be like, oh my God, they took a photo. Like, it's so weird to me. The whole situation is just fucking weird because these people don't want to talk about why they're in court to begin with, but they get stuck on stuff like this. It's like, what the fuck are you guys doing?
Real life. Quit dox.
And yes, I'm directly speaking to BJ, 5D, Betty, all of them that continue to avoid talking about why they're in court to begin with. These bitches stand for nothing besides making false allegations in court. And 5D, you're one twisted weirdo.
Doxing them. Maybe they wouldn't dox you. But I tell you, people that dox me and come over here crying when I find out who they are and I plaster them all over my page, cut it out. Get out of here. I don't want to hear it. You had no problem putting a map to my house.
She's acknowledging that she doxes people. Who put a map to her
And
house?
you're worried about your name being your lawful legal name is your lawful legal name. I have no duty to cover that up.
Who?
Nor will I. You want your anonymity? Then stay the hell out of my business.
And Betty, all I did was in a public chat restate the name of one of At Night's people who helped make the decision to grant Seth a pro bono contract with That Night. You know, the exhibits that were dropped on At Night's public website, publicly available. If they didn't want their team identified by name, they shouldn't have put it in the exhibits, right? Okay.
But you don't get to break anonymity of other people and expect to keep your anonymity. That's how we roll over here. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. If you can't handle the heat, then get the hell out of the kitchen.
That's just now. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Girl.
So first off, they kept lying and saying we were live streaming in there because of the photo being up.
Mm-hmm.
So they were saying that, but basically, the judge has to take time, obviously, look over everything.
It's frivolous.
What do you do?
Hong just made a post. Damn, they went civil to criminal real quick. Thanks for live streaming it in the angle that only you had.
Nobody went live.
So we definitely saw the angles. We definitely heard somebody on the phone and somebody's mic being on, and you could hear the movement around inside the courtroom. So there was audio transmission. And there were photos inside the courtroom as well as in the hallway of the courtroom, which is a clear violation of the law. Why would they have laws?
Demon, I think I even said the wrong name in the chat. Hold on, let me go pull it up. I followed that up with like more conversation about what I was talking about. But that's the person. I don't even know his name. what his name really is. For some reason, Clark Swanson was the name I said. But I was talking about the guy that was in the pro bono thing. I'll go pull what his actual name is.
To prevent this from happening and just dismiss it when it does.
I told you that's what they're going to say.
Someone who filmed and took pictures prosecuted. Imagine if your lawyer you hired inadvertently got you charged. It's sad you can't follow the law for 1 hour.
I told you that's what they went back in to do. When they left the courthouse, they turned around and went back in. I said, I guarantee they're going back in to try to press charges for that.
Unbelievable.
But we didn't live stream, so.
Yeah.
And no, what your attorney said is, I didn't give permission for my voice to be broadcasted. That's what he said. Nobody went live.
Then how did we hear the court proceedings through a feedback on her phone? Wouldn't that be part of the transmit?
It's Charles Swanson. Here you go. Charles Swanson. Right here is what I was talking about. This is a pro bono representation in keeping with that night's policy of representing deserving clients at no charge for agency services. Hongzi Alexander, Charles Swanson have reviewed the case with corporate counsel and found that the client's position to have merit and deems the client himself worthy of consideration. That's who I was talking about. So it's Alexander Charles Clark Works, fucking Clark Works.
Or the capture? Or the photograph? Within a judicial facility or adjacent or immediately surrounding the judicial facility without approval of the court? So, according to the law, they don't need to live stream. They only needed to capture the pictures. And they only needed to transmit those photos, which they did. And we've got proof because we produce receipts over here on the Bullhorn Betty channel. We don't throw allegations without factual information.
Is Betty playing Chronicles of the Shady? Are you fucking? Woo, this is lovely. Isn't she lovely? Ooh, the day. Made it. Shady made it. She's on BHB's playlist. Oh my God.
Oopsie, made a oopsie.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I rewound.
And they only needed to transmit those photos, which they did.
How far, Revival? Casual Art, thank you so much for the gifted memberships and thank you for being a member. How far do you want me to go back, Revival? This is some straight up fucking this actually is good entertainment on a Friday.
And we've got proof because we produce receipts over here on the Bullhorn Betty channel. We don't throw allegations without factual information.
They just live in a fantasy world. Way to turn it. I thought this was.
That's got to be Shady's video, isn't it?
You're a liar.
Warning, bullshit alert.
Hello? Wow, this is Wendy. Oh, shut up.
Criminal.
Holy shit.
Judge is ripping Leslie.
So you've got them on a three-way call. What I presume was happening for us to get that kind of feedback is that one of them must have called and left their phone on.
What?
So every time they wanted to hear something, they could just
I was even present for that and I didn't even catch that.
turn the mic on or share
Holy shit.
the audio.
And
I bet you anything, we're going to find a phone call in their phone records going to one of the content creators.
ma'am, you bet you're gonna find a phone call in one of their call logs. The judge was interrupted twice during this hearing, and the issue sounds like it's completely over. So how do you think you're gonna get their phone logs? Demon, yeah, it was just me. Clark works though. Alexander Charles. I don't even know if the person's real. It could be just a name.
And they just left their phone open and on. How else would you have all that background noise?
What the fuck is going on?
I don't think
here?
their phones would have been able to get into the Wi-Fi. And you guys know when you go into these buildings, your Wi-Fi goes zoop, right? Because there's a whole bunch of blockage. They have their own equipment in there. They have wire beams and concrete block in their stuff. They may even have, disable.
They have wire beams? What do you think this is? Like, this is some high, like, do you think they went to the Pentagon?
Internet for people with cell phones. So what would you have left? Only your telephone. Only your telephone. So it is my belief, based upon that little nugget of hearing the courtroom, that somebody must have called somebody and just left their phone on so they could hear the proceedings as they were happening. That sounds like transmission and broadcasting to me.
Well, again, Betty, court was interrupted twice. Their phones were checked. Their phones were confiscated. From my understanding, again, I wasn't there, so I have no idea. But what are you doing? This is so weird. I was listening.
Yeah,
Let's listen to it.
I thought this was criminal.
Judge is ripping Lesniak per barbecue.
And that was not the truth. Actually, what she said was that her attorneys were. So everybody out there was thinking that Joe Lesniak was getting ripped up and down one side and up the one side from
so stupid.
The judge. No. It was Barbecue's attorneys that.
Jax, welcome to the. You don't have to like any of the parties involved in this, but if you're okay with false allegations in court, period, such as Rico and racketeering, catch up. That's all I give a fuck about. I give a fuck about the fact that people are accusing people of being a part of Rico and racketeering when that everybody knows isn't what is happening here. Not even remotely. You can have your personal feelings on anybody in this, but when you claim in a court system on court filings and align yourself with people that are known frauds, such as Nick the Hat, and just on face value, using an attorney's name that doesn't even know if he's coming or going or who's representing who, we got some issues.
Were screaming at Joe, not the judge. Interesting. And if you don't believe that, you can listen to her. The way I found that out is because this defendant was on a show where she said her attorneys chewed him out before they went in.
Go judge, go judge, go judge. We don't even know what you're saying, but go ahead and do it.
Okay, now they're bringing up Castor. All right, let me add her as a mod.
So now they're bringing up Castor. So she's literally getting a play-by-play from.
She also just said, let me add her as a mod.
Inside that courtroom, we could hear the phone line open and all the commotion inside that courtroom, i.e. transmitting.
We could hear. Do you hear her?
Let's keep going. Thank you, 5D.
Dude, okay. Now she's moderated. Thank God.
You can hear it.
My eyes are bad. I gotta go pick up my new glasses. They're ready. Okay, Castor is up. They're bringing up Castor.
How would she know this?
All attorneys are standing. Tension is high. Lesniak is drowning.
How would she know this?
Wow.
Because they were obviously talking. They were obviously talking. Hello, and then they got fucking told, put him away. They put him away.
Nobody in that courtroom could be possibly giving this lady play-by-play unless a phone line is open.
Oh, it couldn't be text messages though?
Unless a phone line is open and you can clearly hear what's going on inside the courtroom. She's listening in. How in the world is she able to listen in or get transmission or broadcast feed from a courtroom that's closed off to media and recordings?
Oh, God.
So we're going to be doing another poll at the end of this.
Oh.
To see how many people think she broke the law. We were at an 80-20 split before we started this segment.
Autumn, I have no clue what audio that was. I was there and didn't even catch that the first time.
Little feet, Joseph, kick your little feet. You're in trouble.
These people are freaking idiots.
They found themselves in a real sea of sharks today, didn't they?
They obviously got the
Dude,
warning.
I mean, I would love for the judge to be like, dismiss. Like,
Keep wish in one hand and poop in the other, and then go dive in your gaping lake.
Hey, Jay, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
I got him. It was Julia. It was Julia that was complaining because I heard her go up to the one guard and was like, oh, "They're putting pictures of us," and then we're like, "Yeah, we took photos." But well, I'm not gonna. I'll just say I'm a little slicker than Barbecue and the other.
Did you hear her? She said, "Yeah, we took photos." So obviously somebody complained. They came over, they interrupted things, they warned them, told them to put them away. It was handled. There we go. Like, okay, and
we had to show them our gallery. Thank you. And like,
oh, little slicker. So, i.e., lied to what? The judge? Let's listen to that again. It sounds like she's happy that she did criminal activity and got away with it. Is that what I'm hearing?
Oh my.
Let's listen to that. It sounds like, what do they call it? Duper's delight?
It was Julia. It was Julia that was complaining because I heard
this cannot be real life right now. Hallucinogenic ground control to Major Tom. Thank you for the support. This can't be real life.
her go up to the one
Betty was so, look at how pissed she is too. She was like this all morning.
guard and was like, oh, "They're putting pictures of us," and then we're like, "Yeah, we took photos." But well, I'm not gonna. I'll just say I'm a little slicker than Barbecue and the other. We had to show them our gallery. Thank you.
I don't think she was slicker because Gaping Lake said you were the one transmitting all the photos and audio to her before this thing started.
You just acknowledged before this thing started.
I don't know how she thinks she's so slick.
I mean, can we
And show them that we didn't have photos or recordings.
Oh my.
So so basically what she did is she was a little more slicker than Barbecue, i.e. she deleted the evidence before law enforcement got to her phone. That's what I'm interpreting that to mean. Let's listen to that in full context. Let's go back 20 seconds.
Pictures of us, and then we're like, "Yeah, we took photos." But well, I'm not gonna. I'll just say I'm a little slicker than Barbecue and the other. We had to show them our gallery. Thank you, and show them that we didn't have photos or recordings.
So we know that the photos came from her because J is for Justice. Gaping Lake is said that thank you for sending them. Thank you, GW, for sending those to me.
Yes, we know. We know.
And so she hands over her phone to show she doesn't have any photos. That would imply she deleted evidence.
Oh my God.
That means she knew what she was doing was wrong. And when she was caught,
and
she was slick and deleted all her evidence.
And I'm like, "Well, I got this photo from outside, but the photos were taken before the court even started, so that's not
right."
Yeah.
So they take everybody's phones?
Yeah, we all had to give up our phones.
I mean,
and then like I said,
they laugh about it like it's a joke. Like, I don't think ticking off a judge that you're asking for basically a favor. I don't want to have to deal with this lawsuit. And you
obviously she wasn't ticked off because she didn't tell them all to leave and or jail somebody. And her courtroom was interrupted twice over this. So what are we doing?
Respect their courtroom. I got no words for the stupidity of people.
So weird.
It was spoken about. Like, Barbecue's like, yeah, I took photos before court began.
I wouldn't have taken.
She didn't care.
Right. They would have even said, delete him right now.
Now, let me be honest. I would have absolutely taken photos outside the courtroom. 100%. Absolutely. Walking by, taking videos of them. Yep. I would have done all that, but not during. But again, they gave up their phones. It was what it was. Here we are.
Now, you know what I mean? Like, if that was a problem.
Right.
I've seen it happen in courts before.
They want Granny and Barbecue jailed for taking photos in court, I guess.
Where people get busted with their phone.
They don't want to talk about why they're in court to begin with. They don't want to do any of that, but they want them thrown in jail for taking a picture of the plaintiffs. Yeah, and they're trying to say that they were live transmitting, which she has failed to provide proof of.
Phones taking pictures during live court.
Are you feeling any better, Granny? Oh, that's not Shady. That's not Chronicles of the Shady. It's 5D. I just realized who that is. Sorry, Shady. But still, Betty's been playing her. Betty's been agreeing with Shady. So that's 5D's video. I got that wrong.
I don't know why this is taking so long. Seems like let's just keep. Is that the end of it? No?
Yeah, because your fucking friend doesn't know how to clip.
I don't know if there's supposed to be audio there or not. Okay, so let's read what it says here. It says BBQ and GW watching got busted being slick, evil, sneaky, taking pictures of the plaintiffs and their friend and Lesniak.
Oh my. Oh no. I want to hear this part again though, because this is the fun part. 106 right here.
Opposite side.
Listen to Betty.
Of the courtroom. First and foremost. Then when you hear the commentary on these channels, these are coming directly from both the defendants that were in the courtroom at the time, according to the content creators that were running the stories and getting the play-by-play by the defendants while they were in court. And they were so brazen that while I was watching this, personally watching this, not watching it after the fact, watching it while it was live, our whole team was, we had obviously Gaping Lake. In fact,
our whole team was watching it while it was live. So they were there with us all. I mean, okay. And like, what are we doing now?
The plaintiffs and their friend and Lesniak.
Oh, here we go.
And as you can see, the person transmitting this.
Who gives
and then calls him
fuck?
dumb, dumber, and dumbass. Dumb, dumber, and dumbass. You can't make that stuff up. You can't make that stuff up. All right, guys. So let's go ahead and let's put another poll into chat. Let me refresh.
I don't
put
know
another
why
poll
we're
into chat.
stuck here.
And now that we've seen the law, we've seen the evidence.
Oh, we've seen the law and the evidence. What about the Rico and racketeering allegations? Where are we at with that?
Let me ask again.
Oh, the judge is making a decision on the anti-slap. Okay.
Do you think the defendants violated PA law? Question mark. Poll is now officially up. Please consider taking the poll. The poll will we'll talk about a couple other things, but there's all of the receipts that I have. I don't have them in my possession, custody, and control, and I know that there are definitely more that were captured. But that is what is out by 5D. Again, shout out and credit to 5D. If somebody would shoot the 5D's channel in chat, I'd greatly appreciate it. It's okay. The trolls can vote because I like them to see that they don't do anything over here. Their work does. They just suck at their jobs. Okay, they just suck at their jobs, all of them. So I just want to show they have to always go and create 15 million stupid accounts to try to justify them. Oh my gosh, yes, we're in control. We've got this. But we have to have 50 million things and manipulate. We can't do it. I don't do manipulation strategies. I don't do that. It is what it is. My numbers are my numbers.
The fuck, Betty? Hold up. Revival, you want to clip this? Here you go.
15 million stupid accounts to try to justify them. Oh my gosh, yes, we're in control. We've got this. But we have to have 50 million things and manipulate. We can't do it. I don't do manipulation strategies. I don't do that. It is what it is. My numbers are my numbers. That's just how it is. I don't have to have my audience having 5 accounts so it looks like I'm getting all these clicks and views when I'm not. And that's, again, it's the manipulation. It's the strategy that they use, the smoke and the mirrors. The smoke and the mirrors, I think, is the biggest.
Speaking of smoke and mirrors, at the end of the day, I don't care what anybody feels about it. None of us are there. It's their court case. They're the defendants on it. They got their phones taken away. It is what it is. And here we are. The judge didn't put him in jail. They're obviously still trying to get him put in jail. I don't really get, like, what the fuck? What are we supposed to be concerned with here? Again, they don't want to talk about the fact that they claimed that these people are Rico and racketeering organization, but they want to talk about a photo snapped in court and are calling that evidence and calling for them to be Are y'all okay? Y'all okay?
Strategy.
You guys just show over and over again. You stand for fucking nothing.
Strategy point that they have. That's
nothing.
all they've got. So, and every time they answer the polls, it shows them just how small they are in the grand scheme, because they're in their small little echo chamber where they pat each other on the back. That's why they don't really grow.
I was going to say the only place that ever uses that's okay. Thank you, Revival. That makes sense. So 5D clip Shady's video. Gotcha.
Right? The only way they grow is if their people get new accounts, right? Well, set up a second account. Oh, that sounds like a great idea. Let me go and set up the 5th account, the 100th account, right?
This is so weird.
So, we're not playing all those things, but in that their little echo chamber, they think that they are the reality of this world because they're just delusional. Like, they just don't realize that outside of YouTube, there's a real live world out there that doesn't really care for their kind of buffoonery.
Autumn, I guess so.
Duty Ron would say, right? They're straight up buffoonery, and the chaos that they cause in these cases. Every last one of them. Either get on board with helping or just go tear each other apart. But stay away from these victims. These victims deserve better than crap. They deserve better than active felons, people that like to do substances and
ma'am, you are out on bond right now. Do I need to remind you of that?
Like to strangle their own children and like to have their own children taken away from the Department of Children and Family Services.
The fuck are you talking about?
And all this criminal activity and all this drug consumption and all this other stuff. These people need to realize they're the body.
Marijuana is illegal herb in many states. Are you jealous?
Bottom feeders. I mean, they've got to know this. So stay on your own side of your dirty street. Okay.
Whoa.
We're over here advocating for children and victims of crime. We're here.
Jesus, take the fucking wheel. The bus has ran right off the fucking edge down the cliff and is stuck on a fucking rock. And we're just hitting it. What is she saying?
Or to try to find answers, to try to bring people to law enforcement that can provide them answers.
Oh, you're trying to cultivate leads again, huh? Drumming up those false.
To advocate for people and to make sure that people are seeing them out there in social media. These other people, they sell hate for profit. That's all they do. And they have a
ma'am, you sell pain for profit.
Small echo chamber, and they have managed to take that echo chamber and wield it as a weapon against anybody and everybody that doesn't align with their beliefs, their
machete,
their delusional beliefs, where you put parents that have enough evidence to prove that they were abusive to their missing son prior.
Obviously not, because law enforcement hasn't charged them with such things. So there's that.
Prior to him going missing, yet they put them on a pedestal. And this didn't just happen once. This has happened over and over.
Fuck, I guess I'm going to package up some hate and sell that shit today, Betty. You make it so easy.
Over again, including all the way back to 2021 when they were putting the parents of Summer Wells on a pedestal. Literally crack smoking drunks.
$5. We make hate holla.
Were put on a pedestal above a missing 5-year-old child. That to me is disgusting.
Yeah, you would rather go out there and get parents of missing children fired from their jobs, right?
Anybody that supports parents that can harm a hair on their child's head.
This is
and
so
support them
fucking...
and get money is disgusting to me.
Wendy,
it's disgusting.
It's
but they always
delusional.
try to take their words and create a narrative with no receipts whatsoever, and then hurt an innocent father that's just looking for a son for profit. Not just $100 or $200, thousands, tens of thousands of dollars. At this point, probably close to $100 or more $1,000 raised off the bat, and that's just one content creator. But they have all the drug dealers. They have all the evil people in this world that sit there and make money, don't pay taxes, get freaking welfare from the government while making $20,000 a month.
What?
That's a fact.
What is she even on about?
Why is HHS involved in Fat Lips child custody, if not for...
Why the fuck are you involved in it, you weird bitch?
Some type of government assistance from everything I'm reading.
You're in a lot. You brought a lawsuit against... You've screwed your... Never mind. Keep going.
So,
keep going.
And we know $120,000 or more was raised by her audience. How in the world can somebody that can raise $120,000 be entitled to one scintilla of government assistance? That's what I'd like to know. But there you have it. There you have it. So this has been...
There you have it. Betty just rambling her lips again.
Passed around. I figured we would go over it just a little bit in case you didn't know who the family is of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers.
Oh my God. Meet the family. Meet the family. I didn't listen this far in. Meet the family. What? We have introduction, official flyers, tips, Sebastian Rogers, Sebastian's health, Sebastian's favorite things, timeline with links, 911 dispatch calls, law enforcement, interview timelines, CP and KP, first Duchess, WSMV, hands, second Duchess. This is the people that the judge told you didn't exist in your world anymore.
And of course, we have a stepdad, Christopher Proudfoot, mom, Katie Proudfoot, the missing, which is Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, and his father, Seth Rogers. There it is. Now let's read what is going on. So Sebastian Rogers.
What the fuck is this? I'm done. They've made a pamphlet. They've made a pamphlet. All right, let's go to this idiot. Okay, did you guys hear what I was saying? How Betty said her whole team was there and present? They were all watching it in real time in the hate channels. Like, again, just so everybody knows, here's my opinion again, Feisty Nana. I don't give a fuck. The judge didn't handle it. The bailiffs didn't handle it. Their phones were taken. They were warned. Then their phones were taken. Everybody had their phones in their hands in the pictures. Again, what else do you want me to care about? When you guys start fucking standing for something like false allegations not being thrown into court like Rico and racketeering, we can have a conversation. Until then, go have opinions about us having opinions that don't match with what you want it to. Like, I don't give a shit. But I think Betty's fucking being stuck on it is hysterical.
What am I supposed to know
Going back to August 17th.
about what's going on and what's true or what's not if I can't ask questions?
We're going to get to see 2 more of the plaintiffs. This is just going to be a little quick rundown, and then we'll bump it back to where we left off yesterday.
That's a problem. We have to be willing, regardless of our personal feelings, we have to be willing to ask questions.
Okay. Hope you're doing well, Katie K. Thank you for the support.
Well, that's you do what you need to do, Seth. Honestly,
never gonna have a care. Never gonna get it. Never gonna get it.
Am I not supposed to ask questions?
Oopsie, made a oopsie.
That's what honorable people do, is take a lot of shit. That's exactly what Tony and Seth do, is take a lot of shit that serves no purpose but to stress someone out. I feel like Tony is Seth, I think you're very strong without your team. However, I understand just wanting to help so bad you take it from anyone. I mean, am I just supposed to not ask questions? These screenshots they're damning.
Okay, just so in case anybody doesn't know what this is. So remember when the screenshots of Tony from the group chat on Facebook got leaked, and it was some of his 2 a.m. girls, and they were going after content creators, trying to take their channels down, anybody that disagreed with them. So that right there had happened. Brittany J was going to be reviewing those and shining light on who Tony actually was. You're going to see how Tony enters the scene. Seth is already in her chat. She started off this whole stream by telling everybody that somebody tried to enter her Patreon, trying to blame it on Mal and I, because Mal and I had done a video on her. And then for weeks, we got accused of inciting all these crazy things that supposedly were happening that there's never been proof of happening. Anyways, so she starts her live stream off that way, but it's titled about Tony. So Seth comes in and is like basically saying, I can read the text messages again. He's throwing a fit about how she's going to be talking about Tony. So she finally catches up after her rant about somebody accessing her Patreon. And this is where we're at right now. But this is August 17th. By October 18th, she is part of the team. She starts us off calling Tony an asshole, which you're going to see.
Okay, what Steven said was that Tony did not take the picture. He didn't say he didn't send the picture out. This is horrible. Right, I haven't even had an opportunity to, I have yet to even go through anything. But if what I was honestly hoping to get from tonight was the opportunity to ask Seth the questions, but he's not even going to allow me to ask the questions. If I'm going to stand up and defend you, can you not answer some questions for me? Look, this is insanity. I'm disappointed. I'm really disappointed. And it's not, and that's the sad part, Ginger. That's the sad part of all of this, Ginger. Ginger says, I'm sorry, but trust is earned, and Tony has done nothing to earn my respect or trust. I really hate that Seth seems to trust him so much. Right. That's the thing. It's not even about Seth. How did I start my live out tonight, you guys? I said, it's not even about Seth. Everybody be respectful towards him. This is more about Tony. And I have questions. I saw some things today that I'm very uncomfortable with. Very. If you, and I'm not even given the opportunity. Seth said you could email him. And then I'm still going to sit here and be lambasted publicly. I don't think people realize how much us creators, we take a lot of heat for continuing to support. And the worse it gets, the more these allegations come to light, it looks like we support this stuff. And I don't. I've sat silent for a while. Tony is a manipulative asshole. And I'm sorry, I cannot support Tony Mathis. If that makes me a bad person, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It breaks my heart that Seth is so trusting of this man. Jules says, no, you should not. Seth is very confused. He is asking like the supporters are his employees and he is being abused. Yeah, I can't do it, Jules. And if that means I lose people, that breaks my heart. But I got to stand on what I believe in. I'm going to drop the link if anybody wants to come up. Please, if y'all want to come up. We can go through this. Okay. What, Sherry, you saying you texted me? Here's the thing, too. I don't have a contact for Seth. I don't talk to Seth outside of the YouTube channel, outside of my live streams. Give me just a second, guys. I apologize.
And that's where things really took a drastic turn. So before they thought they had her under their control, that she was in line. Well, on August 17th, she was starting to prove a little problematic because she was going to review these. So Seth is in the chat throwing a fit saying, this is from August 17th, Jen. So let me read you a couple of the messages. Seth had said, see if I can find him really fast. So many people have asked me for so much shit lately that I have so many random screenshots or things that people were asking for. Give me one So Seth had said, if you don't support me and my team, then I can't be here. Apologies for all that do support me in finding my son. You can check me out on my platform. Later all, that's what he said. And he also said, people are putting Tony's family through hell with all of these false accusations and fake shit. He has done a lot for me and his heart is in the right space. I trust him. So all of that happens because Brittany's going to be talking about Tony and she's got Seth hashtagged. So this is how this starts out. I'm going to bump it forward to about the hour mark because that's how far we got. If you didn't see that hour, it's in the end of yesterday's stream. You can go rewatch that, but you'll catch up on a lot of it. So Tony comes up on panel. They go through this little shit fit here. Jules is on panel, which I find is ironic because Jules is now like trying to act like we're living in an alternative universe when she used to call Tony out all the time. Couldn't stand Tony. They all thought Tony was phony Tony for the longest time. But here comes Tony. I'll let you watch this and then we'll bump it to the fun stuff.
It's a volunteer job and there is no money or contracts that have ever changed hands.
Okay.
As far as trying to take content creators' channels down, Brittany, I can tell you in the last 2 weeks, I don't know when somebody supposedly said this happened, but in the last 2 weeks, we've put 7 billboards up, done 3 interviews and planned a vigil. And the last thing on my mind is content creators right now. So I don't know where that came from. It's not true. I have a civil suit right now that's tied to a criminal suit pending against a content creator, but it's not even on this platform.
Oh, did you hear that? Again, the date of this is important. So the date of this is August 17th. I'm going to slow that down so you can hear what Tony says there. Speaking of Lynn, I don't know who you're talking about, Cash, but Breaking Chains did another exceptional video last night. Exceptionally done video. Her videos have been so important. The big topics, incredible work again. Please go give her a view, a thumbs up. We need to get her shit out in the algorithm so much. So whatever you can do, set it to rewatch, give her some watch hours so it can get pumped out there. People need to see the reality of some of these things because we are setting victims further back by ignoring a lot of these things that are going on. And she had the balls and the bravery to address that straight on. And it was exceptionally done.
An engagement letter signed. I'm free to quit donating my time and money anytime that I see fit. And Seth is free to get rid of me anytime he sees fit. It's a volunteer job and there is no money or contracts that have ever changed hands.
Okay.
As far as trying to take content creators' channels down, Brittany, I can tell you in the last 2 weeks, I don't know when somebody supposedly said this happened, but in the last 2 weeks, we've put 7 billboards up, done 3 interviews and planned a vigil. And the last thing on my mind is content creators right now. So I don't know where that came from. It's not true. I have a civil suit right now that's tied to a criminal suit pending against a content creator, but it's not even on this platform.
Okay. Okay. Cause so I just want to tell you, so you know, cause, and I do want to be fair.
Okay. So I recorded this. This is a screen recording. So I recorded it fast. So I'm not going to speed it up. Sophia, thank you so much for the gifted memberships. But I'm going to play it from here so you guys can hear these pieces because he's talking about a civil and criminal suit that he's got, not against somebody on this platform. Again, August 17th. The date of this is important because it wasn't until September 16th that the cease and desist and injunction letter was actually signed. But that was also after. So this is previous to At Night entering. August 17th is previous to their contract with Seth. So At Night was in the picture, but there was no contracts or anything signed. But Tony was starting to get caught with his pants down. Figuratively, maybe literally. I don't know. I have no idea. So in my opinion, Tony was brought in as a cleanup crew, which he will talk about in this video. He will say that he was brought in to clean up some interviews that Seth had done. That's why he was needed. And then Tony starts getting in hot water. So what happens? They get a hold of somebody else, Nick the Hat, to come in and attempt to fix things. It has been a revolving shit show. But by the end of the month, they're in communication with At Night Media, signing contracts with At Night Media at the beginning of September. The next thing we know, there's C&Ds and injunctions for Barbecue and Clue. Katie K. No. I'll reach out. Thank you for letting me know, and thank you for the support. I hate that though, but thank you again for letting me know. I'll reach out to her.
And say this, Tony. I have, from the moment I started the live, I said, I don't know. I don't know. I want to ask questions because we have supported Seth. I still support Seth. I don't think, I think Seth is the one that has been trying to find his son. I've seen him out here pleading with the public. So, I'm not coming at this from a nefarious standpoint. It's just really concerning when you see things like that. But what they're alleging is there was someone in a group with you who has taken screenshots of some group you were in and shared.
You will notice that he acknowledges that these are legit messages.
Them with another content creator. And in these screenshots, it's basically they're accusing you of paying Bullhorn Betty to follow the Bower socks. They're saying,
So let me give you a little background.
Before he does that, I want to give 2 more shout outs to 2 more channels just off the top of my head. There's a channel called Just Saying. I will see if I can go find the link easily. And True Crama. Just Saying and True Crama have been doing shorter, condensed timeline videos. Mine are exceptionally long, as you guys know that. Thank God you guys tolerate me doing these long deep dives. But their videos are short, condensed, amazing timelines, like impressive. Breaking Chains, True Crama, and Just Saying have been doing excellent videos. If you need a short, condensed, don't have time to sit through all this bullshit, totally understand. Even if you do sit through this, I still highly suggest you go watch those because they're picking pieces and adding in things in the timeline that are incredibly well done. Thank you, Revival. Thank you.
We were in a Facebook group.
Look at that, Revival. We're working as a team today. You told me to do something. I did it. Go team.
See if I can get a light on in here. I'm sorry it's so dark. I'm sitting in here watching a football game.
I just appreciate you coming on to clear it up for us. You didn't have to do that, so I appreciate it.
Did he say he came up here? He has not seen these pictures yet.
Yeah,
because I do think that's a little shady. Like I'm no fan of Tony. Sorry, Tony, but I do think that could be easily manipulated. Like, why would Tony go on Facebook and send pictures like that? Like, obviously, it'd go back to him. So I'll give him that.
So let me, and I appreciate that. So we were in a Facebook group of a bunch of TikTokers that supported Seth that I created a group with. We had 2 or 3 ladies that were in that group that left the group. Them and the other girls had a falling out. As you guys know, I seem to somehow get the blame for everything. So when they left, they took a lot of that frustration out on me. And there was 5 or 6 subgroups that these girls created that I was not in. And what created the falling out is a couple of these girls went and they chased down a content creator's mom.
They went and I want you to hear what he is openly acknowledging. They went and chased down a content creator's mom. That would be Barbecue's mom. That they went and chased down. Now, you don't have to like these people. Again, I don't. Everybody's so personally invested in who likes who and what. That is a no. No. That's weird. That's too far. No. And meanwhile, that's the person he was saying he has a criminal and civil suit that he had pending against. Again, this is before At Night entered the scene. Take that into concept. Why do you think At Night was grabbed onto by Tony? Again, I remind you, Tony told us flat out he is the one who had the initial call with Dog and Nick. They read him his Miranda rights and he didn't run. He said, nope, we're going in deeper. And he wants us to see Seth as his vulnerable client. Tony Mathis, I think you have a lot more going on than you probably will ever want to admit. In a lot of hands in a lot of places, I have a feeling.
In her hometown and connected with her mom. And they did a bunch of really wild things that I did not know about because it was all going on in a group that I was not in. And they told me that was for my protection. But yet when it all blew up, somehow they blamed me, which is fine. I mean, as a spokesperson, you get blamed for a lot of things. But I can tell you now that regarding Bullhorn Betty, Betty went down when she went down on that trip.
Blue Sugar, you are absolutely correct on they tweet play-by-plays. I don't know if people have approval to do that or like how that works, but that happens. Like these people act like this is the first time that they've ever seen this happen with YouTubers. Like, it's so weird to me. Again, they're making a huge deal out of it. You can have your opinions on it. Like, you can say, I wouldn't have done it. But they're making it out to be this huge ordeal, and it wasn't. Betty's even acknowledging those were taken before court. Like, all of these things, that her team was in there. Like, it's so fucking weird, but great point on that, because Karen Reed, I know that they sit and as it goes.
She had been hanging flyers all day. She had had lunch with Seth. She had helped him set up his YouTube account. And then on top of that, she'd been stalked by Terry.
Revival.
He got her pulled over, and then they had their little altercation. And I knew that she said on her live that she was getting ready to go have a steak. So I bought the woman a steak. And it was because of all she had done for Sebastian and Seth that day. And it was due to what she had experienced with Mr. Bowersox. And I sent her $50 to buy her steak, and that's the extent of it. And in the memo on my Venmo, it says, enjoy a steak or get yourself a steak or something to that effect. So that shows you how things get spun out of control. I'm a person that lives in Oklahoma.
And for full transparency purposes, I have done a pre-recorded video on this before, but on some of this, here is the actual Venmo right here. Betty. On your screen. So it's got Tony up here. Our girl don't play. Bought her dinner tonight because of that. June 25th at 8:50 p.m. It's a Venmo. And you see it says to Bullhorn Betty, $50. Making sure you guys can see it. Let me take this off the screen. It says beaten up bee socks right there. That is what the transaction said. Okay.
Back the blues strongly. I don't do things that break the law.
Would you be willing to share and be transparent with your Venmo and Cash App and stuff, at least towards, I don't know if you know her name's not Betty, it's Andra.
Yeah,
but
it's Andrew
towards,
Griffin.
so
yeah,
would you do that?
I certainly would.
That'd be appreciated.
I don't know.
Same
Let's see here.
interesting. Yeah.
Let me see. I don't want to.
But you don't got to do it tonight. I was just wondering, would you be open to doing
Yeah,
that?
absolutely. I mean, I'm not gonna pay somebody to stalk somebody, because that's not what she was there doing. I mean, if you watch the live.
So this was one of the things that were in their group that got released. Michelle, this was one of the things that were in their groups that was leaked out, was the Venmo transaction, because he proudly dumped it in one of their group chats and then people leaked it on him. So he's acknowledging, but he's misleading and misrepresenting what he actually said about the beating up the bee socks. But it's right here. And it correlates, the time of it actually correlates when Betty was doing that video and she's going off about needing a GoFundMe for a pew-pew and she's raging after jumping out in traffic. She says that she's going to go get herself a steak at Jonathan's or Anthony's, one of the two. It correlates with that. So it's the same date that she did all of that. Yeah, it's wild. That pre-record actually has a lot of like inlaid clips and stuff in it. If you haven't seen it, there's a lot of shit in there that's kind of mind-blowing.
You know, she's a close friend of mine, and whether you like her or not, she's very close to Seth and I, and she was not there to stalk anybody. She got in an altercation with Terry after she noticed that Terry was following her and taking a picture of her license plate. You can clearly see it. She saw him in her rear view mirror. But I'll share a Venmo. I mean, I have.
And again, they're misrepresenting how that went down. It doesn't matter what people think. At this point, there's 4 active ROs against Betty. That she was told by the judge, these people don't exist in her world, and she's continued.
Receipts for my claims. The sad thing is that people don't have to prove guilt. It seems that we are always having to prove innocence. Regarding Caleb Harris,
sister.
I had an administrator of our Facebook group that sent me a picture and a video that I did not care to see. I was not involved in the case anymore. And I can assure you that I sent that to nobody. And I had many people ask me for it. And I told them that Randy was a coworker and a friend of mine, and there was no way in hell I was going to be sharing that information. And quite frankly, when it was sent to me, they didn't even know if it was him at that point. So, that didn't happen either. I mean, and Brittany, the only thing I will say, and I have no, you can have my cell phone number. I gave it to Josh the lab the other day, and we had a great conversation. If you ever want to ask me a question, I would much rather make myself available than to be tagged and have a video with that kind of a title on it, because I'm not hard to get a hold of. I'm glad to talk to you at any time.
All right.
It is a little disparating, to hear you just make up your mind that I'm an asshole when we've never even had a conversation.
I don't think no. She's just questioning it.
No, I don't think that's
she's
fair.
just questioning it.
No.
She's on.
They all jump into high gear to defend. Babe, thank you for the support, but stop spending our money. Oh, send me some pictures or some videos. The one of the little brown one that you sent me last night when you're telling the little brown one to tell babe good night. Send me another one like that. Okay. Thank you. Stop spending our money though. Okay. Hold on. Kyle distracted me. Give me a second. I'm going to roll this really quick because I've got it handy. So here you go. For those of you that don't know how the altercation went in Tennessee, here you go. Here's just a small little portion of it.
She did.
They threatened me. Oh, Terry Bowersocks. Oh, you want to come around here? Oh, look who it is. It's Terry Bowersocks. Look who just pulled up in the same QX80. Coming up, taking my tag plate. Let's turn around on his tag plate. Terry Bowersocks. Terry Bowersocks, right there. Came up and decided to take my plate on. So you want to know who's harassing who out here? The proof is in the pudding. The Bowersocks and the Proudfoots are the ones coming and harassing people. That right there, my friend, is Terry Bowersocks. Came by and took a picture. Why are you taking my license plate?
Why are you filming me?
Because you came by for me, Mr. Bowersocks.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm in a public place.
Yes.
Why are you harassing me and following me? Why are you harassing me and following me when I'm conducting business?
How can I be following you?
You just were in the plaza. You've been following me, sir. You guys have been harassing me and threatening me for 2 days.
Prove it.
I am. Right here, sir. Right here, sir. Prove it? Yeah, I did just prove it, asshole. Better go through that fucking light. Fuck with me. I don't need violence. I'll capture you on film.
Please tell us more, Betty.
You want to pull my card? Do that shit again, Mr. Proudfoot, Mr. Bowersocks. Pull that shit again. You will hear me roar.
Tony seems to have conveniently forgotten how the situation actually went down in Hendersonville.
And I knew that she said on her live that she was getting ready to go have a steak. So I bought the woman a steak. And it was because of all she had done for Sebastian and Seth that day. And
That's an interesting statement there, Tony. You think that stalking and harassing Sebastian's loved ones is doing something for him?
it was due to what she had experienced with Mr. Bowersocks. And I sent her $50 to buy her steak, and that's the extent of it. And in the memo on my Venmo, it says, enjoy a steak or get yourself a steak or something to that effect. So that shows you how things get spun out of control.
Well, let's just look at the transaction once again, shall we?
You want to pull my card? Do that shit again, Mr. Proudfoot, Mr. Bowersocks. Pull that shit again. You will hear me roar. You will hear me roar. Pull that shit again. Double dog dare you. Double dog dare you.
She's a Betty badass.
Actually, I think right now, with all this shit, I think I earned myself a steak, y'all. I'm going to get myself a steak. And you know what I'm going to do? That officer was so nice to me. And he said, Texas Roadhouse is good. He goes, but I like Jonathan's. So I have a funny feeling I'm about to go to Jonathan's, get me like a $50 or $60 steak. I think I earned it. I don't like spending that kind of money on me, but you know what? I just got stalked the whole time I was here. I got threatened with my life. And you know what? If I'm going to get run over by a fucking truck tomorrow, damn it, I'm going to have a steak in my belly. I ain't going out like that. I'm just saying.
I mean, when people are intentionally misleading or misrepresenting what they've said and done in the past, it does have a tendency of spinning things out of control, I would think. Don't you, Tony? Because in the memo of the Venmo transaction, it clearly states, beaten up the B-Socks, a.k.a. the Bowersocks. And you pretty proudly dropped that in your group message with your cohorts, didn't you?
Would you be willing to share?
There's the way it went down. T, thank you so much for the support. Thank you.
Honestly, privately for me being too hard on you and Seth privately. Like, this is not fun for her to do tonight, Tony. I'll tell you that.
When you were talking about Brittany here, you were talking about someone who has put her butt on the line. She has had faith in Seth. She has been there 100%, and she's not done anything questionable. So that doesn't work.
I get that. But Brittany, am I incorrect here? Was it you that said, I think Tony's an asshole, or was it somebody else on the
I may have said that.
I said that. I said you're a liar and you're an asshole. I said that for sure.
Okay. Well, my apologies. And I thought it was you that said it, Brittany.
No, I did say that I want to be able to ask questions because I don't
That's fair.
blindly follow anybody, you know,
Yeah,
because
that's fair. That's fair. Completely fair.
honestly, Tony, there have been some horrible.
But I think, I'm pretty sure, wait, this might be the clip. Hold on.
I want to be able to ask questions because I don't
That's fair.
blindly follow anybody, you know.
Let's rewind the beautiful footage.
Tony is a manipulative asshole.
Sounds to me like that was Brittany saying it.
Yeah,
Because
that's
Whoops. I love when I have all this right here.
things that have come out, and if it is things that you are innocent of, Seth is innocent of, it's horrible. And I you know, will say I'm sorry if you have been falsely accused of these things.
They have attacked my wife, who's got nothing to do with any of this. You know, they've sent emails to my work, they've sent emails to my family, content creators, and it's one that's doing it. We finally snatched his IP address when he sent an email. Believe it or not, the same person was sending emails to the pet rescue that were donating.
You notice he says him, he, not the defendants in the lawsuit that they filed though.
Money to.
Those are both females.
And he got a little bit careless, and one of the IP addresses got captured. But you know, we've been through it. You know, the pictures you're talking about on TikTok, that did not.
So publicly acknowledging that they were tracing people's IPs or attempting to trace people's IP addresses.
Not happen either. What nobody talks about is I went back and replayed the live. I showed a recording of me going into my TikTok lives, pulling the video up from the night before. They said it happened at the 13-minute mark. I was with my best friend, who's a 60-year-old stage 4 cancer patient, fishing in Minnesota when I did that live that they put that overlay on. It's the same person that sent the emails to my work and to this poor lady at this pet rescue, who also sent emails to Joe Petito. So they said it happened.
Let's be honest, it looks like the time would have been right after she publicly was saying that she wanted a steak. So it must have been during that time frame. That live goes on for quite a while. So I'm assuming like either during the end of that live or right after.
At the 13-minute mark, I went back and played pretty much the entire live so that people could see the real live unedited. And of course, there was nothing there. I was in my pajamas sitting in the hotel lobby when I did the live, and my phone was face down on a table. But you know, you just get tired of defending yourself against this craziness because it never ends.
Well, apparently I did call you an asshole, so for that I apologize.
Well, I thought I saw your box light up, but you know.
That's right. You know what though? I have to tell you this, and I'm probably gonna get some shit for it. But
Who cares?
people don't like me anyway. It's the fact that you come up here and you're willing to have a discussion with us.
That's true. You walked right in, straight up into the lion's den.
That you got my respect for that. Because, yes, I told Justin to get his butt up here.
Tony, when stuff like that happens, sorry, Justin, when stuff like this happens, do you turn that over to the law at all?
So, you know, in a court of law,
Close attention, please. If you're not really paying attention, tune into this and remember where we are today. Remember what this man said in his declaration.
I was a federal process server for a lot of years, and I worked with, you know, attorneys for day in and day out for quite a while. And, you know, you have to have legal standing when you turn things over. And even defamation cases, you know, you can go give an attorney a $2,500 retainer. And if you win, if you can't show measurable damages, you're going to win the case and you're going to get $1. And so it gets to a point where you realize that most of the people attacking aren't doing anything to help my client or Sebastian. And so you become oblivious to it. But, you know, the truth is that, you know, Seth and I, this is what a lot of people don't know. I'm more like a brother to Seth than I am a spokesperson. And he's got another lady that's more like a sister to him than she is an event planner. And it's just the three of us for the most part. And, you know, the relationship we have is private, but it's also very, very deep. I represented Seth for about a month when I found out that he and I grew up 15 minutes apart, literally spent Sunday eating dinners at the same place. You know, and I'd represented him for a month before I even knew that, because I thought he'd been in Tennessee and California and didn't know that he grew up in a little town in Kansas. And then I dug a little deeper and got to get close to his sister.
And again, all of that right there, he does that often. All of that, in my opinion, is to gain trust from the public. Oh, we have people in common. It's trying to give familiarity. But he is a stranger. When Sebastian went missing, they didn't know each other. He was a complete stranger. So he does that in every stream that Tony has been on. He uses that. He will say, oh, we have people in common. When they met, that was not known. He was a complete stranger who saw Seth as a vulnerable man who had a missing child. And he wasn't the first person that he attempted to latch on to.
found out that her childhood best friend was one of my wife's bridesmaids. So, you know, we're connected in a lot of ways, and we've got a very, very brotherly relationship. And, you know, that's why he gets defensive like that, because he knows what happens behind the scenes. He knows when he's having a rough day, who's there for him. You know, and Brittany, I not taken I didn't take a dollar from Randy Harris either, but, you know, when I go to Tennessee, I mean, I'll be in Tennessee for 5 days, leaving on Thursday. And, you know, those hotels, that travel, those meals, those come out of my wife and I's pocket. They don't come out of a GoFundMe.
Can I ask? I want to ask this question. I do want to clarify this. I looked this up myself. Michaela's Mutts is not the same Michaela.
And every time he does a panel to do damage control and basically either attempt to control the story, calm things down, or start new rumors, he always mentions how much he's spent or him doing it as volunteer. It's really weird.
No,
that's not her. This lady was she's a veteran.
It's a very unfortunate name, but it's not the same Michaela. And she is a phenomenal human. So is her husband. They have their business licensed. Everything's filed properly. But, you know, just to show you how vile some of these content creators are, her husband is the one that trapped this IP address. You know, the gentleman that sent it did not realize her husband was an IT guy. Mm-hmm. So he had 4 or 5 emails that were sent. I think all but one of them were from a VPN, but one of them was captured about 6 minutes from his house. Mm-hmm. So, you know, I mean, it's not that, but to your question, sorry, I got off on a tangent, but it's not the same Michaela. It's not, not any relation at all.
Well, one of the things I'm seeing people frustrated with, and they keep asking in chat, is why is the money from the vigil going to Michaela's Mutts, and why is there not a reward fund set?
Yeah, that's what I'd like to know. All that money, where did it go? Why not? Because for me, one of my kids is missing, and I raised something like $23,000. That's just what we saw publicly. First thing I'm doing is setting up through like an attorney or law office sort of thing, some kind of reward fund. Because Tony, these days people will talk for some money. Like with Summer, we did have quite a large reward fund. From what I remember, I want to say $50,000 to $80,000 somewhere in there. And you know, no one came forward, but sometimes a little bit.
So here's what I'll say about the reward. First off, anytime that any money goes to Seth for anything, which it hasn't since I've been representing him, he gets viciously attacked. And he didn't want that to happen. So he wanted to donate that to a cause that would make Sebastian proud, which was a pet rescue. Sebastian.
I'm confused by that. So he's basically trying to say that money stopped going to Seth as soon as he stepped in. Let's listen to that again. Tell me what you guys think of this.
Or law office sort of thing, some kind of reward fund. Because Tony, these days people will talk for some money. Like with Summer, we did have quite a large reward fund. From what I remember, I want to say $50,000 to $80,000 somewhere in there. And you know, no one came forward, but sometimes a little bit.
So here's what I'll say about the reward. First off, anytime that any money goes to Seth for anything, which it hasn't since I've been representing him, he gets viciously attacked. And he didn't want that.
Is he saying that anytime money went to Seth, he got attacked? And so when he came in, he started taking over the finances, or that no more money was. Which way is he saying? I don't know. I don't know which way. But we know as of a couple of nights ago from the Lore Lodge that he has a say in what Seth spends even $50 on, which is fucking weird and should never be happening. That is overstepping at the utmost.
That to happen. So he wanted to donate that to a cause that would make Sebastian proud, which was a pet rescue. Sebastian's favorite animal is a cat. We actually tried to get a kitty rescue, but we couldn't get a return call from him. So
is that where all the GoFundMe money went?
No. The GoFundMe money, you're fairly accurate on the amount there. To my knowledge, again, I don't have access to that.
Just over like $23,000. I was just wondering, did that go to Seth? Did that help? Maybe it helped with living expenses. I understand that.
But right here, he says that he doesn't have access to the GoFundMe money, which we know now he does. Again, as of a couple nights ago, he absolutely has control over the money.
He wasn't working.
Or some of the money. Him and Seth's sister.
I don't know, where did that go? Do you know?
So I will tell you, without sharing Seth's private information, which I won't do. I'll just simply say this: the first 60 days, as you guys know, he was searching every day, and he was off work. And he was off work far beyond that when it got to the point that he couldn't hardly walk because of his neck. So he did not get any relief from his job until just recently.
He just had surgery too, right?
That's correct. That's correct. So he had to live, and that GoFundMe money is not gone. But without knowing, when he was going to get some relief from his job or when he was going to go back to work, And the other thing too, the law enforcement has been pretty adamant, and there's a lot of things that they advise that we may or may not agree with, but they've been pretty adamant about there not being a reward offered. It is something that is still on the table. And it may still happen, but I can tell you this, if you know anything about Seth Rogers has not spent a penny of that money that he didn't have to spend to live. The man is not a fancy guy. The man does not have, I have not seen the man have one new item anywhere around him since I've been representing him. They attacked him over his motorcycle, and he had his motorcycle far before Sebastian went missing. So
we didn't see him out shopping for a new one, so
no, I mean, he's not a guy that buys, fancy clothes or fancy
he's still in the same apartment. Sorry, like that. He's still in the same spot, right?
Yeah, they raised his rent, and he didn't even want to move
And he
because
didn't move.
that's it. Right. Tony, I'm Justin.
Again, the date on this is August 17th, just to not confuse anybody. It is August 17th. So it's really interesting to hear this after the Lore Lodge stuff the other night.
I have a few.
But this is when a big shift changed. This is when Tony couldn't really gain control. Like, he was being exposed for things. His messages were being leaked. They were losing control of the public optics again. And right afterwards, At Night was brought in. None of it's shocking, but it's really interesting to hear this again, knowing what we do now.
Channels Justin for All Clips and Pearls. I've never spoken to you publicly or privately, but nice to meet you. I have a couple questions. First, why do you think, in your opinion, the perception that people, have of you, like what do you think it is that gets you the amount of criticism? And I'll be the first to say I have criticized you, and I'll tell you why here in a moment. But I try to take things. I always try to be sort of fair. I try to be as fair as possible.
And now Justin falls at Tony's feet. This is when Tony really gained control. Tony was the handler. Tony is Justin's handler, in my opinion, from what I see. Tony feeds information. Again, these people basically pay for access to Seth and information of Seth. Tony is packaging Seth up like a product, even though he's a vulnerable father of a missing child. He's selling access to Seth and information around this case. He is the middleman. And if you don't fall in Tony's line, you don't get access to Seth, which is fucking disgusting, but that is really true. Oh, Revival, we played that in the beginning. You guys, if you didn't see the video, we went over and read the news article and showed the footage that SF released to the media in the very beginning of this.
On each individual basis, right? On each individual thing. Like, I'll be the first to say whenever that, they said your junk was being shown or whatever. I don't think I've never thought it was anything. I think in my opinion, it was just.
So that would have been, Bree, you're talking about, that was March 18th when Seth said on Terry Lynn's that she was 12 and he was 10 years older and he's never known her to be a swinger. That was on March 18th. But I think it actually, some of the further conversation around that happened on Dolly Vision streams. And that would have been April-ish. May is when I reviewed the Terry Lynn stuff, closer to the end of May. The 3-part series I did of the 5-hour interview with Terry Lynn. It's still on my channel. There's 3 parts to it. It's around the end of May. So I think he really started getting attention on those numbers April and May, when the age gap was really figured out. And Tony came in the beginning of May. May 3rd, to be exact, is when he came out on Pascal's beside Seth. So it fits consistently. The interviews with the first one with Dolly Vision would have been in April. Then Tony comes in. Then more pressure gets picked up and pushed on that whole, she was 12, I was 10 years older. Then Tony this happens where he gets outed for all these messages in August. By the end of August, At Night is entering the picture. By the beginning of September, At Night has a contract with Seth. Yeah, the timeline times. It's all, yeah.
Just something that.
And we dove deep into why somebody would need, if you were here, sorry, I had to cut some of that out, but if you heard me read some of the chapters, you understand why At Night is associated with Lesniak and why at night would be beneficial to Tony and Seth, in my opinion.
But
I agree with that. Doesn't
but
even make sense.
Yeah,
but there-
even I agree with that.
But there is things that I will say here shortly. But I just want to ask you that question there. Like, what do you think it is that
Well,
everyone comes hard on you for?
It would be simply an opinion, Justin.
Yeah, I'm just asking your opinion. I mean, what do you hear the most?
So here's where we struggle. You hear all these things and these reasons people have made up their mind, and you won't see a situation where I've disrespected.
Oh no, Bree, I know how we got where we got. I know that was all you. But I still don't. At first I was cringing, but I'm so glad you asked that question because it forced me to go a different direction, and I am seeing things that I missed before. So yeah, I know other people I didn't know if they knew.
Somebody. I have a couple times I've gone in on a couple of creators that were viciously attacking Seth, and I don't apologize for that because that's my job. But in a normal setting with people like you and Brittany and people that haven't been.
So his job as of August 17th was to go in on creators that have been viciously attacking Seth. That was Tony's job. You heard that out of Tony's mouth. Okay. I'm glad I replayed this because there's a lot of you in here that didn't see it.
Attacking my client. You'll never see me be disrespectful. You won't see me raise my voice. I think a lot of it has to do with, at least initially, getting Seth off of YouTube and creating more of a professional situation for him where he doesn't get on a channel and look down and see the chat and lose his mind and then give content creators more content to play the next 4 or 5 days attacking him.
Sure.
And just another note too, in the timeline of things, Tony comes in end of April, actually on panels, beginning of May. They do kind of a panel tour every Thursday or Friday. There's some big chaotic new rumor that starts. But then at the end of June is when Seth did the panel with Uncle Taco on BJ's. That would have been the end of June. July had its own set of problems, but the end of June is when that panel was hosted over at BJ's with Seth and Uncle Tony.
And I think me taking him off those
Excuse me, Uncle Tony. He called himself that the other night. Uncle Taco.
channels, it pissed some people off. But even the people that are the most vile towards Seth and me, I can tell you that I've never met those people. I reached out. I'll just say this, JLR, and I hate talking about other creators on your channel, but some of the harshest critics, JLR, JS for Justice, and some of his crew. I initially reached out to those people. I reached out to JLR through Justin on TikTok. We reached out to him through Magnolia. I knew that at one point he supported Seth, and it seemed that he had quit supporting him. Yeah. I asked him if he'd like to have a conversation because I thought that we could use his platform for Sebastian. He had no desire to talk. He'd never met me, never talked to me. They put a criminal record of mine out there that was not mine, which was fine. I mean, I carry a lot of federal documents that I wouldn't have been able to have with a record like that. But again, I don't owe that to anybody. And I even reached out to JS for Justice through email and said, hey, if you'd like to have a conversation, I can answer some of your questions and we might be able to get on the same page. And, we could come on and do an interview. And she didn't want to talk. She simply wanted to bring me and Seth on the panel. And, you put Seth in a situation on a call-in show where if she's got all these things in her mind that she doesn't have answers to, then they're calling in like they used to on another show.
So Tony wanted to be able to pre-screen and control the narrative that they were running on all these channels. And Jay said no. JLR said no. But I want to remind people that Tony wasn't Mr. Innocent either. I'm going to take it to a part in the pre-record that I did before and show you guys some of the things that Tony did on TikTok to YouTube creators. Team doxing out all of JLR's background. And here is a clip to remind people.
Is that the mustache man he also tried to sue? Kayla?
I'm sorry, what?
Was that the mustache man he tried?
Now, you will see that Tony is not present in this, but this was his team at the time. By the way, I didn't realize Trooper's mom, you lying weirdo bitch. I didn't know this one of these people is like your daughter-in-law or something. You fucking weirdo. Now I've talked about you 3 times. You're welcome. Even though you say that I follow you around in chats. You're a fucking weirdo. Weirdo. Anyways, carry on.
Tried to sue?
Yeah. All survivors of the Holocaust, the Lincoln Memorial, Eiffel Tower, the USS Cole, the book, whatever that says,
The Garden of Eden, the Roman Empire.
Notice the same team members on screen. Tony might not be present, but his team members are as they're going through JLR's problematic past.
Can you give us an abbreviation for what platform that is, ESL?
She said what? YT.
Yeah, but she's meaning like who?
Channel.
Oh.
I'm sorry, I wasn't very clear on that.
I'll send it to KJ.
Okay. Oh, okay. No wonder.
Well, never mind.
Yeah.
Oh, that says it all right there.
Yeah.
If you're on there watching that, ask him how his PEDO brother's doing.
And need I remind anybody that this is the spokesperson for the parent of a missing child, doxing other creators that they don't get along with, mentioning other family members of creators that no longer supported them. Seems to me like Tony couldn't handle the heat and had his TikTok twits handle things in the shadiest ways possible. And the sad reality is all of this was done under Sebastian's name. And it was. So you just heard him call out Dolly and say ask him how his PEDO brother is doing. Yeah, Tony's not Mr. Innocent like so many people think. He's had his hands in a lot of shit.
So, and again, he loses his mind and he gives everybody content, and that's not what's good for him.
Right.
So I think a lot of it has to do with that.
Well, that was going to kind of push you on this. So my main opinion about you, in the negative form, has been because, and I'm going to tell you why, because of Trevor Lee. I've known Trevor for a long time. I've worked with Trevor from in person to afar, and I know that you and Trevor, whenever you first, started becoming, I don't want to say managing Seth. I don't know what the term you guys use, but working with Seth, Trevor did call you, and from what I understand, he was disagreeing with something. I can't remember what it was about, to be honest with you.
You're already inaccurate there. I'll tell you what happened with Trevor Lee. So his team before me had made the determination that there was people on his team that needed to go. Now, these are people that I did not know, never broke bread with them, never talked to them. I say I had a phone conversation with one of the PIs. This all stemmed from his.
Yes, Revival, I can do that right now. I can. That's one of my prouder videos. I should do a few more of those. I just need to make time to do them. I love doing pre-recorded videos.
Team and Seth deciding that it was time for the PIs to go. So when that happened,
that's what it was. Yes, yes, it was a disagreement on the two PIs, and I think he was expressing his opinion on the PIs. And
no, he wasn't expressing his opinion, Justin. He was blaming me for Seth firing his PIs. So
well, I'm not going to say because I don't, he's not here. So but I'm just telling you what
I have the text.
Okay, that's fine.
I have the text, and I will tell you, and I don't want you headed down the wrong road, which is why I'm kind of cutting in. He called me.
Wait, whoa. Don't say something like that and try and drive right past that. What does that mean?
I think he's meaning he doesn't.
No, I want him to answer. What does that mean, Tony?
Which part?
What just come out of your mouth? You came up here. You don't want to see Justin going down the wrong thing, so you're up here tonight. What does this mean? The words that just come out of your mouth before I interrupted. What's that mean?
So, and he totally misrepresents what actually happened with Trevor Lee in the pre-recorded video that I just posted in the comment section. There is actually somebody, when Dietz read through Trevor Lee's messages between him and Tony, that is included in that video if you want to see all that. But Tony is grossly misrepresenting what was actually said between Trevor Lee and him. Imagine
so
that.
What that means is he's starting to tell the story and there's already inaccuracies.
Yeah, but you kind of give him a warning, right? Or no?
So
okay,
that's how I took it. But
okay, I was just wondering.
That's how I took it. But just let him carry on. Explain this.
Sorry.
So what happened is Trevor called me and he started getting aggressive with me about being the reason that the PIs were gone. I very quickly told him if he had questions about that, he needed to reach out to Seth because he had an open line of communication with Seth. Then he started texting me and I redirected that text to a group text with Seth on it, which I have screenshots of. Seth told him very clearly in those texts that I had nothing to do with the PIs being gone. I mean, I had no PIs I was trying to bring or anything like that. I mean, my PIs before were in Corpus Christi. But his team and Seth decided that it was not the right fit for him for whatever reason. Trevor would not let it go. He continued to press. He continued to come.
Which we know now is because Chloe wanted to run background checks after there was a registered sex offender by the name of Ronnie Wagner, who was down there searching for Sebastian. Again, you can fact check me on all of this. That's been detailed extensively. But they brought in a registered sex offender by the name of Ronnie Wagner, who runs Brothers Underwater Recovery. Once that happened, the PIs wanted to vet all of the information. And there started being a lot of games being played. They were pissed. He was pissed because they were background checking people, so on and so forth. And then they've turned it into they were withholding information from Seth, yada, yada, yada. But he got rid of Chloe. Initially, he claimed because she wanted to vet his searchers and things of that nature.
At me and blame me. And no matter what I said, Justin, he was not going to let it go. And when they got rid of some of the search people, again, not people I knew, not people I had ever met or talked to. I was the fall guy for all of that. And I had nothing to do. I've had something to do with people that, have come in to help since then, but they're not people that were related to what Trevor was doing or what the PIs were doing at all. People that are helping with signs and whatnot.
I mean, it was okay. So what? He wouldn't let it go. I mean, can't you disagree on issues and it still doesn't have to be war? You know what I mean? Like, I've just never.
Jenny's, when you get to this part, it's just, I'm so freaking frustrated with them continuing to use her. She needs thoughts and prayers, and that's it. No more.
I mean, Trevor's going to express his opinion just like we all are. But Trevor is literally the first person I knew that took Sebastian's case when nobody, and I mean nobody, was speaking about it. Nobody was interested in it. Yeah. Nobody cared. 40 people in his chat. And he's a man now, but he was a kid back around the time Summer Wells went missing. And the kid at the time, gave like $1,000 of his own money. Yeah. He has really high character. And let me tell you something. The night I was once, one second.
A second. Trev has never attracted any kind of controversy.
No. I mean, I think probably the biggest was Nina. And Trevor's he's like a family member almost to me. The night all of that went down with Seth. Now, listen, I have always taken up for Seth. I know the man is innocent. He didn't do anything to his son. It's clear. I mean, there's not a better alibi you can get than being literally in a jail. Right? I mean, that's what I tell people. There's not a better alibi. But I was furious with Seth the night he came up on Smiley's, and I told Seth that. But just because I disagree with Seth or I disagree with you on one thing, to me, it's I can disagree with you on something and still not think you're a horrible person and just the vilest person at the end of the earth.
Right. So, we still have grace for Seth because he's,
of course.
So
he's a grieving dad.
Yeah, I agree, Justin. Let me address that for you. That blow up you saw that night, it came after 15 to 20 different screenshots that were sent to him, and some of them to.
Oh my God, Revival. Is that? I think it's a member. Oh, if you guys have not seen that photo of the monkey pulling Justin's hair, there's a reason why Justin spikes the front of his hair. Just so sorry, I just caught another comment and just totally. That was the best giggle I've had all week. Justin Spanky has a huge bald spot that he uses the spikes in the front to cover up. And the monkey actually exposed his ass last night. And it's the funniest shit I've ever seen in my life. I laughed for a good 15 minutes straight about it. It's amazing.
To me, about things that Trevor was saying on different platforms. And quite frankly, most of them were directed at me. And I think Seth had just had enough. And he decided that he wanted to let everybody know that it was his decision. It had nothing to do with me. And to this day, Trevor still blames me for all of that. Now, you don't see me talking about Trevor. You'll never see me talking about him. Anything I've had to say to him, even to the point that, he was texting me while I was on my fishing trip and saying nasty stuff to me and, what have you. Anything I've ever had to say to him, I said it directly to him. I haven't said it to, to other people. But he's young. You're right. And he chose to take to social media and call me a criminal and call me a crook.
You're talking about him.
Say what?
You're talking about him right now. You
No,
said
no,
you never. You said you
I-
never
I-
talk about him, but you are right now.
I'm simply telling you what he chose to do.
I know, but you just told us that you weren't going to talk. You were going to take it
I'm-
directly to him if you had a problem with
Yeah,
him.
well,
All you
and I'm
got to say is that he was saying things that were not nice to you, and then move on.
Okay, we can do that then.
So, that's personally for me, that's been, it seemed like, whenever you, came in, this is my opinion. I'm giving it to you honestly, and I hope I'm really trying to be respectful. But it felt like, I think probably people felt like, they were giving their all. I know Trevor was, and I don't want to speak for him. That's for sure. I'm just speaking on how I felt on something, but it felt like,
A lot of us felt, yeah.
you came in and then everyone was thrown to the side.
It was very bad timing, Justin. I mean, I can certainly see what the perception was there, but when I came in, I had my hands full with cleaning up some of Seth's interviews and some things that were a challenge.
Mm-hmm.
While I was doing that, Seth was working with the rest of his team to get rid of the people that he did not want involved. And it was 1000% his call. I had never met any of these people.
Mm-hmm.
So, and much like not meeting Brittany and her, her moderators and people in this panel, I approached the people I had a chance to meet the same way I approached you guys tonight, with kindness. And hey,
You guys did catch how he said he had to come in to clean up some of the interviews, correct? Y'all caught that? How when he came in, he was to clean up some of the interviews. I can back that up a little bit if you want me to, because I want to make sure everybody hears that. We've all known that he was a cleanup man, but
telling you what
the cleanup man couldn't do a good enough job, so he had to, I guess what it's subcontract out the cleanup duty to At Night Media.
chose to do.
I know, but you just told us that you weren't going to talk. You were going to take it directly to him if you had a problem with him.
Well,
All you
and
got to say is that he was saying things that were not nice to you, and then move on.
Okay, we can do that then.
So, that's personally for me, that's been, it seemed like, whenever you, came in, this is my opinion. I'm giving it to you honestly, and I hope I'm really trying to be respectful. But it felt like, I think probably people felt like, they were giving their all. I know Trevor was, and I don't want to speak for him. That's for sure. I'm just speaking on how I felt on something, but it felt like,
A lot of us felt, yeah.
you came in and then everyone was thrown to the side.
It was very bad timing, Justin. I mean, I can certainly see what the perception was there, but when I came in, I had my hands full with cleaning up some of Seth's interviews and some things that were a challenge.
Mm-hmm.
While I was doing that, Seth was working with the rest of his team to get rid of the people that he did not want involved. And it was 1000% his call. I had never met any of these people.
Mm-hmm.
So, and much like not meeting Brittany and her, her moderators and people in this panel, I approached the people I had a chance to meet the same way I approached you guys tonight, with kindness and hey, let's talk. But the decision.
Good night, Wendy. Thank you for being here and having some laughs with us tonight. Once again, I've really enjoyed your input in chats recently and your knowledge. It's been wonderful to learn from, because you've gotten me down some rabbit holes with things that I've never even known about or thought about. So I appreciate that. Have a wonderful night.
To get rid of those people had already been made before I came on, and he was in the process of doing that. It just took him a while to make it official. But, Seth can tell you himself, and he's told many, many people that was 100% him. And he has always been the guy that controlled his team, period.
Sure. I don't know, it may have been.
He just came in to clean up the messes that Seth created by going on panels like BJ and pretending he was whacking off.
Been timing it. I don't know. But, that's the way it felt. That's the way it seemed to look from my point of view.
Positive vibe, Seth. I can see you now. Yes. Sorry, it's paging up when you guys comment, and I'm on the other screens most of the time. But yes, I see you. Hello.
I get it. It's a lot easier to keep people. If there's people that Seth and his mind and heart thought that added value, it's a lot easier to keep people than it is to find new ones. So I'm sure he had his reasons. A lot of the Trevor situation had to do with the PIs. It really wasn't even Trevor himself. And, I don't know that Trevor directly ever did anything to Seth until after the PIs were let go. I mean, again, I don't know those people. I had one conversation with
I don't either, really.
With one PI, and then I had a few conversations with the other one after she was gone. And, I never had any bad conversations with them. Never had any.
And just like I said yesterday, this is where my screen recording caught up to real time. So we will speed it up some now. We will get through the rest of this. Thankfully, I did cut some of the end of this off because they were pretty much done with the meat and potatoes. I do have it on another video, but you'll get the gist of the main pieces of this and this. We'll get through it tonight too. Buckle up, get your snacks, get your whatever you have to do. We're here.
Anything against them, really didn't know.
This is a really good reminder, though, of how we got to today's time, because you hear them say he was brought in to clean up some of the things. You know how the timeline goes. You know how and when things were brought out, the damage control that they were trying to do and they couldn't do because they just kept making more messes and messes and messes, to the point where Tony was losing control of being exposed himself with these messages, and they needed to go even further and contact people like At Night Media and have them come in. This is August 17th. By the end of August, At Night Media is in works with signing a contract with Seth. It was signed at the beginning of September.
Or know what they were doing or any of that kind of stuff. That wasn't my job.
Yeah, I just think it would be one more thing, and I'll promise you I'll shut up.
No, you're good.
I think it would just be nice to at least
Polished, 100% agree. But if you think about the timeline, who the characters are, the allegations that were coming out, the stories that were being told, the factual information that we were learning, and you think about who the people are that they have contacted as cleanup crews and what their specialties are, I don't think we're far off. If you get my gist.
feel things where you can.
Yeah.
Go to someone and just say, can we talk this out? Can we, just for the sake of it all, really?
Get some rest, Steph. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, I agree.
Relationships matter, perceptions matter. And, I think we should always be, to at least, offer that, and maybe not, be on the same track, but at least have a general piece about it.
Yeah, I totally agree with that, Justin. And I will tell you that it gets to a point, there's not a lot of members of our team at this point. It gets to a point where we've got a full plate, plus we've got a full-time job, plus we've got a family. And when it gets to the point that you're getting attacked every day and a lot of it is baseless, you don't really have a lot of time to try to talk through things with people that have already made up their mind about you without giving you a shot. So, if you got into trying to have conversation after conversation with people that had already made up their mind about you, you wouldn't get anything done for Seth.
Yeah.
So,
Well, I mean, again, sorry, 1 second. Go ahead. Someone talk. I want to plug.
Okay, just one thought. So it's the story that you were telling earlier, that at the beginning, Seth was kind of going around on the different YouTube channels, and then you came onto the scene, and you guys decided to work together and whatnot. You said tonight that part of that, your role was to make this, I think you used the word professional, to make it a professional thing, that he wouldn't go up on a channel, get upset about what's being said in the side chat, and then act out and make more content for later, right? That's not really how I remember it at all. The way that I remember it, and tomorrow I'll go back and double check my memory, but the way I remember it is that Seth came on the scene and he was devastated that his son was missing, and he was activated.
Let me just show you why I think things took a significant turn when they did. So again, the original video was done March 18th by Terry Lynn. However, it was quickly taken down. Not many people knew it existed. Not much was made about the age gap. But then at the end, I would say April, May, people started paying attention to it. a lot of these have been scrubbed from the internet. Her video is still not up, but like I said, I have a 3-part series that they're long, but here's the entire, it's got the entire 5 hours that Seth was on panel with Terry Lynn. This is part 2. It is about the 2:52-minute mark of this video. I think this is when things were needed. And why? Because again, she did this video March 18th. They were losing foothold with creators like JLR, Dolly. There was issues with those people. They were turning on Seth. People started paying attention to this age difference and really start putting pressure on Seth. Oh, hold on. Sorry, guys. But I think this played a huge factor in that. Let me just play you this clip in case you have not heard it. Most of you have by now. Let me go to the right spot. Hold on. Did you have the same guy I did?
Huh?
Did you get the same guy?
Was you?
Yeah, give me a second. Here you go. Hold on.
I would like to believe that he would, Fuller. I mean, my son liked Meatloaf. He liked Queen. I mean, he liked AC/DC. But he
Okay, those are important things. He liked Meatloaf. He liked Queen. He liked AC/DC.
also he liked Clave de Monte, which they do. I mean, they did all the songs for Lord of the Rings.
All that's been done, Juju.
I hate to say this because, again, I'm trying not to lead anybody. I want you guys to develop and pick out things that you find are odd or differences or anything like that. But one thing that stands out to me is that he doesn't really know. He knows his son. I'm not going to say that. It's not that he doesn't know his son, but he can't tell you specifics of like favorite themes.
I was told that they have pulled records. They did ping everyone, and I talk to them every day or every other day.
I kept it in here.
Right, hold on.
He uses the term unique to describe him.
This doesn't bother you, I'll do it. Hold on. Tell me if it bothers you. That's that video that I told you I did do.
Wow. Okay, Fuller Adventures. That's okay.
Oh shit. Excuse my language.
Katie could be a swinger. I've known Katie since she was 12 years old. Started dating when she was 18.
Okay. Urch. He's known her since she was 12. Okay. I forgot. There's the clarification. He's known her since she was 12. There you go. He's known her since he was 12 and dated at 18 is what he claims in that. And I misspoke right there. He's known her since she was 12, not he. All right, so there you are. I'm going to timestamp this for you. Terry Lynn's video, 2:25:09 for anybody taking notes. 2:25:09 is where it stopped at, so 2:24 would be a good timestamp to go back to. For anybody that needs that, 2:24, March 18th, 2024, Terry Lynn's video. And it's the almost 12-hour video.
I'm 10 years older than her, and I never knew her to be a swinger.
He's 10 years older than her and never knew her to be a swinger. Not that that matters, but.
Where did that question come from? Now, guarantee I don't know her now. I'm not involved in her private life, you know.
Okay, that's another big thing to me that he points out. He doesn't know her now. He's not involved in their private life. Then why are you speaking on all their private details? Okay, so just wanted to remind everybody where that happened and what happened.
Searching anywhere and everywhere that he could. He had friends of his, I think, from where he works that were also with him. And he garnered an immense amount of support on social media. Everyone was standing beside this man. Everyone. He was answering questions. He was thoughtful. He was kind. People's heartstrings were I mean, everybody felt protective. They were worried about Sebastian, but they also felt protective and worried about Seth. And it seemed like that when you showed up, when you began to be a part of the conversation, it seemed like that changed. It seemed like suddenly Seth was a lot more combative.
Emily, no. In fact, I would assume she's talked about NDAs. I don't know if she's signed an NDA in one of the parts of I've heard she has. I've seen that there's been leaked stuff, but I am assuming that this is probably one of the reasons why for her. So I do not think that it will be put back up. But like I said, I have the full 5 hours. It's just in 3 different videos.
How are
The
you, buddy?
team,
I'm good. How about you? Good. I'm listening.
the team is falling apart, and then people online began being attacked, and he lost a lot of his support fell off. And that's kind of how I remember. I seem to remember it like different than the way you described it.
I agree with you. That's what I'm curious when he says he had to come in and clean up things that Seth has said. I'm curious, where does that come from? Because like Jen, sorry, it's a tiny screen. Jules, sorry. Like Jules
that was
just said,
used a lot. That term was used a lot. Clean up stuff.
Clean up stuff. And that sounds in true crime. You can take how that sounds, right?
Give me just 1 second, Cher. Listen, prayers for Sebastian's not being removed, but here's what's gross. You're coming in chat trolling with the damn rooster, but attaching prayers for Sebastian on with it while you're trolling another chat from a channel, trolling a chat from another channel. What's disrespectful is tacking Sebastian's name onto the trolling. Please stop.
Thank you, Brittany.
Oh my goodness.
I can't see the comments.
Well,
So clean up what though? Sorry, clean up what?
Guys, you're never going to get anywhere with just name calling and all that. That's not if you want some to go somewhere, that's not how it works.
They're just trying to distract right now, yeah. And they're doing it. It's working. Don't just ignore the mods. Do your job. Tony, can you give us an example what you had to clean up or no?
So we had some creators that were taking bits and pieces of what he said and not playing things in context. When I say clean up, I'm not talking about, Seth was a disaster and I had to come in and fix him. That's not what I'm saying at all.
Okay.
Seth has always been a broken father.
Because I'm like, Chris Proudfoot needs the person cleaning up after him.
Yeah, I had a night on the phone with him, and that was plenty for me.
Oh wow. Lord. And then I just have one more question. I'll mute again. And I know this isn't the Summer Wells case, but I do know in that case, Don and Candace were offered like a person that could do media for them through the state, the county, whatever. They were offered someone, and the law actually said that they denied it and just did their own thing. Do you know, was Seth? We'll just go with Seth because that's your client, as you say. Was he offered anything from the law for someone to help him, like in the presence of media, something like?
Hold on, Kenzie went and got her nails did today, so she's going to show you guys right quick. Quick nail. Do it like this. Go down so you can see the 3D. She went to the same guy that does mine. Look at those little flowers, though. The 3. Do them to the side so they can see. They're not super lifted off the finger, but they're a little bit lifted. But yeah, sis went and got her nails done too. Sorry. She wanted to share, so.
Like that, or that's what you guys are trying to do now, or like, how come was he not offered someone? Because I know that's an option. That's my question.
Well, so I can't speak to that. I don't know. I wasn't here early on. I can tell you definitively that when I was introduced to Seth, I did not at that time have any desire to do anything other than potentially help him with a search team. Seth spent probably 2 weeks talking to me daily about being his spokesperson, and quite honestly, I didn't know that I had the time in my day to help him. I was out fishing on a Friday. I don't remember the date, but I remember that he told me that regardless of what Chris and Katie decided, that he really needed some help and would, can you please help me? And, after realizing that he was, in my opinion, he was really struggling just in general. I went and talked to Randy Harris, Caleb's father, and they were in a situation where they didn't really care to have, a whole lot of.
Rocky, she just got back from the in-laws. She went over and checked on my mother-in-law to see my mother-in-law and check on them. She took my father-in-law Candy and my mother-in-law a plant after the loss of their friend this week. So her celebration of life they're doing that in March. So she just came back, but Kenzie went over to cheer up the in-laws. So that's what she's out and about for.
Media attention. They talked on the phone, him and Seth did, and Randy said, I really think that you ought to help the guy. And so I agreed to help him. That's something I hear over and over again, that I've inserted myself into these cases, and that couldn't be further from the truth. Randy was a friend and coworker of mine. He asked me to help him. I helped him until he didn't need the help anymore. Seth asked me to help him, and I told him I would help him until he didn't need my help anymore. So I did not ask either of these fathers. I mean, I don't have a background in this, guys. I'm learning as I go.
Can I ask a question to Tony?
Yeah.
Sure,
yeah.
sure.
As long as he's okay with it. Sure.
Of course.
Tony, this is Nana.
Hi, Nana.
Hi. The situation between you and Trevor,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm listening and I'm observing what's being said by everybody. Do you think it would help? Because I think that's when everybody started with on board of Seth was a jerk when that all happened.
Yeah.
So would you think it would help, since Justin is a great friend, and if Justin, you want to do this?
You're missing the picture here. They missed what was really going on, the reality of what's really going on. Yes, the Trevor Lee stuff upset some people, but there was so much more to this than the Trevor Lee stuff.
Of him, that maybe you and him and Justin could sit down and talk about this and work this out?
I don't even know what you're asking. Yeah, I can tell you that at this point, there's probably not going to be any conversation between Trevor Lee and myself, and I highly doubt that there would be with Seth. I'm not going to speak for him. I think that there's just been too many things that have been said, and I'm not talking about him. Let me clarify that. I'm just pointing out how we got to where we're at. I just think that bridge is not going to be rebuilt. But he's got Seth's number, and if Seth wanted to talk to him, he could reach out to Seth, and I'm sure Seth would have a conversation with him if he chose.
Bob, that's really sweet. She is a good kid. Sometimes when she gets out from under the stairs, she shocks me with her kind heart, but she loves the grandparents, my in-laws. She loves them dearly, and it's been a rough week, so she is a good kid. Thank you, Bob, though.
Those two. But, I can't speak for him on that. I mean, Seth is, in contrast to what a lot of people think, Seth is a big boy, and he's not a weak man, and he does do, for the most part, what he wants
Why
to
are
do.
you up here then instead of him? Or why is he not up here with you?
Well,
ma'am, she asked me to come up.
No, I was just wondering, but Seth was in the chat, and I asked the question, like he disappeared, but then you're up here. That's not no dig. I was just, I was just wondering.
Well, first off, Seth is out of town. And
no, you can just say he can't make it. That's okay. I was just wondering.
Yeah, well, and my job is to represent him. So, I have the answers to the questions Brittany was asking, and she was kind enough to invite me up, and I figured I would answer those questions.
Everyone thinks
she was kind enough to invite me up after she called me an asshole, and we knew that we were losing control of one more platform, and we needed to spin the narrative back in our control. So I had to jump up here and twist and turn the story to make sure that they were all right back in line.
I'm being rude. I feel like I'm being fair. I do appreciate you, Tony. I know I've been hard.
I don't think you're being rude.
Okay, that's all that matters, because I have been hard on you. I do appreciate. I still don't believe everything, I'll be honest, but I appreciate you being up here. Now, people say you don't like to answer the hard questions or whatever. So if you're ever up for like a friendly debate, I'm down. Now, Bullhorn Betty will never let you do it with me. But I think there's hard questions out there that I think you're skirting around. Personally, I'm like, that's all I'll say.
Lynn, once you see it, you can't unsee it. Once you put all the pieces together, the dates together, who was brought in, what for, what rumors were kicking off, all of that stuff, you can't unsee it. And it's very obvious and apparent what was being done and why. And the games have continued because it's all about controlling the image and public perception. And they've done anything and everything to try and garner that. And at the end of it, completely destroying Sebastian's dignity further and further. Upper Thigh Sealed Exhibits, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. Welcome to the Cabana, or to the Enterprise Island, also known as Almatrez.
Okay, but I do appreciate.
Poor Alma got that name because we were thinking Alcatraz the other day. And I was like, Almatrez sounds better.
Coming up here.
What are the? I've never dodged a question unless it involves Seth and something that he doesn't want to answer.
Mhm.
But I have no issue answering any questions. I have nothing to hide. So if you've got a question that you think is a hard question,
I've got a hard question.
Do it.
I've got one. I've had like 3 people text me this, and I've heard about a dinner, but I don't know anything about it. And I'll just read what it said.
Fire away.
It was, and again, I support Seth because I believe he's innocent, but I'd just like to hear your opinion on this.
Okay.
Allegations about Seth being inappropriate. The dinner after the vigil, the one Pascal abruptly left. There are screenshots floating around that Seth allegedly made pervy comments to Jaden's girlfriend. I have no idea who Jaden is.
I didn't hear any comments. Quite frankly, at that dinner, we were in Red Robin. It was very loud. Pascal left because it took us a while to get seated, and he had I'll just say this: he had some people with cameras in his face at the vigil, and that was the reason he left. It had nothing to do with anything other than that. I walked him to his car. We had a great conversation. We're still friends today, still talk on a regular basis. But I can tell you that I spent most of my dinner talking to T-Rev. I had never met him in person. He had some hard questions for me relating to my background and things that were being said, and we talked through those things. And I did not hear, most of the time, Seth was sitting next to Michaela. I was sitting across from Seth and next to T-Rev, and I did not hear anything that he said that was inappropriate.
So is this the Jaden? Jaden said I was there. Is this the Jaden that was at the dinner?
It may very well be.
So I heard what was stated. I pray to God that it's not true what they're saying is said. I pray to God that's not true. But
so people have said that things were not said. There's been people that were in attendance that said things were not said. And then there's been people that have said things were said. Unfortunately, there's no proof. We don't have a recording. We have no idea. Pascal has not acknowledged what happened. T-Rev has. Other people that were there, but are they trustworthy? No. Are the people who are declining that it happened trustworthy? No. So unfortunately, we're in one of those situations of hearsay, and we have no idea what truly happened. But there's enough other things that have been publicly stated that, is it far off? Is it a far leap of something he wouldn't or would say? You tell me.
I can tell you that I can say that Jaden and his girlfriend are like family to Seth. And if Seth ever had done anything to offend them, they would talk to him directly about it. But I can tell you that they love him like a father figure. So I would not be surprised if this was more manufactured information.
Well, that's what I was thinking. The way some creators have, the little bit that I know about this, they've made it seem like Pascal went to the bathroom. He came out, then he's like,
no,
correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but he's like uncomfortable, and he's like, hey guys, I'm leaving abruptly.
That's not what happened at all.
I mean, Pascal is very professional, and so I would never question Pascal's character either. So
agreed.
So
Jaden, there though, there's going to be Tony's side, Pascal's side, however many other people at the table, and then somewhere in there's the truth of what everyone. Because if we all watch the same car wreck, we're all going to describe it differently in defense of Tony. But
if that's really Jaden, if there's a way we could verify if that's really Jaden, he can clarify if these people are lying or not, because they're claiming that Jaden is the one that said it. And I
need Pascal up here then, and Jaden.
And now I will say, and if SW is in chat, that's Pascal's mod, also my mod. Pascal went live and he did a lot, and I wish to God he hadn't deleted it.
Again, a very untrustworthy person that we've seen blatantly lie and mislead and misrepresent facts. She sits in Discords, SW, who mods for these people, talking shit, and then goes on panel and says that she's got sources and there are 20 people getting cease and desists. Meanwhile, BJ is actually getting text messages and they say there's 4. But she's like, well, my source says SW isn't a trusted source either.
But he did a live stream.
He did.
Correcting that.
He did a really
telling
good.
people.
He did a really good live.
Yeah. Right. You know what I'm talking about, where he was telling everybody, listen, I'm not leaving Sebastian's case. The vigil was lovely. I had a really good time. Nothing happened. He did say that.
He got a newborn too. You know, I mean, he's got a family.
One shot, it's either hypnotic powers or those satellites that are non-existent in the, space that they claim are existent, are cutting off people's oxygen and pumping it with carbon. Like something here is happening because we're living in an alternate universe. For sure. That's one thing I actually do agree with Jules on. We're not living in reality because the people around us are not seeing reality. But hey,
Warren, you're correct.
What do I know?
So, Tony, I'm going to ask this. I'm not even going to lie. Like, this thought's crossed my mind before, too, because with these cases, especially this case, it's been crazy, okay? It's been crazy. So, this person says, if you are comfortable asking, I think many of us would like to know if Tony knew Chris Proudfoot through the crane industry. Tony as a salesman and Chris Proudfoot as an operator.
That's a question I had. Did you know Chris Proudfoot prior to this case?
1,000% no. So let me explain to you. I cover. I live in Oklahoma, as crazy as this sounds, and I cover northern Colorado, Wyoming, North and South Dakota, and Montana. In addition to that, so obviously Chris is in Tennessee. I don't even know that we have somebody that covers Tennessee. But in addition to not being, now the crane community, a lot of people like to say it's small. It is, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to know a guy that owns a crane company in Tennessee. In addition to that, I would never know a crane operator at all. Now, when Chris and I talked, we talked a couple times about me representing the whole family. I wasn't even familiar with the company he worked for. We simply talked about the model of crane he operated. I was vaguely familiar with it. It's not a brand that we represent. But I would not know operators because I'm generally dealing with owners or VPs or people that make buying decisions. If that makes sense.
That's still a tie. That's a little weird. Still, right?
Say what?
Is that? I mean, so you didn't know him personally, but somehow there was ties to you in the crane world prior to this, or I guess the crane community. I didn't even think there's a crane community, but you were privy to that world prior to Sebastian's case.
Oh, I've been in the same industry for 8 years. Yes, ma'am.
Well, okay. Thank you.
I mean, there's 3 degrees of separation between everybody, right? Is that what it is? 3 degrees separation?
Yeah, I'm sure if he and I talk long enough, that maybe there's somebody that may have worked with him, that may have worked for another guy that knew a guy that I knew. But
right, I mean, if we talk long enough, we would find somebody. I'm sure that we know or we've talked to, or that
like Tim Mullen.
Yes. Ugh.
Have you ever met or talked to a Tim Mullen? Are you familiar with Summer Wells' case, son?
Are you talking to me?
Yes, sir.
No, ma'am. I know nothing about Summer Wells' case.
Okay. I was just wondering.
Oh my God. You guys are not going to believe what is happening now. The damage control every Thursday and Friday constantly lately has been too much. Old Hooker Hoops over there has got her chat set up. She's got everybody piling in her chat. Oh, Seth's here. Tony's here. Oh, I see Hindsight 2002. She's bringing TikTok twits on. That's her exclusive interview. Is TikTok twits. Sorry, derailed with Bullhorn Betty update.
I did not.
You don't know no Tim Mullen though. No, I am being funny, but at the same time I am being serious. Is that a no?
Bigger the hoop, bigger the hoe. Is that the way the saying goes? Fit and curvy. I mean, it's Friday. We can be. I don't even know what to call her anymore. Bed bugs doesn't work. Hooker hoops. I mean, that's insulting because a lot of people wear big hoops. Like this poor girl, she has to get on her knees behind Chili's. I mean, we used to call that a waste receptacle. Now we just call that Betty. I don't know. Fuck. Let me hit that button before I get myself in trouble.
For knowing Tim Mullen?
I don't know anybody named Tim Owen.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
And like I
That's
said,
just for my own little tinfoil cap question, Tony.
I did not never have knew of Chris or Katie or any of their family or anything like that. And I probably talked to him. I want to say
that shit
2 or 3 times. I talked to him and Katie together. And honestly, I think that when they could not get over the fact that Seth is the one that had brought me in and was trying to get me to represent the whole family. We did an interview with Pascal. It was the first interview that we did. We made it very clear that we were, they were.
This guy is such a grimy salesman. Think about how he's talking about Seth. Again, go back to what I said about how and we've been talking about this for days. A lot of you feel the same way I do. He is almost has Seth, a vulnerable father. Again, his words, you don't have to think of it that way, but we're looking at it from Tony's perspective and what he's told us to see Seth as a vulnerable father who is incapable of managing even up to $50 of his own finances. This man is selling him and access to him. He is a crane salesman, but these are parents of missing children that this guy should have no access to funds. And if Seth is that vulnerable are you exploiting a vulnerable person, Tony? There's laws against exploiting vulnerable people. Did you know that, Tony? I do, Cash. I do. Whichever way you want to eat your sausage, do you. I have no kink shame in here.
Still up in the air on whether or not they were going to use me. And I made it very clear that we were not going to talk bad about Chris or Katie, that we were simply going to talk about Sebastian. We did that. I came back over from my office to my house, and I was sitting in the recliner in the bedroom, and my wife was, "Hey, good to see you, buddy." Good.
Sienna, did you actually 2 nights ago, I think it was, maybe 3 now, we went back to when Tony did a solo interview of how he got into this position with Justin on TikTok. Did you watch that one? If you guys did not see that one where Tony is on Justin on TikToks, that's a very, very good insight to him. 2 or 3 nights ago, we did that interview. Bree made a comment and I was like, hold on. And we ended up down that rabbit hole. It's very telling.
Good to see you. Hope you guys had fun. You too, buddy. And so I was sitting in the recliner in my bedroom, and it was about 10:30 at night. And I get a call from Chris, and I thought that he was calling to tell me that he thought we had a good interview and he appreciated us not letting anybody pile on Katie or anything like that. And he called and started getting nasty with me. And without going into great detail, when we got off the phone, we had an agreement that he wasn't going to talk to me like he's talked to some of these ladies. So and I did.
You guys, I'm going to fucking fall over. It's chasing crime. Another co-plaintiff that Betty has on panel with her. I told you, TikTok twits. I told you can go back to me from a year ago and say, run from the TikTok twits, run from the TikTok twits, run as fast as you can. This is fucking hysterical. Betty and Chase together. I can't wait to watch this when it's done. Oh, this is going to be fun.
Cuss him out, and I own that, and I do the same thing again. And I talked to him on speakerphone in front of my wife, and I never talked to the man again after that night.
Yeah, because I remember I think back to that one of the phone calls he had where he said that he had a talk with you, and that it was off, like you being the spokesperson for both family members.
Yeah, it was definitely off.
So he was. Oh man, I had a question regarding. There's actually a couple, and one will come back to me in a minute. I forgot what it was, but I'm trying to think about things that I've heard that you might know the answer to. Let's talk about the news interview with Seth when he was on the boat with Sonar.
I think the reason why people in the chat are saying that is because she's came up on panels a couple times sauced, completely sauced. Polish says, I'll wait for you to review. You know I'm gonna love that one. But she's came up on panel completely sauced. Again, she is over the age of 21 and free to do what she wants. Alcohol is legal, so more. But can you imagine the shit show this could turn? Oh, that would be fun.
So sick of hearing this. People are saying that that boat was rented for the
Hey,
sole
Mama.
purposes of Seth to do a photo op, and that there was no search that day.
He probably could have borrowed a boat for that, to be
I'm
honest. That's a reach.
That's absolutely disgusting. It was my boat. It's still
Okay.
my boat. We searched with another couple that came to town to help that were in the boat with us. We searched for 4 days. It was probably 104 degrees in the shade those days. And we searched until he just couldn't go any longer. Each day, there was no, when I talked to Jamie Vaughn at Channel 2 News, she asked me how the search was going. And I told her that, kind of gave her the rundown. I gave her the process of looking for things that didn't belong, items of interest, so to speak. She asked me to send her a picture of Seth driving the boat. We moved out to an area on a mud flat so that it wouldn't show anybody.
I'm going to switch you guys because I got a receipt in this one. So I'm going to go back to my pre-record because you're going to hear some of the repetitive things right there. But this one's got a really good receipt in it of where the whole photo op thing started. This is funny as shit. Here you go.
Couple. One will come back to me in a minute. I forgot what it was, but I'm trying to think about things that I've heard that you might know the answer to. Let's talk about the news interview with Seth when he was on the boat with Sonar.
Oh, yes, please, Brittany. Let's talk about that.
I am so sick of you.
Go home and get some rest. Don't get sick. We need you for Almatrez. You got to run that shit. Go get some rest and feel better. Also, hey, Larry. Where's my Bobby? Are you in here? Or are you at Walmart on your bike hitting on the ladies? Haven't seen Bobby in a couple days. I'm starting to wonder if one of those women at Walmart caught him up.
Hearing this, people are saying that that boat was rented for the sole purposes of Seth to do a photo op, and that there was no search that day.
He probably could have borrowed a boat for that, to be
I'm
honest. That's a reach.
That's absolutely disgusting.
Oh, Brittany, why do you do this to yourself? Well, let's take a quick little look-see-loo at a clip from BJ.
Seth isn't using sonar. If y'all think that Seth is the one that's in that boat using the sonar, he's not using sonar. That video that we seen on the news was a prop. It was just them getting him to, he's riding in the boat for the news footage. But in the actual search for Sebastian, right, that because it was for the video. But if he's not doing that in the actual search, it's a photo op. Thank you. Yes, exactly.
Wait, did she just call it a photo op?
Actual search is there's experts with him.
Are you calling Tony Mathis an expert?
It was my boat.
Huh. Isn't that ironic?
Where we were searching, and I gave her the picture she asked for, and that was really it. Unfortunately, they went on further, and
oh yeah, I can play the button now because that was another whoopsie oopsie. Hold on.
Oopsie made a oopsie.
Yeah, the one that says it was so disgusting. Oh, I've got another video I can throw in here too. Ooh, we got some good stuff coming up.
I gave her a 30-minute dissertation. There you go. There's Jaden right there.
Yep, I want to make sure that's highlighted. Look
Yeah.
at that, you guys.
I'm just
Look at
telling
that.
you guys, there's so much misinformation. It's like a rainstorm of information every day we get out of bed.
Well, this right here is particularly disgusting, Tony, because I didn't want to repeat it, but I'm going to tell you what they are claiming that he said.
I've already heard it. I heard it earlier today.
It's sickening, you guys. I mean, and I'm going to tell you something else that I've heard. And here's another question I got for you to maybe dispel. So they're saying that Seth search teams, he ran the search teams off because he was being very inappropriate with all the women that were helping.
Well, let me just tell you this. You've got some nice ladies on the panel tonight. If you were volunteering, helping somebody, and they made you feel uncomfortable one time, would you continue to keep coming back and coming around that person?
Why are we always shaming women, Tony? Seems like you're really good at trying to put the blame if some man is inappropriate to a woman, a child, anything, that you seem to blame the person. That seems to be a consistent victim blaming, victim shaming thing you have no problem doing. It's kind of gross if you ask me, but it seems to be a constant that we can rely on.
Never.
I mean, that should tell you everything you want to know. And Jaden, if you're listening, I hope you're doing okay, buddy. Jaden is a phenomenal kid. His girlfriend is incredible. His family's incredible. Very important part of Seth's life. And the fact that people are even saying that is absolutely disgusting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because you're labeling this man as a predator.
That's the easiest thing. Like, so the easiest thing online is that person's a crackhead or that person's a pedo. Sorry, Brittany, but
Yeah,
that's
I'm going to walk away from this one. But yeah.
But like not the best way, but you know what I mean? That's why I kind of don't believe it, because it's just so easy. I mean, it's like Amber Heard. As women, we're taught we trust what the woman says always. But no, it's 2024 and women lie and they get it over on men all the time. I'm sorry. So that is hard for me. I want proof of that before I condemn a man of that.
Well, you know, I don't, one thing you very rarely hear me do, if ever, is actually defend myself. I hate to qualify things that are being said. And if you start defending, it qualifies those things.
Speaking of defending himself, would you like me to read his declaration? In the filing, remember, Tony somehow became a co-plaintiff, one of 10 plaintiffs, not a co-plaintiff, 10 plaintiffs in this filing. Would you like me to read that to you guys in a few? I can.
But don't you think it's pretty sick that they did an overlay of a private part and tried to make it look like I exposed myself when I'm talking about a child?
So one thing about that, Tony, there is, someone said they had the original one.
Well, you know, that's not true if you know anything about TikTok, because the only guy that has the original is the account owner. And I played the original on a live the next night for everybody to see. And then the girls that were in the panel also told everybody we were on the live. It didn't happen, but we're going to play the live again. And I videoed me going into the live folder, picking the live from the previous night and played it through. But it's a very, very simple editing trick. I fly a drone and I have an editing software I use. And all you have to do is stack a shadow over the video itself and drag that into 2 or 3 seconds of duration. And there you've got an overlay. You know how it works, Justin.
Yeah. I mean, I never thought it was anything to begin with personally,
but then they took that video and sent it to my employer and tried to damage my family's income.
My God. Oh, wow.
That's too hard.
I've always had questions about that, regardless if it's Tony Mathis or it's Justin. I would have.
Okay. And that's a blatant lie too, which we all know. But because they said it, let's just go ahead. Where is that? It's in here. Give me 1 second. I'll play that part of this too, because it's important. Man, I should have just played my pre-record. Hold on. I got to find that spot. Because he actually says, you guys aren't muted, are you? No. Okay. He actually claims that it wasn't, or it's not altered, but it is. He's lying, because here it is in real time. So it was actually being shown on YouTube. It was being restreamed on YouTube live from the TikTok by Crime Critters and Crazy on the Farm, which Lady K had clipped. So here's that clip coming up.
Stage 4 cancer patient fishing in Minnesota when I did that live.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm about to
She's the one that called you a P. No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
Who is they talking about? Who called him a pedo? And oh no, I did not realize he said that. Oh, because I recorded it. Oh, here we go.
So I mean, it's to the point where you know, I've had enough of people attacking Seth. I've had enough of people questioning his decisions. You know, I hope that these these idiots in the chat, if they got something slick to say, just get rid of them.
He's
guys.
talking about me. I put JLR followed Candace to her thing, and he did. That's the only thing that I had a problem with JLR is the way that he followed Candace to her hotel room and harassed her. That's the only problem I've had with JLR. Other than that, I don't have a problem with JLR. I do think he does cover things pretty good. I just did not agree with what he did to Candace.
I can't read the comments, so I did see a little thing of 2 a.m. girls agree with everything Tony has to say. Actually, I don't agree. I don't agree with everything Tony says, but you know, and Tony and I address it like adults privately. I don't go and bash him publicly.
Yeah. And I just, like I said, I've had enough of people causing grief for Seth. You know, I can stay professional and I can stay above board for a while, and then after a while, then.
Okay, so that is not my stream. That is not me. That is not my channel. That's someone else. So that's number 2, Tony. So did we both have the same inlay? Did we both do the same thing? You freaking moron. Okay, there you go. Case closed.
That's the fucking hysterical Miss Lady K Talks. I encourage you to go check her out. If you hip thrust, don't break a hip, though. That's the only warning you have.
Wintergate ended. Sorry, guys. Okay, there we go. There we go. There we go. Bravo. So there it is. There was impossible, Tony, that somebody overlaid anything, because then how did she do it? She's typing in this as it's being recorded, as you see. Okay, there it is. Bingo. Game over.
Huge shout out to Lady K Talks. I like Lady K also, Thor. She's great. Okay, back to this. But there you go. Again, for those of you that hadn't seen it, it was being restreamed on YouTube at the exact same time. It's not an overlay. Whether you want to call it a glitch or whatever the case may be, it was not what they're making it out to be. Avamos, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Music City Mom, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. You guys are amazing. Let me do something really quick while I transition and grab this. Oh, here. We can do I'll read his declaration. Here you go. Thank you, guys.
All the bad bitches work. He like when I right there.
That's all I got out of that. Let's read Tony's declaration from this filing. I need to redo my buttons. I push a lot of buttons, just not on StreamYard very often. But I push a lot of buttons in real life and on YouTube of other people's buttons I push. Okay, here we go. So it is I, Tony L. Mathis, residing at blah, 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 declare under the penalty of perjury. Here we go. I can share it with you guys. under the laws of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, even though he lives in Oklahoma, pursuant to 18 PACS, that the foregoing is true and correct to the best of my knowledge and belief. Before I ever got involved in the search for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, life was simple. My wife and I lived a quiet life in Oklahoma, where the wind goes sleeping through the plains, where we worked hard and kept to ourselves. We didn't ask for trouble, but it always found us. No, I'm ad-libbing, so just let me go. You can see what's actually on your screen, okay? Just let me live my life over here. It'd probably be better if I was muted and you guys couldn't hear my stupid shit. We didn't ask for trouble. And we never thought that by trying to help a family find their missing son, we'd be dragged into something so ugly. It all changed on May 1st, 2024, the day I began representing Seth Rogers as his national spokesperson. What I thought was a straightforward act of kindness, helping a father search for his boy, turned into a nightmare. Ever since, we've been living under a dark cloud, facing attacks and accusations that seem to come from every corner. The harassment has been relentless. It's so hard to even recognize the life we used to know. Pause. Hold on.
Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn.
Okay, carry on. It wasn't long before I realized that some people didn't want this case to be solved. Kate, not Katie, Kate and Chris Proudfoot, Sebastian's mother and stepfather, seemed more interested in discrediting those of us who were trying. Notice it says were trying. Those of us who were trying to help than actually finding Sebastian. They cozied up with a bunch of online personalities, folks I didn't know existed until they started coming after me. I've been accused of all sorts of things, from being a racist to having a criminal past, and these rumors didn't just come out of nowhere. It felt like it was a coordinated effort, with the Proudfoot standing by while these creators did their dirty work. It's hard to believe that people who claim to care about a missing child could turn around and support the very folks who were tearing down those who were trying to help.
What we've got here is failure to communicate.
The harassment took an even darker turn when Barbecue decided to make me her personal target. In a recorded video, she flat out said, "It is my explicit, I'm sure it's fucking, mission to take Tony the F down." It wasn't just an offhand remark, it was a promise. And ever since she made it, she's done everything she can to drag my name through the mud. She's spread lies about me, accusing me and my wife of infidelity and saying we're swingers. It's humiliating, and it's not just me she's trying to hurt, it's my entire family. The more I tried to focus on helping with the search, the more it seemed like these people were determined to make me suffer for it. That is one rumor I have not heard about Tony, is that he's a swinger.
We're not in Kansas anymore.
Heard a lot of other stuff about you, but never heard that. That I can say. These attacks aren't just random insults from a stranger online. They're part of a well-planned effort to discredit me and anyone else standing up for Sebastian. Barbecue herself admitted, "It's my effing mission, and it's been my little undercover mission. We are up to something." It wasn't just about shutting me up. It was about making sure I couldn't help. There was nothing accidental about it. This was organized, deliberate, and fueled by hate. The Proudfoots may not have been the ones shouting these things from the rooftops, but they stood by while the damage was done, aligning themselves with people who had no problem making up lies to ruin a man's life. It's hard to explain what it feels like to be on the receiving end of all this. I never wanted to be in the spotlight. Insert national spokesperson. Headphone warning. Headphone warning. Sound. Turn your volume down. Okay, here you go. I'm just a regular guy from Oklahoma who thought he could help a father find his missing son. But these people turned me into a target. They've dragged my name through the dirt and tried to ruin my marriage with vicious lies. The emotional toll has been heavy, and it's not just me who's felt it. My wife has been harassed. Our peace of mind has been shattered. Why do I feel like I fucking am reading a romance novel that took a bad turn, like a horror romance? Ugh. These false accusations and nasty rumors have left us feeling exposed and afraid. Exposed. It's been months of waking up every day to some new attack, some new effort to tear us down. The, quote, creators who've been leading these attacks are more than just a nuisance. They're accomplices in keeping the focus off of finding Sebastian. While the Proudfoots played a role of concerned parents, they allowed these creators to stir the pot and spread lies. It's hard not to see their silence as a form of approval. What can they actually do? What are they supposed to do? What exactly do you think that they have control
Go
over?
ahead. Make my day.
Seriously. These creators act like they're just sharing their opinions, but they've taken it to a place where people's lives are being turned upside down. When they spread lies about me, they're not just hurting my reputation, they're hurting the search for a missing boy. What the? And when people who claim to care about that boy work with these creators, it makes me wonder if they're really interested in finding him at all. I didn't ask for any of this. I'm just a man who tried to help. I thought I was doing the right thing, and now my life has been turned inside out. These people have gone out of their way to make sure I pay a price for getting involved. And it's time for someone to put a stop to it. I thought you said you paid $17,000 the other night already. Your Honor, I'm asking for justice, not just for me, but for all of us who have been dragged through the mud by people who should know better. It's time to hold these creators accountable for the damage they've done and the lies they've spread. They didn't just hurt me. They hurt the search for Sebastian, and it's time they face the consequences for it. I, Tony L. Mathis, swear and affirm and verify under the penalty of perjury under the laws of the United States of America, the Commonwealth of PA, the state of Tennessee, the state of New York, the state of Florida, relating to verification, that the foregoing is true and correct. I understand that false statements herein are made subject to penalties of perjury and other applicable laws. Dated October 17th, 2024. Any thoughts? Your guys' thoughts? Anybody have a thought on this? Because what the frick is this? We're all needing holy water. That's all I got to say. Let's go back to this.
Problems because just the logicality of that doesn't even make sense.
The same thing as going to get Don Wells fired at work. Like, did that bring Summer home? No.
Yeah. And I mean, so, you're talking about a 29-year marriage that I have, a very good marriage. You're talking about a college graduate and another child that's 15. And you're willing to damage their livelihood because of why? You don't like the guy that chose to help him? I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah, it was crazy. It was a crazy act for sure.
So, when people have gotten to the point that they've gotten this dramatic and vile, or they're causing problems for what we're trying to do, it's very hard for me to want to go back and try to mend fences with them because I wasn't friends with them to begin with, and they weren't in Seth or my life.
I'm on my way, Tony. Help is on the way. I'm bringing you a Costco-sized box of Kleenexes.
Before this happened. So when somebody shows their true colors, I mean, it doesn't really benefit us to go back and try to turn somebody bad good, if that makes sense.
I'll help you out.
Well, no, and I wouldn't think that would be the role either, right?
No, it's definitely not my job to do that.
Right.
Oh.
But there's no questions. There's no questions off limits for me as long as it's, as long as you're not asking me to, to share private stuff about Seth, which I know you wouldn't do, and
no,
as long as you're not asking me to read Seth's mind or whatever.
No, and from the way that you've explained it, you pretty much see that we do support him. We do. I think it's it's horrible, and it's almost like people, no matter what the man does, there's always.
I remind you, she started this off. She was going to share and show the messages from the Facebook group that he acknowledged are his words. Like, those are statements from him. They were in all these groups. There were other people that did things outside of him. But she was going to do that. And you see how he got her off that track? He completely got up there, took over, and didn't even flinch. And she backed right the fuck off. She went whoop. In the palm of their hands, she went.
An ill motive that they seem to think that he has. And which is bringing me to this question. Tasha, thank you for asking this, because I've questioned this myself. Tony, do you think that the Proudfoots or the Bower Socks are paying creators off to talk bad about Seth to take the heat off of them?
Shit, I don't know.
I know that's a hard one to answer, because like
if you had to just answer on your, like, not, if you weren't just answering out of your gut, what would you say? Take your professional hat off for this 10 seconds. What's your gut tell you?
Listen, I just think that's all far-fetched. I mean,
okay, that's fair.
It's like me paying somebody to stalk somebody. I mean, we've all got families, and regardless of what I think about Chris or Katie, regardless of what I think about, law enforcement or anybody else, I mean, if I don't have proof, I'm gonna keep doing my job. I mean, you don't ever hear me hardly ever talk about anything to do with Chris or Katie. When I talk about law enforcement, you hear me say that I think my client deserves better communication and more answers, but I don't get.
We've heard what you've said about law enforcement, and you completely lied about stuff.
Specific. I don't attack a guy that's out there trying to do his job. I just simply say that I think the communication could be better. And I think that they should answer the question, are you any closer today to finding Sebastian than you were February 26th? And I think that's a fair question.
It is. I do too. I do too, because it's amazing to me that I'm really shocked that they haven't given us a press conference yet to kind of quell some of the rumors that have been dredged up.
I agree.
You think you're owed a press conference after you and all of the people like you have been.
And here's what I think, Brittany. I watched, another rumor you've heard is that I was trying to represent the families of the Idaho 4.
Yes.
Which is absolutely absurd. I'll put
but
that
you were there. Didn't you go to Moscow?
I did. I'll tell you exactly.
I thought. Yep.
I'll tell you exactly what happened. So I never followed true crime until Gabby Petito, because I had a teenage daughter. That one kind of hit home with me, and I took an interest in it, and I started watching it when I was over at my office working, and then I kind of got to where I followed a bunch of these creators. So I kind of followed them right into the Moscow case after that. So I took my family to ski in Big Sky, Montana for our family vacation.
This guy has a story for everything, and they just sit there and eat out of the palm of his hands. This is when they were like, yep, we can manipulate to any position we need to with these few. Justin, they tried it with Cher. It didn't work, though. Cher pushed back, which I'll give her credit for. BJ. But BJ was stupid enough to become a co-plaintiff alongside these guys.
And when I just was intrigued with that, that house and everything that had happened, because again, three of those girls were essentially, teenage or a little older, children like my daughter. And so when I dropped my family off at the hotel or at the airport there in Bozeman, Montana, they flew home, and I started my work trip, which is usually about 3 weeks. Well, I was sitting over in western Montana in a town called Missoula.
Oh, it's like a 3.5, 4-hour drive from Missoula to Moscow. And it's during the winter. That road's crazy. It can be real bad. I've done that journey many a times. Hazel Eyes, isn't it solely because Cher went into Jay's and said something to the effect of BJ's in over her head or something? Isn't that what kicked it off?
And,
I've heard of that.
Wow. And to that effect?
Yeah, it's a beautiful place. And so I'm sitting over there I dropped them off Saturday, and I thought, I'm sitting over here on Sunday and I got nothing to do. So I pulled up my GPS, and I was like 3 hours from Moscow. And I thought, you know what, I'm going to drive over there and check that town out, see that house, and just, and my main mission was to take something, which I did, and put it on, the little memorial in front of the house. Well, I'm standing out there. They had a security guy out there, and they had a tent set up, and they had some media people out there. Now, this is So this would have been, give you an idea time frame wise, would have been like the second week of January.
I find it interesting though that he said all this out here. So he has been attempting to attach himself to these high profile social media cases for quite some time.
Yeah.
So I'm talking to a guy from Fox News, and he says, I really wish we had a drone. I'd like to get some drone footage of over the house and then kind of over the Sigma Chi house and whatnot. And I said, well, I actually have a drone in my truck. If you'd like, I'll sign a release and give you, if you tell me what you want, I'll get you some footage. And so I launched the drone and I gave him, got him what he wanted and gave him the SD card, let him download it. And then I went over to the corner club to watch a football game. And while I was over there, I pulled my laptop out and I thought, I've got some cool pictures and some video. I'm just going to make a tribute video to the, to the 4 victims. And I
mean, not seeking attention or anything, right?
I don't have, if
takes a 3.5-hour drive on horrible winter roads, just ends up in Moscow, just ends up at the bar. Sure.
You've looked at my YouTube channel. I think I got like 4 followers. And I thought, I'll just put this on YouTube so I can put it on Facebook because I got a lot of friends back home that are following the case. And, so I posted that video. Well, unfortunately, when I got involved in this, my Facebook was pretty much public. It's not now, but somebody went and took that video from Moscow and took it and ran with it. And the next thing you know, I'm trying to be somebody's spokesperson.
Oh,
so that's how crazy that got twisted. And that video, by the way, is still on my YouTube channel.
Do you know what happened with Caleb Harris's social medias, his TikTok and stuff, after he went missing, apparently? So there's a comment here, caught my eye. Ask about Caleb Harris.
He just magically, uploaded it to his YouTube. He had a YouTube all ready to go. His drone footage just happened to be used. He just happened to have his drone. He just happened to be in Missoula 3.5 hours away after he dropped his family off. Then he just happened to get involved in the Caleb Harris case. Then he just happened to get involved in the Sebastian Rogers case, every single one of which was gaining a lot of attention on social media.
TikTok.
Just a lot of coincidences that seem to just fall into place, isn't there?
Being taken over after it was monetized.
So
what's that mean?
First off, it was never monetized.
Yeah.
I started that TikTok account. Cindy on TikTok helped me get that started.
Oh, I didn't follow that case, so I was just asking.
I built that account up to, I don't know, 9,000 or 10,000 followers. When I named it, Find Caleb Harris or whatever it was back then. When I quit representing Randy, my goal was to turn that TikTok account over to Randy. Randy told me to keep the TikTok account. He said, take Caleb's pictures off of it. He said, we don't want anything to do with any social media whatsoever. Well,
I feel really bad for Caleb's family. Truly. What a fucking horrible experience.
At that time, I didn't have a We Are Sebastian.
I'm sorry, whose bank account's linked to the account? I just want to, there's a bank account linked to the social media. I'm a creator. I know I have a TikTok too. Whose bank account? Was it your bank account? Was it bank account?
Absolutely.
There is no bank account attached to that.
There's
account.
nothing. So the money that has gotten, was there any money raised? I don't know. I'm asking. So now my mind's like, dude, what the heck? Was there money raised on that? On that account, Tony?
No, ma'am. There was coins that were raised, but I'm assuming I'm not a guy that understands TikTok inside and out.
Caitlin and I think Randy and Becky probably just want to grieve their son in peace and have nothing to do. Like, they just seemed like really great humans and it's hard enough losing a child, I'm sure, let alone on top of all of this bullshit that he threw on their feet basically for no reason. And then to come to find out, like, he had convinced so much of the public that there was foul play involved. And then, it's just, I feel so bad for them.
Same. I'm learning it too.
Yeah,
so I think you have to have so much to even cash it out. That'd be something really simple for you to go on your thing, screenshot, edit out whatever, like your name, whatever. But you can, that's an easy thing for you to show that you didn't cash out, just so you know.
Yeah, there's no bank account that's ever been attached.
Okay.
There is a coin balance on there, and I'll tell you what I did. is when we got Sebastian's, when I ended up taking over that account because Randy didn't want it, I just changed it to my name. But what I did is there was a coin balance. And anytime I would go in anybody's lives that was doing a good job of covering Sebastian, I would buy those gifts with those coins and gift them to the creators. But there's never been a bank account attached to it.
I didn't know we could do that. Okay, cool. I just learned something new.
Yeah,
Okay.
you can
Well,
buy
you can prove that, I think.
AF, do you have to be, I know it's different in every country too, but do you have to be a part of a creator fund where you are? I don't know nothing really about TikTok like that. I have under 1,000 people on TikTok. I just post cow videos and cat videos over there.
Check your thing and like maybe screenshot that, Tony. That'd be just a simple thing for you to be able to knock it out of there, right? But I want to hop down, but I did want to say I appreciate you talking to me and answering every question I've thrown at you. I do have many more, but in the chance we don't get to have a conversation again, a lot of us, our hearts are in there for Sebastian. Some of us are in.
There's a stream where he actually mentions, Lisa, that I don't think they bumped into each other in Idaho, but he followed Betty because of her political leanings and her political activism. And he speaks on something to do with how he followed Betty and JLR and the political stuff.
In different states. Some of us are in different countries. I'm in Saskatchewan, Canada currently. What can we do with you knowing more than any of us really? What can people like myself do to be productive of this case going forward?
I would say the biggest thing you can do is just hammer your area with flyers because we don't know where he's at.
Even like across all borders too, right?
It doesn't matter. Canada, Mexico, anything attached to the United States. I mean,
there is, Liza, it is the absolute most insane shit to sit here and listen to this man tell a story. All he has to do is answer the question, and he has the girls are saying it in the comments. Like I'm sure looking back, I'm sure a lot of you watched this initially and didn't see really anything wrong with it. There's a lot of people that were like, this is fine. He's being so transparent and so honest. He cares so much. Look at what he has done, and then take into account that he is the one that connected Seth to Nick. He is the connecting piece to Nick. Why would you get a vulnerable parent involved with, like, if you can? I don't understand it.
I've put flyers in North Dakota. I put them in Wyoming, Montana, South Dakota. I keep them in my truck and all of that. So
yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well, I appreciate you. If you ever want to throw me a debate, my email is easy to find. I'll throw it in the private chat there. But I feel we might not have another conversation because a lot of people will tell you not to talk to me, as you probably know and probably already been told. So
okay. So she throws the screenshots. So she was originally going to be going over these screenshots, and it's got Clue in the corner. Okay. So these are the screenshots that were leaked from Tony's group. Sans, I think it's possible that he was introduced to Nick through Coffindoffer, because they were on Coffindoffers on May 13th. And in his talk on May 5th, he mentions that they were going to be doing an interview with Coffindoffer. And Coffindoffer said she knew Nick from, I think, the Calvicante search. So I'm wondering if that was the connection there, potentially. Somehow creators, well, who knows who it actually was, but that's one of my thoughts. Anyways, these screenshots, though, you notice how long she leaves them up. Yeah, Audacity, that's a good point too. Yeah, that's a very good point. Like, there's a lot of connecting pieces. There's also that Lauren Conlon who had Dog the Bounty Hunter on, and I don't know who she's all associated with, but she goes on Nancy Grace quite often as a guest. It's just there's so many weird overlapping connections in all this. Truly, it's a little, sometimes you wonder if it's by design, or sometimes if you just think, oh, these people are just all messy and they found one that's messier than them and kept up in it.
I do appreciate you having a civil conversation with me. Appreciate
Absolutely.
that. Walking right into the lion's den. You sure did. So
no worries.
Credit there. Thanks, Tony. Thank you, Brittany.
Amanda.
Love you. Thank you.
Love you. Okay, I just want to show you some of these, Tony, because this is just at least so you can see what I was talking.
I have to give Cher some credit because Cher was one of the only ones that was willing to push back. And I think this is why Cher hasn't really covered this case much. I will say, like, out of everybody, she really hasn't. And I don't care for her, but I will say she has seemed to pull away when shit kept getting deeper. And I wonder if she wasn't one of the people that actually was advising BJ to be careful. I would wonder if she was. Like, be careful with these people.
Where the screenshot
getting shit on.
I can't see
shared.
that, Brittany.
Hell on heels, right?
I'm sorry, I'm on
Right.
the
I don't
phone.
know how I can make it any bigger.
I wouldn't
but-
be able to see it anyway. But are these supposedly texts?
There are some people you can adapt. I will say that though, hell on heels. Like if they've been friends, I don't know how long her and Cher have been friends for. You can form really good connecting bonds with people, but I don't know how long. Now that I think about that, I don't know how long they've been friends to know if like they had a really good relationship or a tight knit one. That, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, so these are text messages and they're from, I can barely see it. I think it's Kayla TikTok and
No,
who?
Caitlin, I
a
haven't.
person name. Is that Kayla TikTok, you guys? It's hard to see it. But it's
What of
hold
them
on.
says Paris? Is that Paris?
So now they're going to struggle to see these, right? Okay, convenient, Brittany. You know you can read these. You can see them on your other side of your screen. Is it bad? Good. Sorry, sis.
It's hard to see.
Yeah.
I wish I could make that. I can't make it any bigger. Hold on, guys.
Hell on heels. I'm not sure how long they've known each other. Does anybody in the comment section that knows Brittany, have they been friends for quite a while? I don't know the history between Cher and BJ. If they've been friends all along, if this is something, a new relationship in just this story. I only know Cher from the Quentin Simon stuff. And that very briefly because she was covering the Quentin stuff and I was covering the Marvon piece of it. So I don't really know much about her either. Sans, it's so much deeper than you would ever imagine. But she's legally blind. Yeah. I forgot. Hold on.
Lord, I lost it. Hold on. They're basically, this is where they're talking about. Let me
Just give me the gist of it, Brittany.
back up. They're talking about. Okay, so basically they're saying that you started this group with the purposes of taking down JLR, Cluminati, Dolly Vision, J is for Justice, and Barbecue Lady. And then
there was no group started with that purpose.
Hold on a second. This one. Hold on a second. So then you show these. I guess this is where people are arguing. I don't even know because I'm not going to be able to read it up either. But you say that there was no group at all.
Oh no. Remember I said that we had a Facebook group of creators that supported Seth, and there was 3 people in that group that after there was a big blow up where they chased down a creator's mom and all that, they got sideways with some of the other folks in the group. Again, this was all going on in a subgroup that I was not in. I didn't even know that this live was going on. And, they had this mom on there that, I guess there was some, essay involved in this woman's childhood. And I mean, it got crazy and they had a falling out and it turned into a big pissing match. And unfortunately the 2 ladies that were the catalyst behind it, when they bounced, they tried to deflect to everybody else. But I mean, they were on the ground.
Doesn't that seem to be a common theme that everybody always says that if you notice there's a common theme with this group and the plaintiffs it's always somebody else's fault. They always say that everybody's deflecting. Meanwhile, they have been doing nothing but deflecting. Again, it's just why? What is really what is all of this for? It really doesn't make any sense. You guys have all created bigger messes for the father of a missing child. No matter what anybody says, yes, he has been willing to be right alongside of them. But at what point do you say, yeah, I'm not willing to do that anymore. I'm not willing to continue to put the other parents of a missing child. We don't even have evidence to back this stuff up. I'm now no longer willing to participate and further put the other parents of the missing child in danger. Like, when do you pull back and say enough's enough? When do you say no? When do you start protecting the victim? All of these are grown adults. Every one of these are grown adults that are continuing to make the decision to do all of these things to deflect against the fact that if they just followed law enforcement, let law enforcement do their job. Eventually, there's going to be hopefully answers. But you people are intentionally, completely random strangers, don't have any past with these people to even have the hatred that you have developed for them. Nowhere close, like it's so unhinged, the hatred that they have for Katie or Chris and the people on the other side with Seth too. It's so irrational. We don't have to like these people, agree with anything, but we don't have proof that they are guilty of anything. And when you are so caught up in the trenches that you are willing to use the missing child for a personal vendetta because somebody hurt your feelings or said negative things about you, when you're choosing to continue to do this, when you're using that missing child to file a frivolous lawsuit and claim that somebody knowingly is involved in Rico and racketeering, when you know that is not the fact, you know that you were going to file a civil and criminal lawsuit against her yourself. You said that in this August 17th one, Tony. I hope you hear this. August 17th, you were going to handle this privately with the person that was hurting your fifis. You guys couldn't gain control of the public optics and you were getting pushback. So what do? You go and align yourself with and say yes to Dog the Bounty Hunter and Nick the Hat. When you yourself said that they made you read they read you your Miranda rights. You know, you're a smart enough man to know that they don't have any authority to read you your Miranda rights. Like, how silly can you be? And you said, yep, that's exactly the type of people that the parent of a missing child needs to be around. Yep, those are our guys. They're going to help us bring Sebastian home. You don't give a shit about these missing children. Let's be honest, man. You could care less. You're out here making a name for yourself or attempting to make a name for yourself. I don't even think it's necessarily about the money for you. This is disgusting. And all of you guys continue to choose to say yes to all of these poor behaviors. Creators on all sides. Like, at what point in time do we start thinking about, yeah, no, we don't have to help them do this anymore? There's a child missing that deserves dignity. This is why I say, like, all missing children should be deemed vulnerable as soon as they go missing. And there should be laws against exploiting the vulnerable, even with parents. Creators, I don't give a shit what it is. There needs to be laws to protect the victims. These people make me speechless.
Ground, literally digging into this woman's past, her background, her family. It was nasty. So my group was created with like-minded people that were out there supporting Seth, which is what I've done from day one. Tried to find creators that supported Seth and his team.
Right. Yeah.
And that hasn't changed. There's a reason that we are so close to Betty, because she supports Seth and his team. I tried to do the same thing on TikTok, but it got to where there was so many people that were fighting before I got there, and I didn't understand all the dynamics of that.
Mm-hmm.
And it just got to the point where I just you don't ever see me on a live anymore. I mean, I'll go in a chat and support somebody, but you don't see me on a live because it just got to where it was a complete shit show.
You don't have to go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead.
No. That's okay, Brittany. Go ahead.
I just wanted to ask this question regarding Sebastian, being that you work with Seth. And you don't have to answer it if you're not comfortable, but what do you have a theory or a?
And you know what's the crazy thing is, like, the last few high profile cases that social media has really grabbed onto, well, a couple of them have been out of Tennessee. So a lot of people in Tennessee are very invested because they know about these specific cases. But outside, like, there's a few other states that have had like back-to-back things like this. but there's laws in every state that differ so much. It is wild to see. Tennessee's got some interesting laws, but they are super lacking in so many things to protect their citizens. Like, it is wild. But then you go out of Tennessee and there's ones that are even worse than Tennessee on how they protect their victims. Idaho being one of the worst. It's crazy to see. And we need people in every state to realize this is happening. Like, think what's happening in Massachusetts. Is it Massachusetts where Karen Reed is? I can't even say that right. Massachusetts. Is that wherever that's at? It's happening there. It's happening in Indiana with the Delphi case. Like, all of those states need laws to protect the victims, because look what's happening in each and every one of those states. It's crazy to me. And think of all, like, I was thinking about the Karen Reed and the crossover to the Karen Reed. I haven't followed it in depthly, but a couple of the things that I can pick out that are common denominators are content creators, such as a bunch of those that are involved in the Karen Reed case ended up with like legal involvement off of the Karen Reed, like they were not involved at all in the actual situation, but they've inserted. It's so wild to me. Absolutely wild. There are so many legal challenges and things that have been filed and stuff outside of the Karen Reed case, like the actual John O'Keefe, what happened to him outside of that case, the whole entire, like, there's so many bullshit and things that are happening with creators and the sides. It is mind-blowing, but it's almost playbook. Like, it is. And some of the people that covered some of these cases that we talked about before, some of those people covered these same cases, like Summer Wells. They've covered these things and now they've moved on into the Karen. It's just crazy how much the playbook still goes through each individual community. And none of the states have enough laws to protect any of the victims. Like, everybody always says, one thing is like the people that like will expose or call these people out, they all say there's nothing and not enough we can do to protect the victims. It's crazy. Sorry, tangent.
A main idea of how, or maybe what you think might have happened to Sebastian? Do you think he ran away?
I will tell you that I had a lot of theories in Caleb's case because I was there from day one.
Yeah.
I have never had a theory with Sebastian. I was very late to the case. What I can tell you.
Never say never. Which one? Sorry, I might have missed it above. Let me scroll back up and see if I can find your comment. But which one are you saying I should watch? Some of them, see, each of those cases, though, you really have to follow it. Like, you have to be able to break it back like we have been able to do. It's because I've been following it since the beginning. I had if I could tell you a year ago that I ever thought we would see what we are seeing now in this case, there was no way. No way could I have ever predicted where this case has. And we have no idea what happened to Sebastian. None. And all of these cases, like, all that's wanted is answers, and all of these other situations just keep happening. It's crazy. Sorry, I'm chatty.
Is what we know from law enforcement, that there was no proof that Sebastian ever walked out of that home on his own.
Yep.
And my mind goes a lot of different places when I hear that. But, you know,
yeah,
if I were to attack the mother and stepfather with no proof.
That's what sorry guys, I am paying attention to. I've watched this with Tony and those guys though. Like, these people, if you listen to him, he is a salesman. He's 100%. And you know, that's what he does as a job. It makes sense, but he cannot answer a yes or no. It is some drawn out story with everything he's asked. See, I don't think I have enough emotional space to follow another one. They're exhausting, and you have to know, like, I don't think I could do two at once.
It'd be no different.
To really do them justice the way they deserve to be. Like, people deserve to know what is happening to these parents.
Different than what's happening to me every day.
And more so, these victims. I'm going to scream it every day. Change has to come. How are we going to get there? We're going to continue to talk about it, and we're going to continue to make efforts, and sooner or later it'll catch up. I have no idea, in other words, but we're going to find something, and we're going to try something.
You're absolutely right about that. I feel like it would be different.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing though, because I mean, and even for you, Jules, I feel like I can say this because some people would say that we attack them. But if you listen to my content, to Jules, and pretty much anybody that I affiliate with, it's not even really that we're accusing them of making Sebastian disappear. It's our critique of the way that Sebastian has been treated with the words that come out of their.
Yep. Eventually, that's exactly where we need to go. Go dark, go silent is federal legislation. And we have to start state level a lot of times, local level, and then work our way up until we get the right people to listen to us and realize that this is a whole industry, a whole entire industry. And thank you for stopping by.
Their mouth, their omission. You know what I mean? Like spanking a child on the spectrum with a belt. I have a kid who's on the spectrum. First of all, I don't think you should, that kind of punishment should be inflicted on any child. But one who's on the spectrum, the man admitted that before his foot went in the door with moving in with Katie.
Okay, but again, I have to just say this. Again, I do not discipline like this myself. I do not. That's not how I believe. I grew up in the spare the rod, spoil the child. I couldn't stand it. It made me resent my parents, my dad especially, because of, I can laugh about it now, but I don't parent like that. So I'm not trying to make any excuses, but we've got to be factual about this incident. Supposedly this incident happened before he was diagnosed. How many people have popped their children on their butts? I guarantee a lot more people have popped their child on the butt with something. In the comment section, you don't have to answer. Then people would even like to imagine. Like, I guarantee there's a lot more people that have popped their child on the butt with a belt, with something in their hand, a wooden spoon, something at one point in time. Nobody's perfect. There's a lot of people that still believe in spanking. Again, it's not my decision. But they use the whole and spanking an autistic child. Technically, although he did have autism, yes, he'd always had autism. He wasn't diagnosed. And the reason I mention that is solely because Seth has said stuff like, when I ran into those people in California, I recognized her when he was telling that story. And this is not verbatim at all, but he was saying something to the effect of, don't you remember me? I'm the father of the autistic special needs child, when he wasn't diagnosed with autism. Granted, could they have thought potentially that he did? Yes. But that's been used so often to misconstrue and pull people's manipulation, like emotionally. They combine the two for that pull. And we don't have to agree with it. But just because somebody hits their child on the butt with an object once, twice, 10 times, doesn't mean that they did something to their child to make him disappear. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, we can't correlate those type of things. We all can have really strong emotions. We all can feel really conflicted over that type of parenting, and you're entitled to feel that way. But first of all, unfortunately, corporal punishment is still allowed in a lot of states with parenting. A lot of states don't even see it as abuse or recognize it as one. So when they're making this big leap of, this is why I can't stand this man, they're just making excuses over something. To pick a villain. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, I'm not trying to diminish it in any way. You're allowed to feel how you feel. But there's a lot of states that have some really fucked up rules on the books about what parents can, how they can discipline their children. And even stuff as such as like, if you are performing type of some sort of religious, instead of opting to go to the doctor, like if it's part of your religion that you have like praying and different things in that religion type stuff instead of going to the doctor, like some states see that as religious freedom and it's not neglect, even though like Idaho had a hard time with the followers of Christ because of that. I encourage you to go back and look into that if you don't know what I'm talking about. There's a whole religious cult in Idaho called the Followers of Christ. And it's a very, very disturbing story because of medical neglect and freedom of religion and the laws in Idaho. But a lot of this is emotion. Like they've driven the emotion up so high with that shit, with the how all of us feel about these things. And again, I'm not condoning it in any way, shape, or form. I'm just saying, like, they have used that. Well, Seth has said himself, like, out of his own mouth. I think that was, we watched it yesterday. It's in yesterday's video, the clip of that specific incident that I'm talking about.
Sebastian had to give away the 2 favorite pets that he had. Like, I mean, the kid started losing everything he loved the minute that Chris Proudfoot came around. So
do I think that
yeah, there's a lot of religions and it's freedom of religion, and it becomes a big conflict with medical stuff with
I think that they probably know more than what they're letting on? I would say that that's a fair opinion. Do I think that Chris is a bad guy?
Tebow and I would be more inclined to like that I can understand because of the chest plate and things like that. But the fact that they use the autism diagnosis, like he had multiple diagnoses. It's just, I'm not agreeing with it at all. But they, we have got to that time of the night where my computer says that they don't like me anymore. We're almost done. I'll quit talking.
Absolutely, I do.
Tell me if I go robot on you guys. Okay. Let me know. Oh, sorry. Am I back yet? We'll see. There's a delay. There's a hell of a delay too. Tell me when you guys can hear me again, please. Then I'll kind of know a little bit. Okay. Yeah, there's a good 20-second delay, it looks like. We'll try to get through it. You guys, if I go out or go robot-y, just let me know. Let me know. Hazel Eyes, I start chatting though, and then I'm like, I try to like just kind of let this speak for itself and not put my opinions out there, but on a lot of it. But some of this stuff is just, it's gotten so convoluted. And then you hear stories like that they'll turn around and excuse the same thing being done, like it's just wild. It's cool.
And I think he's a bad.
I don't really enjoy the true crime side of it, to be honest. I don't at all. I don't like the whole, I have a hard time with the things that happen to children and like all of it. And to see, yeah, I don't.
Bad guy, because I have personal experience with him and I don't like him.
Well, the fact that you will admit that you think he's a bad guy, you've got some respect.
Bob, go back to the closet. Somebody's gonna clip me sometime saying that and have no idea that Bob pays closet rent. And they're gonna think I'm like being mean to Bob and clip me doing that. And I'm gonna get fucked and we're gonna laugh so hard about it because Nonsense told Bob to go back to the closet. He pays closet rent, guys. Chill out. It's okay.
That's from
his dues are paid.
Me.
Long
You got mine too.
It took me a while, Jules.
He is. In fact, on my videos where I was addressing this case, most of my commentary was on his behavior that he demonstrated to all of us to see. There wasn't much conjecture. There wasn't any accusation. It was, look, you are really presenting as a man who would be mistreating kids and women.
You did,
So
Bob.
thank you for at least admitting that. I appreciate that.
Yeah, and I can't
Bob, your rent's paid up for a long
say
time.
much about Katie because unfortunately, I would have liked to have had a conversation with her, but you can't talk to her, as you've heard Seth say, without talking through Chris. And, you know, I never,
Which is controlling.
It is. And I got to hear her in the background, but never got to have a private conversation with her. So, you know, my opinion is that, you know, she holds the key, whatever that means.
Yeah.
But I can tell you, I have a strong opinion of Chris from personal experience, and it's not a good one.
Yeah. No, he's pretty well unhinged.
But he doesn't talk about the parent.
Yeah, well, he wasn't unhinged when I got done with him that night. I can promise you.
Tebow, good point. Good point. That's a very good point.
I need to write my thoughts down. I had a question. Forgot it.
Revival, I'm kind of, well, I've said it a lot. It takes a lot for me to care about people's opinions of me having my opinions of what we are seeing. Like, they can dislike everything I do. They can dislike me as a person. They can dislike my delivery. They can dislike my views. But they'll never be able to discredit the fact that something has to change. And I will continue to stand on that. They can dislike everything about me and say all the mean things. Just don't discredit the fact that victims deserve better. And we have no answers. So until we can figure out answers, we're going to continue to talk about it, because being silent is being complacent. And I'm not willing to do that. If the only thing we can do right now is get these people's names out there so the next family knows and can see and has research and facts laid out of this is what happens to families when they're working with these people. And if it just stops one person or makes them hesitate before getting involved with some of these people, I will continue to talk about it until I'm blue in the face. Because right now, that's the only thing we have, because unfortunately we're on the heels of another family being done this way.
Oh, here we go. Justin just messaged me. Justin's phone died, so he's trying to let it charge. But there's
never.
We want to get you to say this because they keep saying that Seth was fired from his job.
Oh my gosh. Did you hear that? We want to get you to say this. I forgot about this. I remember this, catching this the last time too.
Done with him that night. I can promise you.
I need to write my thoughts down. I had a question. Forgot it.
What do you mean, Cash? That's the point, to discredit the fact that victims deserve better? That's sad if that's the case, because victims deserve better.
Oh, here we go. Justin just messaged me. Justin's phone died, so he's trying to let it charge. But we want to get you to say this because they keep saying that Seth was fired from his job.
No.
I got you, Cash. Sorry, I didn't scroll up enough.
Please ask the question, because chat keeps asking it. Was Seth fired 2 days after Sebastian went missing?
No, ma'am. He's waiting on a medical clearance, and he'll be back working at the same.
Yeah, Cash, you're 100% right. The sad thing is that's the last thing we want to do is re-victimize the victims. But unfortunately, right now, in order to even kind of keep up and be able to show people what is happening, we end up talking about the victims. This should never be here. This is the thing that I hate doing the most, is like even speaking, because we don't know these victims' stories. We don't know what's going on. And it sucks. It fucking sucks. It's horrifying to see what is done to these families. It fucking is such a hard thing to do.
Job.
That's what I thought. I also want to Seth told me that Chris did not get him his job. Not that that's really important, but that's another thing.
Well,
like, I'm so tired of hearing.
I felt like that was important. I felt like that was important because I thought that was part of Chris.
I'll tell you something, Cash, honestly, now that you got me thinking, and you guys can tell me what you think in the comments. But I think some of us fight with the whole thing of not wanting to be mean to Seth because he is the parent of a missing child, right? We don't want to demean him, diminish him, because he is a vulnerable father, no matter whether we personally like him or not. So we walk that fine line of like pushing back on him. But the people he's allowed around him and the people that have intentionally positioned themselves around him to exploit him further, I mean, straight up garbage, in my opinion. But so many of us have that, like, we have the hardest time because at the end of the day, this missing child, we know children love their parents. We know that no matter what our personal feelings are, we really don't know the truth. We don't know the truth about a lot of this stuff because there's a lot of hearsay. But we know the other side of it is we know what we don't want around us in society. Victim blaming, victim shaming, the disgusting, unnecessary. Would we be okay with this? Like, if this was just a person in the trauma community, would people be okay with it? No, they would have a huge problem with the behaviors, the things done, the things said. Imagine if Molly Golightly had gotten up on panel and acted like she was jacking off. Just imagine that. So we all try to like walk that fine line of like calling out like the disgusting behavior that also re-victimizes their own loved ones. And then we feel like we're overstepping because it's not our loved one. But at some point in time, somebody's got to stand up and say, enough's enough. Enough. You've got to do something. Your child deserves better. Children deserve better. The victims deserve better. Getting on a panel and having 4 men re-victimize a woman and talk about her like she is the slut shaming. The slut shaming, the diminishing her to, she wanted this, it was her choice. What? This is the mother of your child. The person you had a child with. How fucking dare you? If you think she's guilty of something, it still gives you no right to do what you did. There is a time and a place. And you have missed every one of those marks and taken every opportunity to drag her and re-victimize her while other men encourage it, cheer it on, excuse it, sympathize with it. I am not a person that wants to be a part of a generation or a society that this is okay. I don't want my daughters around shit like this. It's bad when Kyle sits and says, this is bad. It is a fine line. But both exist. Both can coexist, and they are in this. Just like in so many other tragedies, there's so much complex bullshit behind these cases because these are real lives. Life is messy. We all have baggage. There is never going to be a perfect victim, ever. But we as a society do not have to become okay with this shit. All of it. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I'm reading some of your comments. Ugh. Okay. Let me get off this soapbox because I told you guys I wasn't busy tonight, and here I am.
Christopher Proudfoot presented himself in a way that he was the masculine, manly man who took care of things, and that Seth needed him and his support. That Christopher came in and not only rescued Katie, but became super dad to Sebastian. Oh yeah, and I helped Seth too. And it was all
just like earlier today. Let me say one more thing. Let me just get on this fucking soapbox. Okay, let me just stand up here. Sorry, it will be one of these. I can be a shit human being, whatever you want me to be in your mind. You can dislike me. You can dislike all of it. Please do. I'm not going to beg for people to like me. what I'm going to beg you all to do is start really thinking about, do you want our kids, sons, daughters, grandkids, having their trauma just be diminished and excused and laughed off? And I'm begging you to think about, what does it do if this, because people don't like somebody and their fifis are hurt, they can claim Rico and racketeering in a court. This isn't defamation. If she would have wanted, that would have been a whole different arena. Granny has even said that. We are in such a problem here with all of the things that are being done between the re-victimization, the weaponization, and misuse of our justice system. Like, every single piece of it is happening at once in this case. The false filings, and people are condoning that due to hatred of a stranger on the internet. I want you to think about that. At the end of the day, 99% of us are strangers, never met each other. Do you want somebody to be able to judge you on your worst day, making all the mistakes that you've made, and saying that you deserve this because you made XYZ mistake previously? So this might just kind of be your karma. Do you want a bunch of strangers making that judgment and being able to file stuff? And like, think about that. Well, she's done this, 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 and this, and this. So that's not what's happening here. These people are making false allegations of Rico and racketeering, which is serious crime. If this goes through, or was to ever get seen in the justice system as had some credibility behind it, every one of creator, if they have a Discord, a group chat, think about that. Like, there's so many different aspects of all of this at once, all off the back of a missing child. Yeah, every bit of it. It's fucking crazy. Sorry, I'm hitting the button.
It's all bullshit. It was all just designed to make Chris look like maybe somebody he's not, right? But
yeah, he also said, he got Chris a job.
Yeah, he did. He did say that. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, I can't even speak to that, guys, because that was well before my time. It's not something we've talked about. I can tell you the only reason that Chris and Seth had a relationship is they had one thing in common. They both wanted Seth to have Sebastian.
I went.
You know what the crazy thing is? You listen to both the men speak. It seemed like they had their struggles, but nothing like these people make it out to be. And now, ever since this happened, yeah. But before, seemed like they helped him. He said they helped him get a job. Even
wait a minute.
He moved to the same place they did 4 months later. Like, you have to be able to kind of coexist around somebody to have those things happen. Otherwise, one would have stayed across.
So Katie did too?
No, Katie did not.
Oh.
Yeah, Chris wanted Sebastian to be with Seth because he wanted him out of the picture. So,
Do
Seth.
you know why? Do you know why?
Yeah. I mean, look, let's face it. I mean, the way he treated Sebastian,
crazy.
I'll use the word allegedly, as I've learned that you have to use on these platforms. But
yes,
if we believe that the neighbor was right about some of the things that he said,
the fake neighbor. I want you to remember this. He's trying to say that fake neighbor. Look at this. They know that neighbor isn't legit. He knows that. But this man has said so many things in so many chats and so many panels that has never been able to back it up.
Absolutely.
So that would be the.
I think he did it the night that he said something in Justin's that spread like wildfire that we went over the other day.
The biggest reason I think that he's not a good human.
Right. It's absolutely, it's horrifying is what it is.
Bob, there's duct tape in our garage, in the oh shit drawer, Kenzie's bedroom, and probably upstairs. Multiple.
Is there any questions that chat has maybe that I can ask Tony, but I don't want to put or make him uncomfortable. So they're asking, can Dolly come up? Do you want to?
No, I have no desire to talk to Dolly.
Okay.
I've watched him crucify both of us and never even took a chance to get to know me. And we're too far down that path. You know, if he wants to get a hold of me and talk in private, I'm glad to share my contact info with him. But, you know, I have no desire to talk to him in a public setting.
Yes, Revival. Thank you.
But I will talk to him on the phone if he wants to have a conversation.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I respect that.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Well, you think about it, Liza, if you go back to JLR's video, that was one of the things that they do. So that's part of the playbook. They go down there themselves, insert themselves as concerned citizens, meet the neighbors. They go make friends with these people so they get their phone numbers. That's why JLR said it. Like, he made great connections while he was there. Spanky just uses people. He gets in with somebody and then it's just, and they did it in Quentin Simon too. Part of the playbook.
I felt like, well, I mean, I continue to feel that way, but all along I have felt like that maybe the Proudfoot family or the Bowersox, that maybe they had some friends that were, I don't know, maybe politically connected in the local area. You know, some of those families that have money within a small town, they can sometimes have some kind of nepotism type connections, right? Do you think that Chris Proudfoot is friends with some of those investigators or cops or no?
Yeah.
Well, here's what I'll say. I have no proof of any of that, but I grew up in a town called Joplin, Missouri.
Yeah.
And it is almost identical to the size of Hendersonville, Tennessee. And to be born and raised in a community and not know some of the people in law enforcement, I think it would be an oddity. So, you know, do I think it's possible that he knows those guys? Yeah, it's possible. Is it possible that, you know, he's got some friends on the force? Yeah, it's possible. But do I think that he's got a relationship with the lead investigators and TBI? No, I don't believe that. I think that no different than Caleb's case, that you're always going to hear in these cases that there's some funny business with law enforcement. And I'm real careful to get into, you know, to buying into that.
Demon, in this video, he actually acknowledges that. He says that he reached out to Jay and basically tried to tell her, you know, he says that she just wanted us to come up on panel. And he was like, you know, we want to kind of control the situation. He said that without saying it in his Tony way, but he acknowledges that they were definitely, it was either play by our rules and say what we ask the questions we want asked, or don't get an interview. Crazy shit.
Mm-hmm. Well, we all, if you're from a small town, we've all seen those stories.
That's
we've
right.
all, I mean, it does happen.
Tony, Cher says she dropped her email for you in the private chat.
Okay.
For you to grab it.
Okay.
Tony, I have a question, and I'm going to try to be respectful.
Sure.
I've never been disrespectful, but having Betty on your team, sometimes she can come off a little fresh. Are you okay with all that?
I'm 100% with Betty being aggressive, because what she brings to Seth and what she brings to us far outweighs, you know, any negatives. We all have negatives, you know, and I just don't, I'll tell you that Seth and I look at her like a sister. She does a lot of things to help him. She's never flip-flopped on supporting him. She's supported him since.
Now you see why these videos are probably down. Because he's on her bond. He's her signer on her bond, but he's saying that he supports her being aggressive and doing the things she's doing. That's probably why this is down. Truly, I thought about that the other day. But, yeah, and bond people are supposed to agree that Like they will make sure the person, you know, they're vouching for that person basically.
She started covering the case, and she's done an awful lot behind the scenes. She spent her own money, her own time. She's been to that area 2 or 3 times now, and will be there again. And you know, I think that if you see her, you know, come unhinged, I think it's generally because she's reacting to an action. And you know, she's been attacked a lot longer than I've been.
Well, she's bullied. I mean, there's
Yeah.
no two ways about it.
That's
There's
right.
I'm not being disrespectful at all. I mean, I just wanted to ask you that because I think a lot of people
Well,
think that. I've heard a lot of people say that.
I don't
So-
I don't take that as being disrespectful at all. I mean, you know, we have a place that we stand with Betty, and you know, she is we talk to her daily. And you know, if I asked her to drive on her own dime up to Tennessee to help Seth with something similar to what I asked her to help him with his YouTube, she'd do it in 2 seconds, no questions asked. I mean, she's been incredible for us. And you know, the situation that I'm in, I can judge somebody on how they treat Seth and how they treat the rest of his team. And anything outside of that, unfortunately, in this situation, it just doesn't matter.
Well, I just want to let you know, since the very beginning of all this, I have been on board with Seth.
She has. Nana's been
And I
hard.
will not change my mind. I told everybody that. I will not change my mind. I will not apologize to anybody if I'm wrong, but I'm not wrong. And so I'm just going to tell you.
It's probably on members only. I would assume it's on her members only.
I think it's amazing that there are people that even question Seth. If I have ever
At the time of this recording, it was a public video. She didn't take it down for quite a while. So this screen recording was from when it was still public.
seen someone who was innocent, it's got to be him. So it's amazing to me that there's people who think that he had something to do with it. It's just amazing.
Y'all just
Well-
reminded me of my question. Oh, my
yay.
goodness. This
Okay,
is a
go.
big one. This is a big one, Tony. Please clear this one up. I'm sure you can. Another major thing that's going around. My God, I saw it all in my chat last night. Seth went missing on the cameras at work from 3 a.m. till 6 a.m. the night Sebastian went missing.
Where'd you hear that at?
It was somebody went into Justin's chat. I think it was it last night, y'all? Then I think it was last night. Somebody went to Justin's chat and was saying that Terry Lynn said it, which I talked to Terry Lynn and I've never heard Terry Lynn say that.
No, that's baloney. He didn't
yeah.
disappear from work. He was at work the whole time. He didn't disappear
This is August 17th.
from the cameras. There wasn't a time gap. You know, when you're working those county jails, I mean, you're the guy. They don't have fill-ins for you.
That's
so,
right.
you know, he was there from the time they were at the Texas Roadhouse all the way past the time that he was reported missing. And he's on camera as such.
Right. He didn't even get the voicemail until an hour later, which I will never understand. And I talked to Seth about this, why the Proudfoots wouldn't call
Right.
Seth's work. And Seth said he gave Sebastian, Katie, and Chris 3 forms of emergency numbers.
That would have been my first phone call. As the mother, my first phone call would have been to the father saying, please tell me that our child called you or you have him. That would have been my first phone call if I'd wakened and my child was missing.
Here's what
That's
I'll say to that. You know why he was late getting the message, because he's
Well, it makes sense though, because Chris was called her husband. That would be her comfort. And then her ex-husband was called right after. He was called before police were called. He was contacted at 6:22.
you know, got to lock his phone up when he's at work. So he didn't, you know, he's not able to have his phone out. The other thing that's really odd to me, yeah, I believe they should have called the jail. They should have got him on the phone. I also believe that they should have made him aware that, you know, that there were reports that his son wasn't being treated properly. And I think the ball was dropped there. But I think the bigger problem is when you've got your child is missing,
You got to be kidding me.
I don't know how anybody calls their husband first. He calls a buddy at the sheriff's department or whatever, and then the third call is to 911. To me, that blows me away.
Respect. Absolutely. Yeah, totally.
What is that? What does that even mean, allegedly, Amber? If that's ridiculous. They said, why is the Sebastian?
I want to back this up a minute again. I want you to pay attention to two things, though, coming up. Tony's telling a story, and look what BJ's focused on. And what timeline did he give?
You got to be kidding me.
I don't know. I don't know how anybody calls their husband first. He calls a buddy at the sheriff's department or whatever, and then the third call is to 911. To me, that blows me away.
Respect. Absolutely correct. Yeah, totally.
What does that even mean, allegedly, Amber? If that's ridiculous. They said, why is the Sebastian groups on Facebook are already posting that Seth ripped Brittany J. Oh my Lord. That is not even, isn't that?
We have a joke in my family.
Right. Fine, you can have one. Sorry, he wanted a French fry. This is so ridiculous. First of all, she's only focused on her part of this, all of this shit. And he is misrepresenting the timeline. Seth was contacted at 6:22. They come out and say that on the on one of Seth's channels, the timeline finally.
Family. If it's said on Facebook, it's true. And that it's being sarcastic.
He did not rip me at all. He just said that if I didn't support his team,
he didn't understand what was going on. And for him to bring Tony up here, he's watching this. Now he understands. But at the beginning, he didn't understand what was going on. And
here's what upset he and I and other members of his team. I can tell you this, Brittany.
Audacity. I read a few of those text messages from the beginning of her chat when he came storming in because of her hashtag and telling her to take his hashtag off, and basically that they could come. He self-promoted on his way out. Like, he was not only throwing his wrench, but he self-promoted, like, you can come find me on my YouTube channel, as he was throwing his fit. It was actually kind of funny. It was one of those moments of, oh shit.
Because, you were honest with me. The title to these videos, using my picture and saying, this, is this guy doing this or whatever? I mean, we live in a world where we wake up to those kind of tags, and the person that does that has never even talked to us. And, it is frustrating. I would rather see a video titled,
I have no use in talking to Tony Mathis, just so everybody knows. Like, I wouldn't even want to have a conversation with him. He's way too involved in this case. Like, on a personal level, there would be, like, I have no interest. We've seen his words, his actions, his behaviors. Like, I don't want to speak to the parent of a missing child over here. That's, like, not like that, but I don't want to even get wrapped up. No. Nope. Look who's every person that they've gone. Nope. No way.
We're going to be talking about Tony Mathis tonight. Instead of a title, when everybody sees it, they take it as fact, because that's the way most of these people are.
Right. I can understand that. Trust me, I'm ripped all up and down on these streets. So I definitely could have did things over.
And 99% of that is because of my reaction to him. I wouldn't be able to have like a even keel, like, nice, unbiased approach with him. I've seen the slut shaming shit they've been trying to do, the whole, like, and that's what they're doing. In essence, they are attempting to diminish her, everything that's happened to her, by saying that she had 2 boyfriends. Like, that whole fucking thing got so far under my skin. And I tried to keep it together, and I tried not to let you guys know how bad that bothered me. Because the way the 4 of those men sat around and diminished a woman that has a missing child, and they don't have evidence that she is guilty of anything. They were like salivating at the chance of re-victimizing her. It was gross. I wouldn't be able to hold my tongue in his presence. I would call him all of the names. I would lose every little bit of Jesus that ever was inside of me. So there would just be no use, because it would be Becky losing her complete and utter shit and telling some misogynistic apologist who inserts themselves in high profile social media cases. Inserts himself. Yeah. He's deserved zero respect from me. Zero.
A lot differently. I'll say that.
And
Because
you know, my thing is this. I was not going to come in here. I was going to exit, you know, the live as well. But you know, when we've got people that are saying that
Demon. Whew. You are so correct on that. All I heard was, what was she wearing? How much did she drink? Was she flirting? Why out so late? Why out alone? You sure she didn't want it? She was being a tease and regrets it? Well, she actually had 2 boyfriends. She was a child. Do you understand that 18 is still a child, basically? Yeah, they might be of consenting age in some states, but she's still a child. And even if she was an adult in the capacity of you guys trying to do that weird shit, she's a human being. And nobody deserves to be diminished and treated the way, like, and you guys are excusing it because you think she might be guilty of something. No proof. But you guys are okay with doing it because she might be guilty of. And what if she's not? And what if she's not? All it does is blaming people and shaming people like that and using excuses to re-victimize women. All it does is push further women from reporting, which is something we need more people to do, because so many people are afraid of talking about it because they won't be believed. They'll be ridiculed. There's so many people. Some of these people don't get justice for years. But you guys sitting up there and salivating at even the possibility of any of this shit sets us back so far. And we're in 2025. I'm not okay with it at all. I'm not going to be okay with men sitting around thinking it's okay to diminish anybody, a man, another woman, anything. No, this is too far. 500,000 people, over 500,000 people sub to that channel. I wonder if they knew that the lore was really the lore, or if they thought he was just a really good folklore teller. But they're seeing a different side of him that some people didn't know existed.
you know, Seth has signed a contract. He's not allowed to speak. You know, at some point it goes from him protecting me to me feeling like I need to protect him. And, you know, that's why I agreed to come in, because, you know, clearly he was protecting me before I came in. But these things like, you know, he's got a contract. He's not allowed to do this or that. I mean, just none of that's true. And, you know, that's why I agreed to come in. I responded, and then you said you had some questions. You know, I'm glad to clear things up. But the problem is, Brittany, that, you know, the people that have made up their mind.
And you know what's even sadder? So the men sat around and, like, just the way the behavior, Breaking Shane's video got it so clear, like, was such a good, she did such an exceptional job on laying out so many things that I felt in a way that was, like, palatable and polite and correct and all of the right things to be said. I couldn't do that. She did an excellent job laying out the overall, like, bigger picture of it. But what was really sad is Betty threw a fit about that live stream. She didn't throw a fit about the live stream about how they behaved or what they said. She threw a fit about getting timed out. She threw a fit over fucking getting timed out. Yeah, she does casual art. Yeah, she did a great job. But Betty threw a fit, not because of the way they were talking about her and not saying like, hey, like we don't need to do all that. We really don't need to do all that. We don't. She was throwing a fit about getting timed out. Things that matter, right? But she stands for victims. Whoo, she stands for victims. Right.
Yeah.
They don't care what.
Let me hit this button before I get myself all the way banned tonight.
They don't care what Seth says. They don't care what I say. They don't give us a chance to get to know us. They don't ask for receipts. They just put it out there, you know?
Well, it's kind of, this is a hard lesson that I had to learn. First of all,
first and foremost, just so you know, Tony, I am a huge fan of receipts. The receipts I've needed to see and I've built my opinion off of are those of your own words. I have just watched you tell us who you are. We went back and did our homework. Just a little tiny bit of your history on YouTube. You spent majority of your time on TikTok, though. But I fully developed my opinion of you off your own actions. I think that's all the receipts I needed. Truly.
Because I can take accountability, unlike some people, like what they think of me. But I apologize because I do know how that feels to see, a thumbnail about you that's salacious or, just knowing somebody saying something about you that's not true. I just battled with that the other day. It doesn't feel good. So I do apologize, and I'll gladly change my thumbnail and my title. But I am glad you came up, and you're right.
And this was the moment that the green team said, well, that was fucking slick and easy. You know, she didn't even talk about those text messages of him saying he wanted to take down creators. That she came in hot, wanting to ask questions, because if that's what was happening there, she couldn't stand with it. She would fully stand against that. She wanted nothing to do with that. That was poor behavior. She had every right to ask questions. She didn't ask any questions. Well, 2 of them, but then she forgot what she was even asking. For the monetized guards, take Bob, we're gonna get in so much trouble. Good night, KCG. But you hear how quickly that happened.
We're not going to make any progress with any of these people, but I do feel like you made the right choice by coming up tonight for the people in my chat, because we do support Seth, and I know how I feel. And to me, I have a tremendous amount of gratitude and respect that you actually were willing to come up in the Lion's Den and answer.
Gratitude and respect. I've never seen someone earn gratitude and respect after being called an asshole in 2.5 hours. Like, I haven't seen somebody ever say, you are a fucking asshole. Somebody else talking about abusive employers. I've never seen respect and gratitude earned in the matter of 2.5 hours when a man just told you a bunch of stories that made no bit of sense. None.
Answer these questions.
Shit that was completely irrelevant.
So,
and as the spokesperson, what are you doing?
You may not have gained anything with these people on the other side, quote unquote, but I guarantee you, as far as people in my community and Justin's, and ours, you did. So I do appreciate it.
I got you.
Yeah, it's no problem. I'm glad to do it. I'm glad to clear up as many things as I can clear up. The one thing I'll say is that, when I go to bed and I wake up, I work for Seth, and my job is to make sure he's happy and he's taken care of. And
I work for Seth. Seth is my client. Those are all things we've heard in this stream on August 17th.
If I garner support along the way, that's a bonus. But the people that don't support me, don't believe me, don't care for me, whatever, it doesn't change what Seth and I have to do to find his son. And I do my best to block it out.
Oh, I don't know how this man is assisting in finding Sebastian, truly. I mean, I'm sure he's hanging flyers as he goes across the country. I'm sure he is doing a few things. I wouldn't take that away from him. I would hope so. But truly, is any of this what you guys are doing helping find Sebastian? It feels like it's image control. It doesn't feel like you guys are searching. And again, if he chooses not to search, that's his choice. I'm not going to shame him for that. I couldn't spend every day searching. I couldn't. I would be in an insane asylum. So I don't blame him for not being able to do that either. But what side of that do you want to? I don't get this. This is just weird, Tony. Weird.
Can I ask one more question?
Of course.
Are you guys still putting search teams together and searching out there?
There are private search teams that are out there searching that are put together by the PI. And I don't have any idea what's going on with that situation, but there are people searching daily that are in Seth's camp.
Okay. I was hoping, because I know from the very beginning he was doing so much search until he had a surgery and then he had to quit. And I was just hoping that people were still out there searching for him.
The problem is, if you've ever been to that part of the country, you've got to have something that guides you to an area to search, right? And that area is loaded with hundreds of thousands of wooded acres. And, you can't, even for volunteer safety, you can't have people just walking through the woods, especially in the summer when you've got every critter out there known to man, without some reason as to why they're searching where they're searching. So, you've got to have, when you're not getting, communication from law enforcement regarding, hey, this is where we think you ought to send your search team, then you've got to rely on your PI to come up with that information and guide the search teams, where she sees fit. So, that's what we're doing now.
Yeah.
So I'm going to ask this, Tony. So they said the fake Amber Alert that Tony pushed on as true on his TikTok, the recording. Why did he do it?
So again, if you listen to the whole thing, it was pointed out to me that was an alert. It was not an Amber Alert. And towards the end of the live, I said, hey, you know what? I got this wrong. It's not an Amber Alert. It's some sort of other alert that was put out by, an individual that works with law enforcement. I did say that at the end, but as people aren't going to give me any credit for going back and clearing it up. It was a mistake I made. It was sent to me, and when I listened to it, it sounded like an Amber Alert, and I called it an Amber Alert, like you would call a tissue a Kleenex, but technically it was not an Amber Alert, and I did clear that up. But people don't want to listen to the whole story. They just want to take bits and pieces.
I actually don't think he got a lot of shit for that. I think that people quickly learned that he did correct it, and I think people backed off on that. Like, I think people have been fair to this guy, really fair to this guy, truly, because I think he has made a lot of major mistakes, like putting out that she was in contact with his mother way back in May, and there was no proof of that. And Nick Barris made a post, if you guys remember, too, and clarified that there was no proof of that. Like, that had been corrected, and they tried that again the other night. Hold on, you guys. Cash. Your mom shouted at me. Tell her not talking to her. She got a temper. Cash? Kenzie's yelling at me to come in here because Cash is talking to her. Oh, this kid. Cash, I'm telling you. Cash is truly the island king.
Oh, thank you, Cher. Yeah, well, I mean, I pretty much, that's all I really have that I can think of. Do you have any more questions, Jules? I know it's 2:00 in the morning. I don't think Mr. Tony's phone.
I do have a question. Do you feel like
this was 2:00 in the morning?
And I'm sorry, this isn't about Sebastian specifically, but do you feel like you always attract this much controversy? Is this something new, specific to working with Seth? It does seem like there's been a lot connected with you.
Well, I will say that I had many people tell me, people that I respect tell me to not get involved with this case because of the drama.
Yeah.
And they told me that it was drama from day one. There has been a lot more here than there was in Caleb's case.
We heard Justin on TikTok tell him the weeds were a lot deeper around this. On May 5th, on Justin on TikTok, he said, "Be careful, you're deep in the woods." Whatever he said.
But I don't really have anything. I went from one father to the next, and don't really have anything to compare it to other than, I did not get attacked in Caleb's case like I've been attacked in this case. It didn't get personal. If they did, it was they didn't agree with something the family was doing or said or whatever, and I'd jump in and take the arrow for the family. But with this case, it's gotten very personal. Family, jobs, everything you can imagine, and it's far worse than.
And you know what? I'm not going to say that has not happened. I'm not even going to go there because he came up against JLR. You guys know how JLR is. So then again, like some of the things that he alleges have happened to him very much likely probably did. If I'm being honest, like him and JLR were doxing the shit out of each other on multiple platforms. Like just going for it. It was absolute Groundhog's Day between them two. So some of that stuff could have happened, but how did he end up as a plaintiff against Granny and Barbecue? Especially Granny.
And it was with Caleb.
Yeah, it seems so strange to me because, I am going to go back tomorrow and look and try to get it down to actual dates. But it seemed like to me that the drama, and you're right, I think nearly from day one there has been quite a bit of drama, but it seems like it was really focused on Chris, right? Seems like that's where that was the person that was going on all the shows, controversy, and then all the channels would talk about it. And then about the time that you got involved, it seemed like at that point, then Chris suddenly became very compliant and friendly.
Yes.
And
yes.
No, Vicky, that's not true. Unfortunately, as much as I don't care for this man, that's not true. This case had drama in it from the beginning of March. The Facebook group, sorry guys, I'm getting a soda. The Facebook group started day number 2, 3. The private Facebook group, JLR's Facebook discussion groups were started really fast. There was drama because there was rumors and shit flying around the neighborhood that were being said in Facebook places and then being turned into content on YouTube. This case or this story was out of control within week 1 with inside sources, rumor mill, people taking sides. It was chaos.
Seth became very combative and the narrative just completely flipped. And I mean, like within about 3 days.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those things, in my opinion, and I think you're asking for my opinion.
I'm not talking about with Barbecue, Lisa. I don't know any of the back and forth with him and Barbecue. I know him and JLR. He was going hard for JLR. That's the only one I followed. I've heard some of the stuff with he's admitted in this one to knowing that they hunted down her mom. He's acknowledged that, like he's acknowledged a lot of stuff in this one about his interactions. He said he had a criminal and civil suit against her in the beginning of this. And then he acknowledges that he knows his associates hunted down her mom. It's like, what are you doing, dude? Some question time. Has anyone looked into Lesniak's case history, suits and settlements and such? How many ring true? Bree, I have not. There's so many of these characters. It's so hard because you start looking at one of them and you just, it evolves into the next one, into the next one. And it's like, what the fuck? How did we get here?
But I think that when you have somebody out there in the public eye all the time, that person's going to be the target. You know, Chris was early on. I think the more that Seth and I
think you guys definitely have seen why this was deleted, though. Correct? I'm sure a lot of you saw it originally, too.
are out in the public eye, the more we become the target. I think the people that are objective know that it doesn't change the fact that Sebastian was not with Seth. He was with Katie. You know, but there are going to be people that find you to be an easier target when you're consistently in the public eye.
That's true. I'm not sure if Pascal fell asleep on break in garage. Just saying. I'm not sure what that means.
I think they said that Seth said that he fell asleep in his truck on break. I think that's what they're saying.
Oh, yeah. See, I haven't seen anything about that. First time I heard about that was last night, and nobody.
Well, I can't speak. Yeah, I can't speak to that, but common sense says that if a guy has a break isn't 2.5 to 3 hours.
No,
agreed.
So, you know, I can tell you that, you know, Seth is broken, and there's a lot of times when I'm around him now that he will fall asleep because he's just absolutely worn out. But,
right.
You know, at a normal work day, if a guy were to get a break, I mean, you get 2 15-minute breaks and a 30-minute lunch or dinner or whatever you want to call it. I mean, you know, the guy's works an hour from Hendersonville, and, you know, you're talking about a 2+ hour time frame, and nobody gets a break like that.
Right.
So can I ask regarding Seth being cleared? A lot of people, I personally, I'm not going to share how I feel because they'll say I gave you, you know, the answer or whatever they'll say, but I personally don't see anything red flaggish about this. But a lot of people are hung up on the fact that Seth keeps calling himself a suspect.
Well, I think Seth feels that way, but, you know, the technical term is that nobody's been cleared.
Yes.
And as a law enforcement officer, he's taking that and saying that if you're involved in the case and you haven't been cleared, then you're a suspect. Nobody's named anybody a suspect.
Right.
So
that's exactly how I've seen it too. I just don't think that he's, you know, because some people are like, well, technically, no one's been.
Then why haven't you corrected him when he said that? Why haven't you said that? Why have you continued to sit there? Never mind. Hit the button.
Named a suspect. He would.
Because honesty would be to, no, Seth, you're not a suspect. They haven't
be a person.
They have not named any suspect
of interest, and he's not getting hung up on the technical terms. He's just calling it, you know, he's a suspect. I think the fact
that's an extremely technical term in a case like this, BJ. Like, you can't get much more technical than a term like that. Like, to say he's not getting hung up on terms. Ma'am, what are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, this is true crime, right? That's what you're doing. Oh, God.
That he's willing, personally, in my opinion, the fact that man is willing to come out and say that,
yes,
makes him look more innocent. A person who is guilty of a crime would never call themselves a suspect.
Yeah.
Do you know how many times that's happened? You know how many times that's happened? Okay. Again, I don't think he has anything to do with the actual disappearance. I don't know, though. I've just gone off law enforcement, and I don't know what to believe.
Well, I think as a father.
And that means on anything. Like, I still think he could have walked out. I have no idea.
That knows that he is innocent, that knows that he's not involved. I think that, you know, there may be days where he feels like he's being treated like a suspect.
But would you agree too that, I mean, even the FBI will tell you that when these kids go missing, 9 times out of 10, well, actually, I think it's more like 8 times out of 10, it is someone in the home with the kid, right? Yeah. So that doesn't mean that Seth feels like he's a suspect because he's done something wrong. It could be just because of historically the statistics kind of been in that direction, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think it has to do with, you know, FBI will use the term that there's a circle, and they slowly work to push people out of the circle.
Yeah.
And, you know, I think that generally the people that fill up that circle are the people that are closest to the victim.
Yes.
Right.
Absolutely. No shit, Sherlock.
Yeah, I have another question real quick. The flashlight video, it was a little bit controversial. So first it got reported, then they came back and they said, no, it's the garbage truck. And then some really great
I forgot about this part. This is interesting. I forgot that this was in here.
talented people online laid it all out, and we had the realization, no, it can't be the truck. How does Seth experience the whole flashlight video now?
I've never talked to him about it.
Really?
We don't talk much about the facts of the case. You know, he would tell me anything that I wanted to know, but you know, I'm not here to get the lowdown on things that he's, you know, had shared with him from law enforcement or or opinions.
You're his spokesperson, his brother, his advocate, and you don't ask about the actual details or where the case is.
So or anything like that. You know, we talk on a personal level about how he's doing, and we talk about events, and we talk about media, and you know, we spend most of our time just talking as brothers and friends.
Oh, but you're the spokesman, right?
Well, yes, I'm a spokesperson, but there's not a let's just say there's not a four-corner contract of what that spokesperson does for every father. Like I said before, more than anything else, I'm a friend to him, and you know, I just don't. If he was asking me,
but for somebody handling his money, there should be a very clear four-cut corners contract type style. If you are representing this man, a vulnerable man of a vulnerable missing father, there should be very clear-cut corners if you have access to this man's funds. I'm sorry, but that is, if he has access, no. Does that not bother you guys? This man should never have access to this man's funds if there's not a contract. Am I right? Like, this guy's a stranger. At the end of the day, this man was a stranger not even a year ago. This man has worked his way in. Oof, Nada Fida. Let me hit this button. We're almost done. We only got 4 minutes left.
Need to go out and
would advocator be a better word for you? And you're his advocator?
It would be probably in this situation a much better word. You know, if he was asking me to go out and talk about facts in the case, then I would need to know all those details, but that's not what he's asking me to do.
Well, I think that's part of that controversy with the trash truck. I think what I find to be interesting.
But in order to bring Sebastian home, you have to know the facts of the case. That's first and foremost my priority. As the spokesperson, it should be to represent and correctly inform the public of what they could be doing, how they could be helping, what they could be looking for. If you are representing the best interest of the missing child's father, that would be your focus, is the missing child. And you're saying you don't want to know anything about what's going on in the case? How do you know where to, I mean, seriously, what are you going on media and talking about then? Oh, the drama, all of the rumors and speculation in the stories. You're talking about everything but Sebastian. Oh, whiskey, don't you start tonight. No, every time.
Thing about it is the fact that it was Christopher Proudfoot that came out and corrected everybody that we got it all wrong, and that wasn't the trash truck, and he had Gray Hughes white knighting for him as well. On that point, right? Mm-hmm. And I just thought that was interesting, because now we've had people come out and demonstrate well that no, in fact, Christopher Proudfoot was wrong, and that it's definitely not a truck.
And do you agree with that, Tony?
Yeah, I mean, I just don't know. I've heard a jillion people talk about the trash truck, and I've heard some credible people say that it wasn't a trash truck. I got to tell you guys, I haven't even seen the video.
Oh, you got to watch it. This man, again,
tell me that he's invested in helping find the missing child. He hasn't even seen the video of the lights. But this man has supposedly got the interest of the father first and foremost, right? Well, I said it correct. I said he's got the interest of the father, not the missing child. Why would you hire a spokesperson to come out and protect your name and not help get information, proper information to the public so they can help search for your son? Why would you hire a PR person that specializes in smear campaigns instead of factual information to help find the missing child? Why?
Crash truck definitely happened, but it happened hours, like it's hours apart. So it's definitely two separate situations. And there's no way, like the flashlights, they don't, like, they just don't line up. They're not headlights.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I've heard, like I said, I've heard some credible people say that, you know, that they're not symmetrical. They're not this, they're not that.
Mhm.
Like I said, I've not seen the video. I think
And
the
then
thing
they say he took a flashlight, but not his shoe. So
Stan's the only person he represents the best interest of is himself. He, himself, and I have a feeling.
Weird, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't believe there's any part of an autistic child, regardless of how high spectrum he is, that has had an incident with fire ants on his feet. I don't think there's any part of that.
Which was in Georgia when he was a very young toddler, which was told on the Terry Lynn interviews from March 18th.
Child that would go
No.
outside in the middle of the night with no shoes and socks
No,
on.
because he would, he's going to remember how that. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I hopped up just to say something because it was they had asked you. Now I forget the question. Damn it! Now I forget the question. Give me a minute.
The thing that I found the most interesting that Chris said was that this was going to be a case they were going to be studying for years to come.
Oh yeah, he was around us all in the Chris Watts case too.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty creepy.
Oh, that bothered me. Yeah, they never even made sense.
Okay, let me get this out. I'm sorry to.
This is where I lost interest because, and this is probably where you guys will gain interest, but this is where he starts turning it to smearing Katie and Chris. And I was just like, nope, I got what I need.
Interrupt everyone, but I just remembered. So Mandy asked, you're aware with who Vinnie Politan through Court TV?
Yes, Revival. Mm. 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 Yeah. I've never understood that story. I've never understood why, like, I mean, I know some things can be remembered from toddlerhood and traumatic experiences, but I would think he would have had a more recent reaction if he didn't like there would have been something more recent, like something that triggered him, like he doesn't like the feeling of grass or something like that. Like that would have made sense to me, but the whole fire ant story just always bothers me.
He is?
Yes, ma'am.
Because it's like, do we even know if he remembers?
So he was asked, she super chatted him, so he highlighted and saw the question. And so, because a lot of us were trying to think back and trying to remember, and in so many cases, like I cannot think of one where parents have been cleared. In other cases, two-part thing here. I want to know how that makes you feel, because I also, this is more of a statement from my research, if I'm not mistaken, that is our human right to be demanded to be cleared, so that investigations have to refocus into what really matters. Is that right?
Yeah, this is where I lost interest. That's right, because she starts talking about being cleared, and he doesn't even know what the fuck he's talking about either.
Well, I don't know that is a right.
Not necessarily right. Okay.
I think that in an investigation, I think that every law enforcement entity is different. I think that every jurisdiction is different. I think that every case is different.
Oh, I'm so glad we are done with that. I'm so glad we are done with that. No, Kathy, I don't remember a whole lot. I'll have to go back and watch some of those because I remember him, there was a lot going on with him and so many different people were covering. There was just so much going on. You couldn't cover every piece. Like there's been so many characters doing so much shit at such high rates of speed in this one. There's a lot that I missed about Tony. A lot. So I'll have to go back and catch up on some of those. I also was trying to see what he did in the Caleb Harris case. That interests me. Like, what was his involvement there? I would like to see some of that. You guys have told me some, but he came in at the end. Oh, come on to the TikTok scene. Lindsay, good question. In May? So did he make his appearance on TikTok as Caleb Harris first solely and then switched to both? He was repping Caleb Harris first, right? And when I say repping, I mean representing, like representing the family. Yeah, he came here. So he had been in contact with Seth since the end of April. His first appearance was May 3rd on the Pascal show on YouTube as Seth's spokesperson. But he, I think, had started talking. Yeah, okay. That's interesting. I don't know when in general. I just know as far as these cases go. Yeah, he talked about that tinfoil Tara. He talked about that in this one. All right, you guys, I'm going to let you go. We've been here for almost 6 hours again. It has been an incredibly long day for you guys listening to me ramble, but I really appreciate all the support and you guys hanging out with me for the day. I think there's things that I'm starting to be able to see clearer and clearer as we go through the timeline and the characters and who they align with and who, like, unfortunately, Sebastian's still missing and none of this has gotten us any closer to that, but man, laws need to change. Laws need to catch up on so many avenues. It's just incredibly disheartening to see where we are. Have a wonderful night, you guys. Thank you again. I don't know if I'll see you tomorrow, depending on what's going on here. So if I don't, have a great day. And if I do, I'll see you tomorrow. Bye, y'all.